Welcome, everyone. We're so glad you're here. We hope you enjoyed the little video this morning. Welcome to the Convergence of the Peoples number 20. We hope you make yourself comfortable in this format. If you have questions for the speaker or the tech person, there's a designated chat for that. We're excited that you're here. I'm Rebecca Allen, a climate healer and your MC. We will open with Tammy Hay of the Million Vegan Grandmothers, and then she'll introduce our keynote speaker, Captain Paul Watson.
Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. It is such an honor to be in this community sharing Rewilding, the passion of many of us to protect these grandchildren of all species. This morning out on my walk, a woodpecker was pecking, coyotes were yipping, and a moose came really close to the door to eat the fermenting apples off the tree in all its majestic quietness. I'm just going to invite you for a couple minutes to maybe close your eyes if you feel comfortable, and just imagine a piece of a wilderness that you wish to see wild and free, or a place that you can imagine rewilding, whether it's in the seas or the rivers. As I read this prayer, Great Spirit, beautiful Mother, we turn to you with our prayers as we navigate this fast-flowing river of life. Help us deeply consider all beings and the wisdom of the elders. We kneel before all your children of all species and give deep thanks for lending us your microbial forgiveness. Creator, please help us to deeply understand the land on which we are living so that we may tap into the living, supportive network that is the mycelium threaded earth beneath our feet. Guide us to know the true number and breadth of the relationships and to hold them all sacred so that we may protect the rivers and the streams and the oceans we once defiled, and allow it to rewild the medicine gardens of the forest they once fed. Inspire us to look within for our water teachers, above and below, from whom flow knowledge and memory. Guide us to speak only truth, to honor all sentient and non-sentient beings, and to be good to one another. Let us celebrate those who journey with us and unburden ourselves of the weight of our defensive armor. We must gather now and live together in the flow of the sacred. Grant us the courage to let go of the shore and push into the middle of the river, to submerge and keep our eyes open. Let us remember that our water bodies love to hear humming, drumming, chanting. They love to move and dance, to laugh and feel joy. May we reconnect with all these sacred expressions and let the wild back in. Let us rewild ourselves. Let us remember we are not stagnant ponds, but rivers flowing, cleansed and renewed by pebbles, tree roots, porous earth. Let us flow freely, individual whirls, into a unified stream. May we meander with purpose, following the lay of the land, not cutting through it. May we find the source of our hope amongst us. For as the Hopi elders say, we are the ones we've been waiting for. May peace prevail on earth. May peace prevail in the waters. May peace prevail. Let's take a nice deep breath in, allowing the beauty of the Rewild teachings of this weekend as we welcome our hero and our friend and our colleague, Captain Paul Watson. Captain Paul Watson is such a gift to everyone's community around the world. I had the honor of interviewing Captain Paul Watson a couple times, and I was really moved at how he spoke of his first encounters with the beavers and wanting to save the beavers and being part of what was called the Kindness Club, and later being coined by one of his teachers, Ida, the hitman for the Kindness Club. Captain Paul Watson co-founded Greenpeace, went on to found the Sea Shepherd, and now the Captain Paul Watson Foundation. And his mission is to eradicate whaling of all kinds and be sure that the whales are protected before he swims with the whales one day. So thank you, Paul, for being here. It's such an honor to have you.
Well, thank you for having me.
And you are on.
Okay. If we're talking about rewilding, I think that probably the most important place that we have to consider rewilding to take place would be in the ocean. And the reason being is that the ocean is the life support system for the entire planet. And the ocean is dying. And it's dying because of the diminishment in diversity and the diminishment of interdependence of species. And that's because it's of diminished carrying capacity. Now, since 1950, there's been a 40% diminishment in the population of phytoplankton in the sea. And phytoplankton provides up to 70% of the oxygen in the air we breathe and sequesters enormous amounts of CO2. It's also the very bottom of the food pyramid for everything that lives in the sea. Now, the question is, why is phytoplankton being diminished? And the answer to that is because we're diminishing the populations of whales and dolphins, seabirds, sea turtles, and the fishes, all of those species that provide the phytoplankton what the phytoplankton needs to survive, and that is three basic nutrients: iron, magnesium, and nitrogen. And these nutrients are supplied in the fecal material from all of these animals. One blue whale every day, for instance, drops 3 tons of manure, which floats upon the surface of the sea. It doesn't sink, but then it is absorbed by the phytoplankton. And iron is especially important for phytoplankton. Of all of the plant life on the planet, only 30% of the things that grow on land, the trees and the plants, provide oxygen. The rest has to come from the sea. And the reality is this, is that if phytoplankton disappears from the ocean, we die. Most life on the planet dies because we'll have a planet that'll be devoid of the production of oxygen and unable to sequester the amount of CO2 that it presently does or has done over the last 70 years. So it's a very, very serious situation. And the problem is most people aren't even aware of it. Nobody gives much thought to phytoplankton. But that's going to be our undoing in the long term. We're overfishing our oceans. Every single commercial fishery is in a state of collapse. Governments know this. The worldwide fisheries, commercial fisheries, survive only because they're hugely subsidized to the tune of about $90 billion a year. And the reason for this is as fish populations are diminished, they have to invest in more and more sophisticated technology to extract the lesser and lesser fish, which means giant super trawlers, longliners, purse seiners, 100-mile long lines, 100-mile long drift nets, gill nets. All of these things, this heavily mechanized gear is what is really strip mining life out of the ocean. In 1915, we intercepted a toothfish poacher down in the Southern Ocean. Toothfish is marketed under the name of Chilean sea bass. It's not a bass, and it's not from Chile, but that's the way they market it as Chilean sea bass. It's a marketing term only. But the toothfish is not that common a species, and it lives in the Southern Ocean. Now, that one ship called the Thunder that we intercepted, it dropped its net when we intercepted it and began to run. We had two ships. One was chase the Thunder. The other job was to pull up that net. It took our crew 200 hours to pull up a net from 2 kilometers below. And that net was 72 kilometers long and weighs 70 tons. One net from one ship. And there are literally thousands of ships doing that. At any given moment, there's about 60,000 miles of long lines and gill nets that are being set in the world's oceans. It's pretty hard for fish life to escape that. It's also very hard for marine mammals and seabirds that get caught up on that. The numbers of seabirds on our planet has diminished tremendously since, say, the 1950s and the 1960s. Number of marine mammals have been diminished either. And this, of course, is a contributing factor to the diminishment of phytoplankton. At the COP21, or the Climate Change Conference in Paris in 2015, I gave a talk which wasn't really accepted very, very nicely by the delegates there, most of whom were corporations and governments. And I said, look, we need to have at least a 75-year moratorium on heavy gear industrialized fishing to allow the ocean to recover from the damage that we've done to it. The ocean can recover, but we have to leave it alone. In the 20th century, the two periods of time where recovery began to happen was during World War I and World War II, when the fishing fleets couldn't go out. And recently, recovery began to happen during the brief COVID epidemic. So the ocean can recover. We just have to leave it alone. But unfortunately, greed is dictating that we do not do that. So what we're seeing is one commercial fishery after another being collapsing, and then we just move on to another fishery. For instance, in 1990s, there's a fish called the orange roughy, which was in all the supermarkets and everything, but you don't see it anymore. The reason being is the orange roughy takes 45 years to become sexually mature, lives to be about 200 years of age. It could not compete with our extraction from the sea, and therefore it just became commercially extinct. It's still there, but not enough to make it a commercially valuable species. So we'll just move on to something else. During the 80s, I kept warning that the northern codfish population in the North Atlantic was going to crash. I was told by Canadian government officials I didn't know what I was talking about. They would say, look, we have the best scientists, the best computer models in the world. The fishery is safe, and you're wrong, sir. You're just completely wrong. And I was wrong. I had predicted that it was going to collapse in 2000. It actually collapsed in 1992. But as soon as it collapsed, the government of Canada said, well, we'll do a 5-year moratorium and it'll recover. It didn't. So then they did another 5 years. And now here it is, 30 years later, it still hasn't recovered. It's not going to recover because we overexploited the entire population. And this is what we're doing with fisheries all over the world. And, it was never meant for 8 billion human beings to be on this planet consuming fish and meat, which brings us to another reason that fish populations are being depleted. About 38% of all of the fish that's taken from the ocean isn't eaten by people. It's ground up into fish meal, and it's fed to chickens and pigs and to domestic salmon on salmon farms. It's an incredible amount that's going on there. Another 12 million tons goes into food, primarily cat food. So we're literally eating the oceans alive. And it's not, and if it collapses, we're in serious trouble. Every species that lives in the ocean is in serious trouble, and especially our own. The Great Permian extinction was 250 million years ago, and it killed 97% of everything in the ocean and killed 76% of everything on land. It was called the Great Dying. I mean, we might be on the verge of re-experiencing that. Between the year 2000 and the year 2065, we will lose more species of plants and animals than we've lost in the last 65 million years. That rate of extinction is unprecedented. It's even got a name. It's called the Holocene, or the sixth major extinction in the world's geological history. So it's a very serious situation. But again, most people aren't aware of it. I wrote a children's book last year called We Are the Ocean to try and get an idea across to people what is the ocean? Just what is it? Because when we think of the ocean, we think of the beaches and surfing, and we think of sailing or scuba diving, but that's not the ocean. The ocean is the planet. It is the planet ocean. It's a water planet. And then what that means is water in continuous circulation. Sometimes it's in the sea, and sometimes locked in ice, sometimes underground. Sometimes it's in the atmosphere, in the clouds, and sometimes it's in the cells of every living plant and animal on the planet. It's the water continuously flowing through all of those mediums. The water in your body right now was once recently in the clouds. It was once recently in the sea, or it was in the body of a jaguar or a butterfly or an elephant or a tree. It's constantly moving. So the answer to the question is, what is the ocean? Is that we are the ocean. The planet ocean and every living thing on this planet is part of the ocean. It's a new way of looking at things, but I think it all brings everything together and makes us understand how everything is interconnected. I'm working on another children's book right now called Starship Earth, and what that means is that if you look at the planet that we live on as a spaceship, which is what it is really, we're on this incredible voyage around the Milky Way galaxy. It takes 250 million years to make one orbit of the Milky Way galaxy at incredible speeds that we're traveling, but still, that that spaceship, Starship Earth, needs to be maintained, and to do that, we need engineers on the planet, and we have them. These engineers that keep everything running, maintain all of the systems. We humans, we're not engineers. We're passengers. We're having a great time amusing ourselves, entertaining ourselves. But what we're doing is we're killing the engineers. We're committing murder on all of these engineers. We're wiping them out. And the bees and the trees and the fish and the microbes and the fungi, through fungicides, herbicides, bactericides, on insecticides. We're just destroying them. And there's only so many engineers you can kill before that machinery begins to fall apart and it can't be maintained. And if the life support system of this planet collapses, well, then it can't support us either. So again, we have a responsibility and an obligation to do everything we can to maintain this life support system. And that means protecting the engineers on the planet. And, it's an awesome responsibility. And in order to achieve that, we have to take a completely different look at how we view the world. For 10,000 years, humans have viewed the world from a completely anthropocentric point of view, meaning it's all about us. It was all created for us. We're the only species that matter. We're the only species that we even have to think about. And that's where it's a real problem. We have to take a biocentric view of reality, and that is that all species are interconnected, that the strength of an ecosystem is dependent upon diversity within it, and that all species within that diversity are interdependent with each other. And the law of finite growth, that means that there's a limit to carrying capacity, there's a limit to growth. And when one species starts to steal the carrying capacity of other species, that contributes to the diminishment of diversity and interdependence, and that leads to ecological collapse. So we really have to take a completely different point of view as to, how we're doing it. I remember a couple of years ago, I got a call from Brett Hume, who's a reporter for the Fox Network, and he said, "Did you say that human beings, did you say that worms and trees and bees and whales are more important than human beings?" And I said, "Yeah, I did say that." And he said, "How could you say something so outrageous? What a incredibly unchristian thing to say." And I said, "Well, I said it because bees, trees, worms, and microbes even are more important than we are, for the simple reason is that they can live here without us, but we can't live here without them. We need them. They don't need us. This world survives because of that interdependence. And when we diminish that interdependence, everything is in trouble. That leads to mass extinction events. So we have to really start to understand that if we're going to survive, we have to live in harmony with all other species. So what people ask me, well, what's the point? What's the use of a whale? Why are whales so important? Well, aside from the fact that they're highly intelligent, self-aware, sentient beings, the fact is they are the farmers of the ocean. They're fertilizing those vast quantities of phytoplankton that provide the air that we breathe and sequester the oxygen the CO2 that needs to be sequestered. And so whales are absolutely vital for the health of our ocean. And it's as simple as that. If you want to be utilitarian about it, a whale is worth far more alive doing what a whale is supposed to do than it is being killed and sold for oil or for meat or whatever they use them for. We have destroyed so many whales over the last you know 5 centuries that it's incredible, wiping out population after population. It's a wonder that most of them have survived. Some, like the Atlantic gray whale, have gone extinct. The right whales have been severely diminished and might not survive. And this is a responsibility that we have is order to protect them. There's some very exciting developments that are happening with cetaceans right now. Last year, in an experiment in the Bering Sea, scientists using AI and computers found a way to actually communicate with a humpback whale. It was a two-way conversation. And now they're setting up more research on this to do this in depth, to get the funding to do it in depth. And I really believe, and I have believed for a long time, that we'll be able to one day communicate with the whales. I mean, how can we're looking through the universe for extraterrestrial intelligences to communicate when we have the possibility of a very superior intelligence right here on the planet that we could communicate. This is the other problem with us human beings. We're so self-centered that we equate intelligence with eye-to-hand coordination, the ability to manipulate tools. That's what makes intelligence for us. If a blob of protoplasm were to step out of a spaceship and with a ray gun in its hand, then automatically, oh, that's an intelligent creature because it has technology. We don't really understand non-manipulative intelligences. That is, where the beings do not need to have tools in order to survive. Whales are perfectly evolved to live within the ecosystem that they live in, and their brains are highly developed when it comes to communication abilities. In fact, when you take a look at the brains of cetaceans and people, you'll find that the human brain is about 1,750 cubic centimeters. The orca brain is 6,000 cubic centimeters, and the sperm whale brain, the largest brain to have ever evolved on the planet, is a 9,000 cubic centimeter brain. But the convolutions on the neocortex area on dolphins, orcas, and sperm whales are far more complex than on the human brain. So I personally believe they're more intelligent than we are, but they're intelligent in a completely different way. But I was debating a Norwegian whaler a few years ago, and he said, "Watson, you say that whales are more intelligent than people. How can you say it's just a stupid thing?" And I said, "Well, because I measure intelligence by the ability to live in harmony with the natural world, and by that criteria, whales are far more intelligent than we are." And he looked at me seriously and he said, "By that criteria, cockroaches are more intelligent than we are." And I said, "George, you're beginning to understand what I'm trying to tell you. Cockroaches have been around for 600 million years. I think they're doing quite well." So again, it's the ability to live in harmony with our natural environment. So right now we're living in very precarious times, and because anthropocentrism has gotten to the point where it's more and more it's all about us and less about everything else. And for that reason, we'll deny climate change, we'll deny the diminishment in biodiversity, we'll deny plastic pollution in the ocean. We don't want to see these realities because it interferes with our worldview, our anthropocentric worldview of what the world should be according to Homo sapiens. And so, how is this going to change? I think that at some point, Mother Nature is going to give us a good swift kick in the rear end. It's already doing it, but again, people are in denial. In 2015, in my book Urgent, I gave a prediction about the fires. I said there will be out of control wildfires in Spain and Australia and Africa, and specifically in Southern California. So these aren't surprising. When the fires happened in Lahaina in Maui last year, that was predictable. But if we choose to ignore the ecological realities, then of course we're going to be shocked and surprised when they actually happen. And climate change is going to bring about, of course, stronger storms. And anybody who's ever been a sailor, who's ever been to sea, cannot deny climate change. You can see the changing currents. You can see the changing winds. You can see the actual impact it has with the changing migrations of species in the sea, fish that are in places where they never were before because the water temperatures have changed. And so this is becoming more and more increasingly a problem. So when do we adapt? But at the same time, I don't want people to get depressed or pessimistic about the future. In fact, I learned a long time ago something which is don't worry about the future. You don't have any control over the future at all, but you do have control over the present. And everything you do in the present will define what the future will be. And what we can do in the present is use the three virtues of passion, imagination, and courage to achieve the impossible. Because I believe that the impossible can become possible. There are many examples of that. 1972, the very idea that Nelson Mandela would become president of South Africa was unthinkable and it was impossible. Yet that impossibility became possible. And I think that is true in almost everything. But when you look at change, it has to come through the passion, imagination, and courage of individuals. Governments, by their very nature, are not capable of change. It's suicidal if they were to try to actually do anything. So the change has to come through people. And that means the application of people's skills and abilities and talents. So it doesn't matter exactly how you approach that. The approach could be legislation, it could be education, it could be litigation, it could be activism. All of these things point to the same goal, which is to make this a better, more livable, more ecologically sound world. And one of the things that really encourages me is that so many people today are involved in actually trying to make a difference, and one person can make a difference. Because of Diane Fossey, we still have mountain gorillas in Rwanda. David Wingate, a biologist in Bermuda, because of him, the Bermuda storm petrel did not go extinct. And I can't think of anything more noble than because you intervened to protect an endangered species or a threatened habitat, that species survived. That is a real legacy, much greater than any work of art, is much greater than anything anybody could build. It's a real contribution to, the future, going thousands, millions of years into the future. If you save a species, the impact is forever. And so I'm so happy to see so many people that are involved in that. And when people ask me what we can do, I just say, find out what you're passionate about and then just go for it and don't let anybody deter you. And yes, it's risky but those risks are acceptable. I would ask my crew members before they came on board, are you willing to risk your life to protect a whale? And if they said no, then I said, well, then you're not suitable. And when reporters have asked me, well, isn't that a little much asking young people to risk their life to protect a whale? And again, it's from our anthropocentric point of view. We ask young people all the time to not only risk their life, but to give their life and to take life in order to protect oil wells and flags and religion and real estate. That's considered normal. I can't think of anything that is more noble than risking your life to protect an endangered species or a threatened habitat. That's something that you can certainly really be proud of, and it'll have a lasting legacy well into the future. So again, it really comes down to the way we view the world and how are we going to change that perspective. Are we going to do this voluntarily, or is nature going to define the boundaries and just say, look, you can't take a step over this line anymore, or else you're simply not going to survive. The future for young people today is very different than what it was when I was younger. I had a pretty good idea what the future was, but right now we don't know what the world's going to be like in 2050 or 2070 or 2080. We have absolutely no idea because it's constantly changing. Weather patterns, species diminishment, pollution, all of these things which really didn't exist. When I was a child walking on the beach in New Brunswick, where I was raised, I could walk along that beach for miles and not see one piece of plastic. They had fish buoys, but they were made of glass. In fact, they were almost a work of art. Lobster traps that were there were made of hemp and wood, which they would disintegrate and everything. But now the ocean is polluted with incredible, literally billions of tons of plastic everywhere. And that plastic breaks down into microplastics. And that microplastic gets into the bodies of fish, even gets into the bodies of zooplanktons. And of course, it gets into the bodies of everything that, in the food chain, including humans. Almost every human being today, I would say every human being today, has microplastics in our bodies. And that's because plastic itself is a design failure, which should never been allowed to have been produced. It was a toxic poison that was unleashed into the worldwide ecosystem. And we still haven't learned our lesson. One of the things we certainly should do is ban all single-use plastic. There's no reason to have that. And I mean, there might be some ability to have plastic for medical uses or different scientific uses, or, if it's a matter of life and death. But having a plastic bag that you use once, throw into the ocean, and that gets swallowed by a sea turtle and then chokes the sea turtle to death and dies, that is a design failure that should never have been allowed to go out into the world. But unfortunately, it's there, and we'll have to deal with it. I think nature will take care of this probably in a couple of thousand years. Bacteria will evolve that will digest or eat plastic. There's some that can do that right now, but that's a long, long process. But right now, well, this plastic is with us for for quite some time, unfortunately. So that's one of the major problems. There's so many threats that are facing our ocean, but I would think that the greatest threats are one, plastic pollution, uh, species diversity, climate change, and the diminishment of ecosystems. One of the things that we're fighting against is farm-raised salmon. You see salmon everywhere now in the markets. It's very cheap. It's not very, because as indigenous salmon populations have declined, they've been replaced by these mass marketing of salmon, these concentration camps of fish that are floating out there. And they're extremely ecologically destructive because they're heavily intensive with antibiotics and chemicals. All of those things get into the environment. A farm-raised salmon doesn't even have the pinkish colored flesh that you see in a wild salmon. It actually has a dirty white flesh because they don't feed on krill out in the open ocean. They feed on pellets made up of fish meal and other things. And what that means is that they don't have that coloration. So to get that coloration, they actually inject dye into the food pellets in order to and inject dye directly into the bodies to change the color artificially. So you can actually tell a natural salmon color from a farm raised salmon by the coloration. They also bathe each salmon once a year, and it can't be eaten for a year after you do this in these highly toxic chemicals to destroy salmon lice, which are these crustaceans that infiltrate and into these farms and affect the salmon. Unfortunately, that those chemicals get out into the environment and kill all the mollusks within miles and miles around of these salmon farms. The other thing that happens is that salmon farms attract predators like eagles or seals or sea lions and bears even. And of course, the way the farmers deal with them is to shoot these animals. So they're like these magnets attracting predators, and then the solution is to kill them. Very highly, highly destructive industry. But you can see it all around you, all this cheap salmon. And, of course, we advise nobody to eat fish, but if people do eat fish, the only salmon that you can eat really is Alaska wild caught salmon because everything else is artificial, full of chemicals, and a threat to the environment. But overall, I think that we should encourage people to not eat fish. But even when you're eating meat, you're eating fish because 38% of all of the fish meal that's rendered from fish is fed to pigs and chickens. We live in a world right now where chickens are eating more fish than all of the albatrosses and the puffins and the seagulls put together. We're eating in a world right now where pigs eat more fish than all of the sharks in the North Atlantic Ocean. So it's a world out of balance. It's a world out of sync, and we have to get it back on track if we're going to survive. What I'm doing right now is for this year is to concentrate on trying to end whaling. It's been my lifelong ambition to end this evil of set aside or whaling the commercial whaling industry. And we've made a lot of progress since 1974. Since I began, we've seen Australia, Chile, South Africa, Spain, Peru, all of these countries abandon whaling. So today it is only limited to Norway, Iceland, and Japan, and the killing of pilot whales and dolphins in the Danish Faroe Islands. And in 2019, for the first time in hundreds of years, there was no whales killed in pelagic waters. That is outside the 200-mile limit of these countries. Now, Japan is trying to go back. They just built a big factory ship, and they intend to go back to the Southern Ocean. So I have a ship based in Australia right now that's standing guard to the entrance to the Southern Ocean if Japan decides that they're going to go back to the Southern Ocean Whale Sanctuary to resume their commercial whaling, which, by the way, is extremely illegal. It was condemned by the International Court of Justice in 2014 as a violation of the 1986 global moratorium on commercial whaling. And this summer, are taking our other ship, the boat John Paul de Joria, that will be going north to Iceland to once again intervene against Icelandic whaling. Not a single whale was killed last year, and very few whales were killed before. They had shut it down for the whole summer when we arrived. So, we're going to continue our efforts there. I'm hoping before I die that whaling will no longer exist, that we will eradicate this evil from the planet. We've killed far too many of these incredibly self-aware, intelligent creatures. It's got to stop. It's mass murder, and to me, the killing of a whale, a killing of a dolphin, is murder. It's equivalent to the killing of a human being. So that's where I'm spending our time right now. The other projects we're involved in is trying to build a whale sanctuary, an orca sanctuary in France to house the two orcas that have, because Antibes Marine Land was shut down by the French government, they were going to send those orcas to Japan. Well, we stopped that, and what we want to do now is build a sanctuary where we can put these orcas and give time to rehabilitate them in order to get them released back into the wild. I think it's quite possible to do what was done previously with Keiko, and I think we can do it again. We're also very much involved with trying to stop the killing of orcas off the Iberia, because people are saying they're a threat to yachts and fishing boats and everything, which they're not. But we're working on that project there. Also working to protect sea turtles in Mayotte in the Indian Ocean. And we have a special project to protect manatees and river dolphins in the Amazon. So that's pretty much the state of where we're at right now. My organization, the Captain Paul Watson Foundation, exists outside of France, Brazil, and the UK. But we're in alliance with the Sea Shepherd Conservation Society in France and Brazil. And the reason for this is there was a hostile takeover of by Sea Shepherd Global, and I was forcefully dismissed from the organization that I founded. This doesn't seem to be unusual for a lot of organizations to toss out their founders when they decide that they want to become more mainstream. And the reason for my removal is I was considered to be too confrontational and too controversial. And that was all based on the strategy that I developed in 1977, which I call aggressive nonviolence. And that is, let's aggressively intervene to shut down these operations, but let's not hurt anybody. And in the last 50 years since I began this, I've not caused a single injury to a single person, nor have I ever been convicted of a felony crime, although I've been arrested many times, but we've managed to win in every court case that we've been involved in. And recently, the Japanese tried to extradite me on a false accusation on a very minor charge. And we had all the evidence to show that the charge was, you know, was fabricated. But, the Danish government didn't want to see that. They've actually made the decision to extradite me. But because of the overwhelming protests from around the world, not only just from the public and celebrities, but also from President Macron of France, Prime Minister Barnier of France, and President Lula da Silva, Bernie Sanders in the U.S., people in the U.S. government. Because of that, as soon as the Greenland court made the decision to have me extradited, the Attorney General of Denmark made the political decision to release me. So I'm back home. And we're going to continue to carry on the fight in the same way, using aggressive nonviolence to do everything we can to shut down these illegal and immoral and destructive operations. Thank you.
Wow. That was fabulous. I'll be on in just a moment. Paul, Captain Paul, I don't believe I've ever heard anybody express the love of the ocean and the water so beautifully and deeply.
Well, thank you.
All the words that you've said, it's just incredible. And you've shown it not only in your words, but in your actions. And I'm very moved. And I know we have some comments from people saying they have followed you for a long time, and they're real grateful for you and appreciate that. You're very welcome. And so now we will take some questions from the audience. And what you would do if you have a question, is raise your hand, and our tech people will let you turn on your camera and then your mic. So give us some patience there. And in the meantime, we will bring up Danny, who has a couple of questions from the audience. She's taking the questions that are written in the chat. So she'll be coming on. All right, Danny Kent.
Hi, Captain Paul. Thank you so much. Just beautiful. Thank you. And I started to think, good Lord, when people ask, then what are the what are the fish in the sea for, if they're not for us? And I think to myself, well, they're for the rest of the environment. I mean, it's so funny how, we're trained to think that everything is a resource for us, instead of understanding that we benefit as a whole from all of these different ecosystems and other life forms without having to exploit them. So we have a couple of questions from chat. The first one comes from, let's see, uh, NAZCCA, who says, Captain Watson, how can we help best rapidly wake up the masses of people, press, and politicians who are asleep or in denial about the number one climate crisis, as you and fellow ace young eco champion and ethical vegan Greta Thunberg have sought to do? Thank you. And we have one more after that.
I think Greta is a good example of how one individual can make a difference, even if you're only 16 years old, which she started. And that is that you just exercise your passion through courage and imagination, and that's what it takes. And if we have enough people doing that, that's where change comes. I mean, you look at social reforms throughout history, whether it be the anti-slavery movement, the suffragette movement. This didn't come about because governments. It wasn't governments that freed slaves in America. It was Wilberforce. It was Douglass. It wasn't governments that gave women the right to vote in the U.S. In fact, Wilson, who signed the bill allowing women to vote, he was their biggest opponent until it actually was put into law. And so it was all those hundreds and hundreds of women, thousands of women who marched and did civil disobedience in order to get that change. And we saw it with the civil rights movement. And again, now we're seeing it with the vegan movement, the conservation movement, the environmental movement. And in fact, one of the great things about the conservation, vegan, animal rights movement and everything is it's the best example of a nonviolent movement in the history of the planet, really. And they can call us all the names they want. When people call me an eco-terrorist, I just say, oh, I don't work for Monsanto. That's ridiculous. There's the only, these are the eco-terrorists on this planet and everything. This is a very non-violent movement, always has been. But the problem in today is if you disagree with anything, if you take a picture of something like where an animal is being abused, if you boycott anything, suddenly now you're an eco-terrorist. The word doesn't even mean anything anymore. So this is something that we have to get used to and just completely refute every time it's brought up. There's no such thing as an eco-terrorist outside of the realm of Exxon and BP and all those companies that are an actual eco-terrorists.
Thank you. We have actually two more questions. One quick one, which is what exactly creates dead zones? If you could explain that a little bit.
Dead zones in the oceans are caused by basically the leaching of the oxygen out of the water in those areas, which is caused by chemical pollution, primarily agricultural runoff. I mean, the incredible amounts of waste that comes out of hog farms, for example, the waste from the salmon industry, and also the waste from agriculture, agribusiness too. The mass production of crops can do that if they're heavy on fungicides, bactericides, insecticides, all of these things. They get into the ocean. And another problem is nitrates, which get into the ocean, and they actually allow algae to bloom, and the algae then extracts oxygen from those areas. So you have large dead zones in the ocean that are caused by all of these different factors.
Thank you. And one last question from Renee King-Sonnen. What strategies do you believe are most effective in inspiring individuals and governments to prioritize ocean rewilding, especially in the face of economic interests tied to industries like commercial fishing and oil exploration? Thank you.
Well, the point is to get your message across, and I've always said that the most powerful weapon on the planet is the camera. So make sure that you document everything, not only for your self-defense, but also to expose everything. And really, we live in a media culture, so you have to understand that it is a media culture. And how do you get the attention of the media? Unfortunately, the media only understands four things. And those four elements of media are sex, scandal, violence, and celebrity. And if you look at any story in the media, it has one or more of those elements. If it doesn't, it's not a story. And so therefore, that's when I did the Whale Wars show. I mean, we dramatized the issue to get attention to it. I actually learned this lesson really profoundly back in 1977 when I took Bridget Bardot to the ice floes off of Labrador. To pose her cheek to cheek with a baby seal, that gave us the cover of every major magazine in the world. And so we've always approached it that way. Probably one of the best examples of this approach is 1984 when I led a campaign to stop the killing of wolves in northern British Columbia and the Yukon. It was the perfect four-element story because they were shooting wolves, which is violent. They were threatening to shoot us, again, violent. We had an environment minister in British Columbia who we caught taking a bribe, so therefore we had scandal. So I recruited Bo Derek as our spokesperson for this, and that gave us the other two elements. And I remember at the press conference, place was packed, and a reporter for the Vancouver Sun said, "Come on, what does Bo Derek know about wolves? This is crazy having her as your spokesperson." I said, "Well, that's not the point, is it? If I had Dr. David Mack or Dr. Gordon Haber here, the two foremost wolf biologists in the world, be an empty room. But I see that the place is packed, and you know what? It's going to be the headline story of your newspaper tomorrow. You're going to write it, and your editor's going to put it on the front page, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it, is there? Because that's the nature of the media."
Very good. Thank you. And BJ, I toss it to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Danny, and thank you for those questions. And now we have Nancy. Nancy, I'm not sure how to say your last name, but welcome.
Thank you so much. I so appreciate this, Paul. It's a real shock to be like shaken even more than I already am of my 50 years of being vegan and an animal liberation activist. My question is, what do you think of vor? The fact that humans are natural herbivores, and you mentioned greed, of the fisheries and the whole animal agri-torture, which is what I call it, that for maybe 60,000, I'm sorry, 60 million years we developed in trees and eating fruit and vegetation basically. So our anatomies are basically that of herbivores, not at all predatory. And it was only according to Jim Mason's theories, that men thought that they were inferior to women because women brought home the bananas better than they did and pushed out the babies. And that was new life, and they didn't realize that they had any role in reproduction. So they decided to compensate and copy the cats, so they became copycats and started hunting, which led to herding, which led to wars. I mean, and led to capitalism measuring wealth per capita. So
Did you hear that question, Nancy? Paul, did you hear that question in that about herbivores? Yes. Thank you,
Yeah.
Nancy.
Well, it is
thank
true
you.
that in prehistory times, women were far more revered in biocentric cultures because women brought forth life. But when we developed agricultural communities, and that's when the patriarchy began, and we began to observe, oh, you put this animal with that animal, you get this animal, and it was only 150 years ago that the medical journals in the UK had a sperm, and it was detailed an entire human body in the sperm, and the woman was just the incubator for that. That was how ignorant everything was at the time. But when a lot of people who eat meat today, they say to me, "Well, we're carnivores. We're like the lions and the tigers and everything." Well, the reality is they're not carnivores. I don't know a single human being who could bring down a giraffe or a deer and everything, and rip out its veins with their teeth or anything like this as a carnivore can. But what we are, or some people are necrovores. We are eaters of dead flesh. We're more akin to vultures and jackals and animals that eat dead flesh, really, because that's what it is. And in fact, we're even worse because some of the flesh that people eat has been dead for years, you know. And so, I mean, I think there was a salted pork in a barrel from Nelson's time that was still being eaten 75 years after from the barrels. So it's basically a pretty putrid diet on that. So there's nothing romantic about it at all. But I think that one of the things that gives me a lot of encouragement is that when you look at a lot of science fiction stories and science fiction television series and everything, almost everybody is vegetarian in the future or vegan in the future, and that gives promise because I think there's a realization there that is where the future is going to lead to. and there's simply not enough. Everybody says, well, we have a right to hunt. Say in America, we have a right to hunt. Every American citizen has the right to hunt. That's not true, because if every American citizen decided to go out and kill a deer, there'd be no deer in 2 months. So we don't have a right. You can't have a right when, in fact, the resource that you're talking about wouldn't exist if everybody exercised that right and everything. So it's no, we really have to learn to live in harmony with, not, by the way, not just with animals. We have to live in harmony with the plant world, because we're wiping out so many species of plants and everything. I mean, there used to be, well, I think right now there's 600 species of potatoes, but we only eat a couple of species. The same with apples, the same with bananas and everything. And that problem is that we become dependent upon those small little sector of vegetation. If anything happens to them, then we're in serious trouble. I mean, the banana that we eat right now was considered uncommercial prior to 1956. So the banana that was there before was far more, delicious, and but it died of a blight because of our, our agricultural the way we develop the agriculture. The same with potatoes. That's what happened with the blight that hit potatoes and everything. So we really need diversity in plant agriculture too, in order to, to have a healthy ecosystem. So it's a very complex system. But one thing that you're right about is that we're not naturally meat eaters.
Thank you. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Paul. I don't see any other questions, but I have a kind of a question, and that is this whole rewilding of the ocean. It sounded like you were saying that the whales are the the rewilders. If we will, and the fish, if we will leave them alone, they will be rewilding for us. Is that, I mean, that's, is that right?
We put an end to heavy gear, mechanized, industrialized fishing operations and have a moratorium on that, or in fact, better yet, just stop it. The oceans will revive very quickly, 20, 30, maybe, but certainly in 40 to 50 years, but very quickly. And so we just need to give it time to repair the damage that we've done to it. It's a very self-replicating ecological system. It takes care of itself. And we so dramatically reduced it that we're not even aware of how badly we've done it. They say that the harp seals, for instance, on the east coast of Canada, there's too many harp seals, they're eating all the fish. Well, there's about 4 to 5 million harp seals. But when Jacques Cartier first came to the New World back in 1535, the estimated population of harp seals was 45 million. And yet there was no shortage of fish. Because when you have all of these species working together, everything works like well-oiled machinery, really, and it takes care of itself. When people say, well, the seals are eating all the fish, I said, if you want more fish, you need more seals. You want more fish, you need more dolphins, you need more seabirds. Because they all work together. And to illustrate that is that the harp seals primarily prey upon oolacans, herring, and mackerel. And these fish prey upon fish like cod, which are considered the more valuable by the fishermen. So when you reduce the harp seal populations, you increase the oolacan, mackerel, herring populations, therefore causing a decline in the cod fishery. Everything's completely interlinked like that. Every time human beings get involved in so-called wildlife management, that's where things start to go downhill. Nature takes care of itself. It doesn't need us to intervene.
Wow. Thank you so much. Okay, it looks like we have time for one more question. If you have time, Captain Paul. And so here she is. Go ahead, Danny.
All right, thank you. Our last question comes from Ida Hellender, who asks Captain Paul if you can say just a little bit more about the project with sea turtles in the Indian Ocean. Thank you.
Yes, on the island of Mayotte, which is between Madagascar and Mozambique, it's a French territory. So we have we send people there, and they train local people to patrol the beaches to keep the poachers from killing the sea turtles, which is a major, major problem there. And so what we've done is we've empowered local people. And in fact, a lot of these people are actually illegal in Mayotte. They're illegal in the French territory. And anytime that they go arrested, we have enough influence with the French government that we can go and say, look, these guys are doing great work and everything, and we need them here, and they'll release them and allow them to continue their work. So we have to, patrol those beaches to keep those poachers away. So it's a project which is working really well, and it's especially a problem right now because two major storms just devastated Mayotte, and it forced a lot of people into poverty. And when we force people into poverty, a lot of times they turn to poaching. So, we have to be especially involved right now. And I was really quite, heartened by the fact that one of the our people on the beach, he lost his entire home. He lost everything to the hurricane. But his main concern was getting to the beach and continuing his patrols to protect the turtles. And so we're really reaching a lot of people in that way. So we provide them with food and shelter and everything at the same time. It's a very successful project.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for everything, and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. And I want to let people know how they can get in touch with you or volunteer, and that would be the Paul Watson Foundation. Is that correct?
Yes, you can go to the Captain Paul Watson Foundation, and the Sea Turtle Project is Sea Shepherd France. They have their own website. We have our website, and we're all working together towards the same projects.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we'll have two speakers come online, and we'll see if their cameras are here. There's Kimmy, so that's good. We can have her come on. And Nicola, is she here? Nicola Harris. I can make her a co-host. Is Nicola here? Okay. Well, I'm going to introduce you. Why don't you come on screen? Why don't we highlight Kimmy and let her come on screen, and then we'll do a proper introduction in just a moment. Hello, nice to meet you. Yeah, I'm asking you to unmute.
Oh, sorry, I thought I clicked it. Yeah, thanks so much for having us.
Oh, you're very welcome. Okay, so do you expect Nicola to be here in just a moment?
Yeah, I think she might have joined as like Animal Save Movement. Let me just ask her to turn on her.
He found it. It's good. So
Okay, perfect.
Turn on her camera, Nicola, and then we can begin.
Okay, perfect.
Wonderful. There you are. Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to let you know, welcome everyone. We were going to hear from two fantastic people from the fabulous Plant-Based Treaty. We have Kimmy Cushman, a scientific advisor and campaigner, a global grassroots organization working to bring food systems to the forefront of climate change policy. With a PhD from Yale University, she is leveraging her skills to educate policymakers about the environmental impacts of animal agriculture and to engage the public into action. We also have Nicola Harris, over 20 years of experience campaigning for animal rights, climate justice, and peace. Yay! She's also led a grassroots political advocacy campaign which saw the British government and helped them end deep sea diving experiments on goats. And she then rescued goats also. So we're very grateful to you and looking forward to your presentation. Welcome.
Thanks so much. And yeah, thanks everyone so much for sticking around after Paul Watson's really inspiring and moving presentation. It was really incredible to hear about all the work he's doing. So yeah, I'm going to share my screen. So, okay, so can everyone see my screen full screen? I think it's good, right? Great. So yeah, let's get started. So we're going to talk about From Fields to Forests, a global plant-based treaty in action. First, a quick video.
And it has been very, very frustrating because we are literally at the most important climate conference of the year. To be honest, we don't understand why.
Hi, do you have any vegan options? No vegan options, nothing. I've gone the entire row asking for vegan options and there's nothing.
It's time to go. It's for the planet. We need a just transition now. The crisis is alarming.
Even if we halted fossil fuels today, emissions from our food system alone would push us beyond the 1.5 and 2 degrees Paris Agreement targets.
Climate is affecting all of us. If the whole world is going to be living in this unsustainable way, then
We're a plant-based treaty, and we're calling for the negotiation of a global plant-based treaty as a companion to the Paris Agreement. We need to transition to just plant-based food systems for climate, for biodiversity, and for health and food security.
Yeah, so that was a preview of our documentary about our team going to COP29 this year. And you can watch the full documentary on YouTube. And I think Nicola is going to go ahead and put the link to that in the chat if she can. Is the chat working for that? Okay, perfect. Yeah.
And it has been very, very frustrating because we are literally, and it has been very, very.
Okay, there we go. Sorry. Yeah, so the outline of our talk today. So first, Nicola is going to give an introduction to the plant-based treaty. And then I'll talk about how a plant-based treaty would help us rewild the earth. And then we'll discuss, some highlights of what we've done in 2024. And then I'll talk about how you can support plant-based treaty. And then we'll do a quick Q&A at the end. So I'll pass it over to Nicola.
Thanks so much, Kimmy. Before I start, it would be great if you can let us know in the chat if you've already heard of plant-based treaty and whether you've signed it as an individual, a group, or a business. I'm just going to pop a link in the chat to our website where you can sign if you haven't already, and then we can get started. Next slide, Kimmy.
Sure. Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think for me, it's automatically going in the chat as a direct message to Rao. But if people want to, with the interactive part of this, if people can put it as a message to the meeting group chat, then we can all, see the answers to each other's questions about have you heard of plant-based treaty or things like that?
Okay, thanks, Kimmy. Has everyone heard of the Paris Agreement? It has been in the news recently, so you might have heard of it, but if you haven't, I'll just briefly explain that it's a legally binding international treaty that aims to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to limit global warming. The treaty itself has a target of trying to limit the global temperature rises to 1.5 degrees. However, in 2024, we actually breached that target for the very first time. And although that doesn't mean we've breached it forever, it does mean, and it does prove what we've thought for a while, that that opportunity to prevent runaway climate catastrophe is fading very fast. And what we know is that we cannot meet the goals of the Paris Agreement without shifting to a plant-based food system. It's absolutely critical, because even if we ended all fossil fuels today, we would still breach that 1.5 degree target with food emissions on their own. Now, there is still hope, even though we are running out of time, so we've got to get on with this. But what we can do is, if we could just imagine a world where we have a global treaty attached to the Paris Agreement that focuses the world on a plant-based transition, where city councils and national governments are developing and implementing plant-based action plans. That this is how we can do it. And so we would like to see this global plant-based treaty based on 3 core principles. and 40 suggested proposals which sit inside them. And this treaty could allow us to redirect policies, resources, and public education towards a plant-based food system. It would allow us to relinquish and halt expansion of animal agriculture so that we see no more land use change, no more deforestation. And it would allow us to restore key ecosystems, which we would naturally free up as plant-based diets accelerate. I'm just going to pop a link in the chat, which you can save to read for later. And it's basically our plant-based treaty in action report, and it lists examples from all over the world where some of our 40 proposals are already being actioned. So, to build support for this global plant-based treaty, we are collecting endorsements from individuals, groups, businesses, and cities. And hopefully you've all signed, and I did put a link in the chat earlier if you haven't already. And since we launched this campaign in 2021, 34 cities have backed our call for a global plant-based treaty, and we secured 10 of those cities in the last 12 months. So momentum is really building. You can hopefully see a list of the cities on the slide. See if yours is there. And if you can't see your city there, don't worry, because towards the end of the presentation, Kimmy is going to let you know how you could add your city there, your town, your state, or even your country to that list next year. The 34 cities have also been joined by 3,500 groups and businesses and 250,000 individuals. And those individuals include like climate scientists, politicians, and icons such as Sir Paul McCartney, Dr. Jane Goodall, and 5 Nobel Prize winners. So now, Kimmy, would you tell us all how a plant-based food system could help us with rewilding?
Yeah. So, if we look at what's happened in the around the planet, the agricultural system as it is has really destroyed a lot of ecosystems and changed the face of the planet. So I'm going to talk about the problems with the food system and how plant-based solutions can help us get back in alignment with nature, like how Paul Watson was so inspiringly talking about. So I want to start with this map, which gives like a sketch of how land is being used on Earth. So I really, really love this map. It's super visual and it's really easy to remember, what is the impact of agriculture. So I want to just point out first, the purple area in Africa, that's the built up area, that's villages and towns, cities and infrastructure. That only makes up 1% of global land use. But on the other hand, if we look at the entire Americas, livestock, it says, so this is animal agriculture alone, makes up 27% of the world's land. So that's animals that are grazing and crops that are grown specifically to feed animals. If you compare that to the region where China is, that's cropland grown for humans, and that's only 7%. So you can really see with this picture how huge of a land use animal agriculture alone is. And if you compare all agricultural land to land used for animals, 83% of all agricultural land is used for animal agriculture. So if we see how this happened over time, how did we get to where we are? This is a really good graph that shows, how land was, what the distribution of land was 10,000 years ago at the top. So you can see that the Earth was covered in 57% forest and 42% wild grassland and shrubs. But as you can see, as you go down with 5,000 years, 1700s, 1900s, 1950, and close to today, you can see how crops and grazing land have just destroyed the forest and the wild grasslands, leaving us to a point where today, if you look at the grasslands, the vast majority of the world's grasslands are now used to graze farmed animals. And if we look at the crops here, the 15% crops that it's currently going into where there used to be forests, almost half of those crops are used specifically to feed farmed animals. And again, I want to point out the tiny little purple section to the left of where the crops is written. That's all built up land area like cities and infrastructure. It's really small. The real problem is the agricultural system in terms of how we're using land and how we're destroying land on Earth. So if we look at today, the issue of deforestation, I want to point out that animal agriculture alone contributes to 71% of deforestation today, and all other sources of deforestation is less than a third. So if you combine all the crops, all the deforestation for crops for humans, for paper, for mining, for urban sprawl, all these causes of deforestation are so much smaller than the deforestation that's happening for animal agriculture. And again, the deforestation is for grazing land and for crops that are grown specifically to feed animals. And so, why is this a problem? Why is deforestation, such an issue? And it's not only because, deforestation releases carbon dioxide and we're losing trees that can absorb carbon dioxide to help stop the climate crisis. It's also because we're really putting these forests at risk of collapse. For example, the Amazon rainforest is at risk of forest collapse right now. So in the Amazon, there's a huge expansion of animal agriculture, and over 80% of deforestation in the Amazon is for animal agriculture. People are setting off fires that are turning into wildfires so they can take the land and use it for animal agriculture. And this is a huge issue because the Amazon rainforest and the huge rainforests of the world really work as a whole, is in the whole Earth system to regulate the climate. And obviously they house so much biodiversity in the world. Species that only exist in the Amazon are going to go extinct if the forest collapses and turns into what is it predicted to happen, which is a semi-arid savanna. So we need to not let that happen for nature, but also, there's people in indigenous communities that live in the Amazon rainforest whose communities are being destroyed and burned, and they're being forced to escape. So this is just a huge issue on multiple levels. So I want to point out this incredible statistic that I'm going to read off. Animal products provide just 37% of global protein and 18% of global calories. But as I said before, they're responsible for 83% of farmed land use and 71% of global deforestation. This is incredible. If we really think about these numbers, animal agriculture is having a huge impact on the planet, and it's not even feeding the human population. It's not even a significant contributor to our nutrition. And it's actually harming our nutrition. So this is really kind of summing up what the issue is. And so now I'm going to switch over to talking about the solution. So I want to talk about this graph really quick, which shows, you might have seen a graph like this before, showing the impact of different types of food products. This one is specifically showing the amount of land that's required to grow these types of food or raise these types of animals. And so what you can see is I have in red all of the different animal-based foods like beef and lamb and milk and fish and eggs and prawns. You can see that compared to the green, which are plant-based foods, the animal-based foods have a huge impact on land. So what this tells us is that if we were to transition to a global plant-based food system, we could much more efficiently feed the human population and use a lot less land. So switching to plant-based would reduce land use by 75%. And that's really amazing, because that land that we would recover by switching to a plant-based food system would be able to be freed up for rewilding and reforesting. So I want everyone to take a minute to think about what would be the benefits of reforesting and rewilding the earth. There was some talk about this in Paul's really inspiring keynote, and we had a little bit of discussion about it in the Q&A, but I want everyone to just take a minute to think about it and put in the chat, if they can, why is reforesting and rewilding so important, and what are the benefits of that? I think people don't have the ability to put in the chat, but after some brainstorming, people have some ideas.
Yeah, they can react in the chat, in the reaction.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, so first I want to talk about, in terms of the benefits, one is for the climate. So by planting trees, like you see these little sprouts here, we're able to absorb, or the trees are able to absorb carbon dioxide and store carbon dioxide also in the soil. So by reforesting and rewilding that land, we're able to actually reverse climate change and turn the current food system from a carbon source to a carbon sink. And that's actually required to be able to address the climate crisis. And in addition, having more plants and more wild spaces allows us to have more resilience to climate change, because we're able to, there'd be more water retention in terms of all the floods and droughts. It really helps regulate the climate and regulate local ecosystems. So the benefit of reforesting and rewilding for climate is really great. Another thing that, one thing people touched on in Paul Watson's talk was ocean dead zones. And so these are happening because of runoff from agricultural land. So if we have less agricultural land, we don't need to use so many fertilizers. There's not going to be so much manure and urine runoff going into waterways and harming ecosystems. So by reforesting and rewilding, these natural aquatic ecosystems will be allowed to thrive. And then next, I want to talk about biodiversity. So of course, you know, I have this picture of these bees because I think for me, bees are really a symbol of the interconnectedness that we all have with nature and all the different species on Earth relying on each other. And so, you know, with being able to reforest and rewild, these complex ecosystems can thrive, and we can actually stop the species extinction that's happening right now. And then finally, I think, you know, it's really important to decenter humans. And, you know, we have this picture of these beautiful zebras and elephants. And by just not taking up so much space on Earth, on the land from agriculture, we'll actually be able to leave room for these wild animals to thrive. So if you're interested in the science of the different issues related to the food system and learn about solutions, I really encourage you to check out our Safe and Just report. It's a really great resource, and there's so many different topics covered there. So it's a great reference if you want to learn more. And Nicola is putting in the chat this link that's written here. And I'll pass it over to her for the next part about what Plant-Based Treaty achieved in 2024.
Thanks so much, Kimmy. So last year we had a huge swell in support for the Plant-Based Treaty, and we attracted 80,000 new individual endorsements, which includes around 500 new city councillors, and hopefully we can work to turn them into actual city endorsements. We were able to deliver deputations to councils in more than 30 cities, and more than 11,000 people sent emails to their city councillors asking them to endorse the Plant-Based Treaty. As I mentioned earlier, 10 new city endorsements came in the last year, and that included some ambitious action plans. Kimmy, is the screen share still on?
Oh, maybe I pressed something. Let me try it again. Okay, is that working?
Yeah, so you just need to go.
So that was the one you just talked about?
Yeah, okay, yeah, so next slide.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So the Scottish capital, Edinburgh, was our very first plant-based treaty city that actually developed a detailed plant-based action plan. They actually endorsed the treaty in 2023, but their action plan came out last year. They spent a whole year doing a citywide audit looking at how to increase access to and promote plant-based foods in their existing council activities, such as through libraries, their own canteens, public education. So they did this whole assessment and then published a plan. And one of my absolute favourite policy changes that we saw from Edinburgh was them adding carbon labelling to university and school meal menus. They conducted a trial which finished towards the end of last year, and it's hoped now that this will get rolled out permanently by 2026. And I absolutely love this because in schools, the menus get sent home each week and parents sit down with their children and look at the menus and choose the items. And so now they're going to see that the plant-based options have the lowest carbon footprint. And I think that is going to help shift behaviour, particularly because we know our youth are very anxious about the climate crisis. The city have also taken a leading role in promoting plant-based treaties. So on the slide in the bottom right, you can see the council leader, Cammy Day, and he recorded a video to call on Eurocities to join Edinburgh. And they've also written letters to their twin and sister cities, inviting them to endorse too. And then across the water in Amsterdam, the capital of Netherlands, they also endorsed the plant-based treaty last year. One of the things they did in the last year was to host a huge plant-based expo in the city with the goal of bringing together institutions, businesses, and the public. And then this year, they want to do the next phase of their endorsement, which is creating an agreement with local institutions and businesses to roll out vegan Fridays, which is where everyone will eat 100% plant-based menus. So they want to roll this across the city. And on top of that, they've also committed the entire city to shift consumption patterns to 60% plant-based proteins by 2030. So at the moment, they say the current rate is 40% of protein eaten is plant-based. And so they're trying to switch that to 60%. Obviously, we'd love to see it 100%, but we think this is a great start, and we'd love to see other cities start with these targets. Then in Brampton, Ontario, Canada, they recently endorsed the plant-based treaty towards the end of last year, and they are planning to publish their own action plan in the next 6 months. But they have already committed to increasing plant-based food and drink options at their council meetings and civic events. And they're going to be planning to display public information about the climate and health benefits of plant-based diets. They've also committed this year to promoting a plant-based awareness week and evaluating the potential to increase plant-based food options and introduce plant-based defaults in the City of Brampton facilities and during regional events. So we also had West Hollywood endorsed last year, and this month, which is Veganuary, they have delivered the most comprehensive month-long Veganuary public education campaign ever seen by a US city, and they've been aiming that at residents, staff, and businesses. They also have agreed to offer climate credits for city fees if businesses offer plant-based options, and they're going to be co-hosting a sustainable town hall and WeHo LA Climate Week events along with Plant-Based Treaty Los Angeles. Now, all of these endorsements and cities, they're obviously making change at the local level, but they are also building this support for the global plant-based treaty that I talked about earlier. And so we always have a presence at the big climate conferences. So last June, we attended the Bonn Climate Conference along with celebrity Heather Mills, who you can see on the right of that photo. She actually donated 2,000 free vegan hot dogs from her business V-Bites, which we were able to distribute to climate delegates from the Animal Save Netherlands plant-based food truck. While we were there, we also held a press conference about why we need a plant-based treaty. and we held lively protests in the cafeteria urging everyone to eat vegan. This photo is actually from the protests in the cafeteria. So what you can't see is sort of behind them is a dining hall full of delegates eating their lunch, and our team are there, loud and vibrant, and Heather herself came up with this catchy protest chant. So everyone was chanting, "If you care about the planet, eat vegan for your lunch." Our team also took Heather along to our meeting with the UNFCCC to discuss plant-based menus, caterings and defaults, and ending plant-based milk surcharges at future climate conferences. So at the Global Climate Talks, which was COP29 in Azerbaijan, that was sort of November, December time, we sent a team of 5 plant-based treaty campaigners. We held 2 press conferences. You can see one of them on the screen there with Enrique and Cindy. And during this press conference, we launched our plant-based treaty in action report. And I shared a link to that earlier in the chat. Definitely recommend you read that later. While we were there, we held talks with representatives from over 20 countries and over 30 NGOs, trying to make the case for a plant-based food transition and a global plant-based treaty. We were also able to successfully work with other groups to get COP29's catering service to properly label food and offer more vegan options. Our team found that many items in some of the eateries were being mislabeled as vegan when they weren't. So we were able to work with others to correct that. Also, while we were there, we staged 2 protests inside the COP29 venue. Here on the screen, you can actually see Kimmy there in the middle. She's leading protest chants. Our team are actually right in the main entrance of COP in the blue zone where all the important delegates are. There are hundreds of people stopping to watch the protests. There are film crews recording us. There's like lots of people coming up to read our signs and our placards, and we had a QR code there, so people were scanning it and signing the plant-based treaty. Last year, we also launched a 100 cafes campaign pilot project, and this is where our grassroots plant-based treaty teams are trying to connect with 100 cafes in 100 cities to encourage them to increase plant-based options, to remove surcharges on plant-based milk, and also display window stickers promoting plant-based options. You can see in the photo here, like 2 of our stickers there on the right. There's a green one and a yellow one, and they're promoting the vegan and plant-based options. We're trying to get these up in cities everywhere because it really helps promote and normalize plant-based eating. And we've had some really good early success with this pilot. We've seen some cafes in Turkey and the UK both dropping plant-based milk surcharges, and loads of restaurants and cafes that our groups have reached out to have also increased plant-based options for Veganuary. And so hopefully this is the start of a relationship with those companies to keep it going throughout the rest of the year. And we are continuing this campaign in 2025. And it would be great to have everyone here getting involved with it. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pass over to Kimmy, and she's going to tell us how we can get involved with plant-based treaty in 2025.
Yeah, thanks so much. It's it's, even though I'm here all the time, like learning about what's, keeping up with what's going on exactly with plant-based treaty, it's so inspiring to get the year overview. And yeah, so I'm going to just cover 3 things about how you can take action to join the movement and help support the transition to a global plant-based food system with plant-based treaty. So the first thing is you can join or start your own city campaign. So like Nicholas said, we have campaigns all over the world. And this is how the 34 city endorsements came about. It's been really inspiring. You can see me in a couple of these pictures to launch the campaigns in New York City and in Boston. And, I can imagine everyone here, like, it's really empowering to really take action in your own community. And so also, build your team of like-minded individuals who want to take action on climate, for the planet, for health, for the animals. And what's been really inspiring for me is how quickly the team is growing. It feels like I'm constantly meeting people who are like, oh my God, plant-based treaty, that sounds so amazing. How do I get involved? How do I join? So I really encourage everybody to take the steps to join the movement by starting your own city campaign or joining a campaign that already exists, so that you can build the movement in your community. You can meet with city councilors, like in the picture in the lower bottom, and you can also even go to City Hall to advocate and help actually make your city one of the endorsers of plant-based treaty. So to get started on that journey, we encourage everyone to join through this volunteer form. So if you fill out this form, and Nicola's putting the chat or the link in the chat, and you can enter information and we can get you onboarded and learn about the movement, learn about how your skills and experiences can help join the movement in your local community. So I really encourage everyone to check that out. And then, of course, as Nicola said, another thing you can do is kick off the 100 Cafes campaign in your own city. So I'm sure a lot of us here, it can be hard to find plant-based options. And not only do we want to have more cities be more vegan friendly, like all the work that my colleagues all around the world are doing here, and like what Nicola talked about, but we also want to normalize plant-based food and get more and more options on the menu so that non-vegans and people who are normally eat as omnivores can try more plant-based foods. We can reduce the emissions of those different restaurants in our community. And also people can be inspired with how many vast plant-based options there are and how delicious plant-based food can be. So this is a really great way to get involved in your own community and really start reaching out to restaurants. So to do that, you can go to our 100 Cafes campaign website. You can read our Cafes campaign starter guide. Like I said before, come to a welcome call, and we can help get you plugged in, make sure that you have all the resources you need, like the window clings that you saw that Nicola pointed out that restaurants can actually put up in their windows. All of that we can help make available to you and get you started on the 100 Cafes campaign in your own city. And then finally, I want to tell you about an exciting opportunity for plant-based treaty in 2025, which is that One Kind Supporter has offered to match every donation we receive this year up to $1 million, US dollars. So if you're able to support plant-based treaty with a one-off donation or a small monthly donation, every dollar you give is effectively doubled, meaning that you can make twice the impact. So if you signed up to give $10 a month, then your donation will get doubled for $20 a month to help really strengthen our campaign so we can have plant-based treaty expand into more cities this year. So please visit our website, plantbasedtreaty.org, to give now. And Nicola will put in the chat. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, so now we'd love to take questions from the audience. Thanks so much, for being with us to learn about plant-based treaty.
Wonderful, thank you. Do you want to keep that on the screen? Oh, there you go. And somebody's gonna. All right. Now, I think that was fabulous, and I want to let you know that during the last COP, we did start seeing pictures of plant-based treaty being over there. Those little clips that you did of what, this food, this doesn't look vegan, and the confusion there. So we want to thank you so much for that. Your work is really doing amazing things. And I also want the people to know, you didn't mention this, but you have some fabulous handouts, some fabulous artwork, and we use that when we serve our Unity Stew. When we serve food, we give that information out so they can see it. It's fabulous. One of them says, where do you get your protein? And the colors are beautiful. You just did a fabulous job. Everything you do is just wonderful. And so now, if anyone has any questions, please raise your hand and turn your camera on. Oh, good. Why don't you show us some of your pictures here? Oh, yes.
So it's a
Plant-based
plant-based nutrition guide.
Excellent, excellent. And see those colorful pictures down? One of the tables that I sat at, the children didn't have anything to do, and so I gave them a blank piece of paper and I started drawing little grapes, and so they started drawing grapes and apples and coloring them in, and we were talking about the food. So you've got lots of good things going on in there. Okay, so now I see if there are any questions, please turn on your cameras. And we have Danny from Climate Healers. Go ahead, Danny.
All righty. So the first question, and I'd like to invite her to come on screen and engage with the speakers, is Marakita. And she asked if we can get the slides from this. I'm not quite, she asked it early on in the presentation, so it might have been regarding the first section of your presentation. I'd like her to come on screen, but if she can't, maybe you could just answer it from that, and then we have one more after this.
Yeah, we can absolutely share the slides. What I'll do is I'll pop a link in the chat now for everyone, but also if you need it, you can just email hello@plantbasedtreats.org and we can always send you across a link. So yeah, more than happy for everyone to have a copy. Just pop that in the chat now.
Thank you so much, because those slides were very powerful and I wasn't writing as quickly. It's hard, I was concentrating on listening, but thank you for everything.
Thank you. Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Marakita.
We have two more questions from the chat.
Okay.
And the first one comes from Sai Praneeth. Why are cities endorsing plant-based treaty? How is it benefiting them?
So I think cities are endorsing because, first of all, many cities have declared a climate emergency and they're developing climate action plans. So they're already looking at how to reduce emissions. And so they're already taking action, often in areas like public transport or like tree planting and things like that. But as time goes on, cities are looking to increase ambition. And then what we found is, because we've launched these email action campaigns on our website where you can email your city councillor, we've now got thousands of people emailing their cities saying, hey, what about food emissions? We've got to do something about food emissions. And it's really bringing it to their attention, and it's educating city councillors that we've got to do more. We need to do a whole systems approach. And, the science is undeniable, and it is a mandate to take action on food. And because plant-based treaty is so accessible and it's really positive, and it's about promoting plant-based food, making it accessible and exciting for everyone, I feel it's something that everyone can get on board with. And, many of these cities, they are endorsing it and they are running with it and creating these action plans, which we could never have dreamed of when we started. So we've been, really like blown away by it. Kimmy, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, definitely. I think also, there's so many co-benefits to plant-based food. A lot of cities really want to try to help support their population of, people that can't even get access to healthy foods. And so it really solves a lot of issues together with eating healthy food, reducing emissions, reducing the overall environmental impact, water use. I think everyone here, this all sounds familiar. And so, yeah. And the other thing too is that, it's not like cities, cities are also governments, and they need to respond to what the people in their constituents want. So that's a big reason why we build these movements within the city, to show that this is what the people want. We want a plant-based food systems. We want access to healthy food. So that all comes together. And yeah, definitely more and more cities are always looking to see how they can get involved with it.
Very good. Before your next question, Danny, if you have another question, before I wanted to ask you, so can you see some follow-up from the cities once they've done that? Are people more able to move with, okay, this is what we've Does it help reinforce the work that you're doing once people have endorsed?
Yeah, so what we find is that we've got individuals endorsing, which builds support for cities endorsing, and then we get the cities endorsing. And once they do endorse, they are setting intention and they are focusing their minds. And some of the cities that have endorsed, like Edinburgh and Lambeth in London, they've said to us that once they endorsed, it changed everyone's mindset, and it really focused everyone. And in our first town in the UK that endorsed Haywards Heath, they endorsed, and it was very symbolic, just a gesture. But they said after that happened, it changed everyone's mindset, and they started adding plant-based options at events. And now they are test casing 100% plant-based catering at events. So it creates this intention, and it sets them on this path. And our teams try and build these regular ongoing relationships with the council, because we want to be there to help. We're happy to help provide public education. James and Jennifer from our team, they've been in Edinburgh doing tabling at libraries and talks. So we really see this as like a partnership and an ongoing relationship.
Excellent. All right, Danny, did you have another question before we bring the other people online?
Well, there's a couple of people who are okay. I think they've got their hands up now.
Right.
Can you see if Alfred or NAZCCA has his hand up? Can you see that?
Do you have any questions? Yeah.
There are questions, but people just started raising their hands instead.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
yes, I think we can go to that then, BJ.
Okay.
You can go right
cool.
to the hands. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Danny. Appreciate it. Okay, so now we're waiting for Sai to turn on his camera, or for our host to get their cameras where they can turn them on. So thank you for that. All right, so here comes Sai with his question.
Hi everyone. First of all, thanks for the great presentation. Plant-based treaty is doing a great job. You were mentioning about doing the campaign to city councillors. So just want to know more about that. Like, what is it? Like, how many people and how many emails does it take to convince a city councillor? And also, another question is, are you looking to get endorsements from state, county, or state levels also? Have you made any progress in that regard?
Yeah, thanks so much. I can start. I think if Nicola can put in the chat to do the city action. So if you, the email action to email your city councilors, that's the first thing you asked about, right? Yeah, awesome. So on our website, we have a bunch of countries listed, and for each country you can, like for the US, you have to select your state, and you can enter your address and your information and your email address so that your city councilors know that you are a resident, and you select the city, and we automatically generates a list of all the city councilors in that city. And we have a form that has an automated letter that you can send, but you can also edit it and make it personalized, that you can send to your city councilors. And then, so that's, Nicola put it in the chat right there. And to answer the question of how many does it take, it really depends on the city. It depends on who checks the emails and how they feel about, there's really no predicting. It could take one person. It might just be that you can send an email and someone will see it and say, oh yeah, like, sure, let's have a meeting. And that's happened. And that's how we've gotten a lot of city councilors to endorse the plant-based treaty, and how we can take steps on those cities. So it really, really depends. Sometimes you have to send a lot. Sometimes you really have to go in person. So the best thing to do is to send a letter, personalize it, say, who you are and what, one thing that you would want to see in your city, and also get your friends to do it, because sometimes you just need to have a lot of them so they can constantly see in their inbox, plant-based treaty, plant-based treaty, plant-based treaty. Oh, I better look and see what this is all about.
I can add some anecdotes to that. So with Edinburgh City Council, I think that just was a couple of emails from different residents to their city councillor, and then one councillor, Steve Burgess, really liked the idea of it, and he put a motion in straight away. We didn't even know about it initially, for the council to endorse. So it didn't take very much. But where I live in Bournemouth in the south of UK, it's been much more difficult. I sent off my emails. I didn't really get any response at all. I sent off more emails and then I got some objections. But I looked carefully at those objections and I just continued to email my councillors with updates. Well, this has happened. This city's endorsed. This is what they're doing. And I just kept sending them information. And over the period of about a year, they really softened to the point that I was then invited in to meet with them. And I spent 2 hours with the leader of the council talking to them about plant-based treaty. And then we upped the game. We started going to the council meetings and asking questions. We've done, I think last year we did about 12 or 13 deputations, every time urging them to endorse, telling them why, telling them what other cities have done. And as a result of that, they actually commissioned a 20-page report on plant-based treaty, which was heard at a committee hearing. And they've now accepted that they need to do more. They've accepted meat and dairy consumption have to go down. And they've admitted they're not doing enough. And they're now looking at trying to make some of the restaurants 50% plant-based menus. So it just shows you must persevere. Don't take no for an answer. Obviously be polite, but keep feeding them information and education, show them what other cities are doing and, inspire them to act. And in answer to your question, Sai, about state and county, absolutely, we want the towns, the cities, the states. We haven't got a state yet, but it's obviously on our to-do list. And, ideally we are building towards country endorsements. And that's what we're doing often at COP. We're talking to countries to get the first country to call for a global plant-based treaty. So that eventually then becomes the treaty. So we're building our way up bit by bit.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you for asking that question. That was excellent. We have 6 minutes left and we have quite a few people, so I'm going to ask you to please keep it to just a question. All right, and thank you. Welcome, Bruce. Oh, sorry, just a moment. Okay, you'll have to unmute. There you go.
I got it. Okay, hi, I'm here in outside of Rochester, New York, and I have started down the path of meeting with representatives here, but the questions I get are along the lines of what you've been talking about. They'll say, well, what obligations, if we endorse a treaty, what obligation does that make for our municipality? What do we need to do in order, if we endorse this, what do we need to do in response to that? Do you have a good answer? Thank you.
When my experience is with the cities is that no endorsement looks the same because different jurisdictions, they've got different powers and different influence. But so what we ask them to do is, I guess, internally look themselves at where can they make a difference? Where do they offer food? Where do they offer public education? And I often tell cities to look at what Edinburgh did. So Edinburgh conducted an impact assessment and they looked at all of their activities and looked at how could they provide more plant-based food, how could they deliver public education. So on our website, I'll put the link in the chat in a second, we've got lists of all the motions passed by cities, and they're in the Edinburgh folder, you'll find their assessments, and so you can share those with your city councillors. And it's really just about discussing with them, where can you take action? What can you commit to? And even if it's some small things to begin with, you can build on it over time and keep increasing your ambition.
Thank you.
Yeah, another thing to help add to that is that so we can also help you and provide a presentation with examples of things other cities have done, because really it can be a lot of work and feel really daunting if they don't know very much about plant-based food or all the different possibilities. But if they can just be inspired by what other cities have done, then they can, like Nicola said, build upon that.
That would be very helpful.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And if you want to talk about your campaign, you can join a welcome call or reach out to someone specifically that you've connected with through Plant-Based Treaty. To get specific help as well.
Perfect. Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you, Bruce. Okay, we're down to about 4 or 5 minutes. So let's, Nancy, can you do a quick one? Then we have Paige, and then we'll see if we have time for more questions. Okay, Nancy.
Okay, thank you so much. This is an amazing talk. I was wondering, because the vegan movement or animal liberation, whatever, is like what Philip Wallen calls the Swiss Army knife solution to like every world problem, including wars. I was wondering your focus, is it to bring the treaty to like the Paris Accord, to those powers, and also how it began and with the focus on the climate crisis, and also if you are aware of the ASAP, the Allied, Dr. Faraz's, the Allied Students for Animal Protection, where they set up in each major university like an animal liberation club to keep it going year after year. And maybe connecting with them as a way of educating.
Thank you, Nancy, for your question. I'll probably answer part of it and then pass to Kimmy. But how did it begin? We had a meeting with Sephora Berman, the chair of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, and we tried to get her advice on how do we put animal agriculture in the climate agenda. And so she shared with us the success of the Fossil Fuel Treaty, which we're getting these endorsements from cities and now countries. And we've modeled our campaign on that, and we've been replicating it. And so we've now getting all these cities, we're getting all these individuals, and we are working towards countries now because we want to add this to the Paris Agreement. And that is why we're at COP. Kimmy might be able to talk a little bit about what they're doing at COP, but we are sitting down with countries and discussing this. So I don't know if, Kimmy, if you want to talk about COP and maybe answer the question about ASAP.
Yeah, definitely. It's the main goal of plant-based treaty is to create the food system transformation globally, which is going to require international collaboration and agreement that this is a problem that we need to solve through plant-based food. So I really appreciate you bringing that up. And yeah, we're talking to countries all over the world and talking about how it would benefit them specifically in terms of climate resilience and mitigation of climate change. And so yeah, to answer the question about ASAP. Yeah, definitely. It's really inspiring to see college students really getting involved in the animal liberation movement. And so, yeah, we definitely are working with universities. We're basically trying to just really build a coalition of environmental groups and animal rights groups and everybody to see how we can work together and, do things like go to city council together and all represent our own organizations calling for the endorsement of a plant-based treaty. So yeah, pointing out the ways that we can collaborate, like I really appreciate that because it's a huge resource that we have as each other to help, push this from a health perspective, from an animal perspective, and from the environment perspective.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Paige, can you do a short one? You betcha. Get on here.
I'm here now for, I don't know, maybe 8 years or 6 years or however long. And I just want to say it's so great to have plant-based treaty. I became a city campaigner about 6 months ago here in Los Angeles area. And I just want to say that if you're in the United States, so I can just speak for the United States right now, please reach out. Melania is here on the call and be on one of those welcome calls. They're amazing. You'll get more information as well. But if I can do it, you can do it. I am the farthest from someone who have any facility being in the commissioners' rooms and with the councils, but I've been able to really learn quickly and galvanize and be a boot on the ground. So thank you for letting me share that. And I just want to say, if I can do it, you can do it. And it's real-time changes happening right now. Cities are signing up and they're making changes, and it's very exciting. So thanks everyone for letting me share.
Thank you,
Paige. Thank you so much.
Now,
yeah, Nicholas put in the chat the link to join a welcome call to get started. So please, check that out.
Okay, excellent. And what I'm wondering is if to remind people to save the chat And remember to go back and look at it or copy it and paste it and put it in your Word document, whatever you need to do. And also, if we don't get to some of the questions, because we are running out of time, I'm sorry, everybody who wrote a question in. Would you be able to answer their questions if the question person was to give it to either Nicola or Kimmy? Where should they put the questions?
If you want to email any questions over to hello@plantbasedtreaty.org, we will definitely be able to answer those for you over email.
Is it possible to forward some questions to you in the chat right now?
Yeah, if you do that, I can take a copy of them.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
And so you said hello@plantbasedtreaty.com.
Yeah, so hello@plantbasedtreaty.org is our email address. And so, if anyone hasn't had the chance to answer a question and they want to email it in, we're more than happy to connect with you on email.
Thank you so much. And we're sorry we didn't get to everybody, but it is time. Our next speaker is here. We appreciate your time coming in and showing us that excellent presentation.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay, so we're going to welcome. Okay, I'm going to introduce you, Miss Linda Middlesworth. All right, so let's see. We have somebody here who has been vegan 37 years.
37.
37. And she cancer, heart disease, high blood pressure, prediabetes, and obesity. She's an organizer for the Sacramento Vegan Society, and has done that for years, brought up the membership. You've got 5,000 members. You've done so much, Linda.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just so happy that you're here. And then as I read on about your biography, I thought, oh my gosh, you also teach classes in yoga and what is it?
No, not yoga, kickboxing and step. No yoga.
Kickboxing. Yeah, not yoga, kickboxing. Oh my gosh. And she is a mentor, a vegan mentor health coach, as well as a food for life nutrition and cooking instructor for Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine with Dr. Neil Bernard. And she's also the co-owner with her son, Darren Middlesworth, of vdog.com, a vegan dog food business that she and her late husband, David, launched 19 years ago. Linda, we are so happy that you're here and grateful that you've made this time for us. I'm going to turn it over to you and let you say whatever you'd like to say to the world.
Okay. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate being here. I'm honored to be here. My problem in life is I don't know what I want to do the most. I love animals, so I know that's number one. But then I want to be a health coach, and I want to be a personal trainer, and like I am, and aerobic instructor, and then I have all these animal rights groups I love and I work for. And I tell you, it gets so overwhelming sometimes, but I wouldn't change a thing. But I want to do more with Plant-Based Treaty. My goodness, they are already helping my son with VDog to help the dogs in the fire victims in LA. Because that's one of the worst climate change things I've seen in California ever. This is confirm my language. This is Portuguese. Okay, I better put English here. Hold on. I don't know Portuguese. I know a little Russian, but not Portuguese. So let me save that. Anyway, and I speak German, but that's beside the point. Anyway, I'm so glad to be here, and I have the reason I chose my title, which is Farm Animal Money and Avian Flu Cover-Ups, is because I think so many people like myself don't know really what's going on, who's paying for it, and they don't really know what's going on with the animals, especially here in California. So I'd like to go right ahead and share screen and show you my presentation. Let's see. See, this thing is in the way. I got to move that down. Yeah. Here we go. Okay. So I chose this. It's a pretty new subject for me, but I've been working with 2 groups to find out more and to help with it. I'm doing everything I can to volunteer for everybody who's working on this right now. So this poor little baby has avian flu, and this is what it looks like up close. Can you imagine how painful that is for them? I do show some graphic pictures, I'm sorry, but I feel like people need to know the truth. And I'm always showing graphic pictures no matter where I speak, because it needs to be seen. And sometimes it really gets people to wake up. Some people don't want to know anything, but that's too bad. Anyway, so it's really hell on earth for them. And they already had their beaks cut off. Okay, my little curse, there you go. Anyway, so in the United States, over 20 million chickens die before they ever get to slaughter. By just transportation, they have their bones broken, or they throw them and they break them. Catching them by hand or machine stress, food and water deprivation. They're forced to grow too quickly, or crowding or stunning an electric water bath. Very painful. This is what we've done to chickens. These are broiler chickens. And this is 2005, so it's even worse now on the big chickie there. So they can barely walk. They're so heavy, and they're fed unnatural foods, things that they don't usually eat. So the National Institute of Health says that since 2003, highly pathogenic avian flu is in 54 countries. And this is what really scares me, is that 939 confirmed cases in humans, and almost half of them have died. So half of the people, about 50% of the people who get avian flu are dead. So if we get avian flu, human to human contact now, we will think of COVID as a walk in the park. And it comes from people who butcher them, pluck them, or even children who play with them. And you mutate soon to human without too much trouble. They must be killed immediately when they get it around the world. In Nigeria, they don't get compensated, but in the USA gets compensated for all the death by us. We pay for it. So the avian flu lethal form, which is H5N1, was detected in USA and Canada in 2021. Tens of millions of birds were killed, and they're being killed daily. This caused the one-time price of eggs to go up. But guess what? Yesterday on the news, they said eggs are now, some of them, $12 for 1 dozen eggs, which is very high. And so it's very high. And the Department of Agriculture paid poultry workers more than $500 million for turkeys, chickens, and egg-laying hens after getting infected with the bird flu. And then they go ahead and get more, and then they kill some more, and it just goes on and on. So last year, the Department of Agriculture reported that since 2022, more than 82 million farm birds have been killed. They produce more than 9 billion chickens and turkeys each year. In 2024, the USDA, that's the United States Department of Agriculture, reports that the H5N1 is in 876 lactating herds. Now, Dr. Crystal Heath, which I have listed down here, is the executive director of Our Honor. And she drove up and down California hundreds of miles and took pictures of dead cows all along the roadsides, even 14 miles away from the dairy farm. This is on a dairy farm, but they have dead cows lined up with avian flu. And this connects to the wild birds, which connects to humans and scavengers and even roaming cats and dogs. So even the healthy cows are not far from the sick cows, which just keeps it going. And then 1.7 million confined dairy cows are in California. And they're quarantined with avian flu, and we're the leading dairy. We have more cows than anybody in California. I live in California. And these birds, especially the European starling bird, are swarming around the cows, and they get the nasal discharge from the cow. Cats and dogs too. But this is the nasal discharge. This cow is actually laying down, and you can see a little bit of nasal discharge there. And that goes on to the wild birds and everything else around. So the avian flu was found in states in 9 states, 108 countries, more than 500 bird species, 70 mammal species, polar bears, condors, 485 mammal and bird species have been infected. Since 2003, over 900 dairy cases reported to the World Health Organization. Half are fatal in 23 countries. And the cows get avian flu fevers. They reduce their appetite, and then they don't have good milk production. And so even in Washington, all the 20 wild cats like jaguars and tigers and lions were killed within 24 hours once they got the bird flu. They get a fever, get pneumonia, and die. It's really terrible. And then the way they kill the animals, not just the chickens, but the pigs too, and other animals, but mostly the chickens and the pigs. They use ventilation shutdown, which I did not know about. It is the most horrifying, inhumane thing I've ever seen in my life. I will show you that in a minute. They heat up the room and they close it up so they can't get air out. And they heat it up and they just really burn up to death very slowly. So they get money to test how long it takes to kill them. They get tens of millions of dollars just to test all these chickens. And then they get paid off. They pay these companies their indemnification. For Jenny O turkey store, they got $88 million. And then Tyson Foods, $30 million. Despite these losses, they reported billions of dollars in profits. And the majority of the payments are made to meat and egg industries. So this is another horrible thing, I think. Cows are fed chicken poop. The avian flu infected chicken poop. They think this is another reason why cows are starting to have so much avian flu. They take the poop from the chickens, make it into little pellets, and give it to the cows. But guess what else they give the cows to eat? And remind you, they are vegetarians, and they get feathers, heavy metals, bacteria. Of course, they get antibiotics and rodents, and they get parts of fish, crab, shrimp, crawfish. They feed them sawdust, and they soften it with nitric oxide, and gummy worms, marshmallows, hard candy, sprinkles, chocolate cocoa mix, and limestone. Yeah. So here they are with the crabs, the limestone, the poop, and the candy they get. This is not good for cows. So Governor Newsom in California declared a state of emergency. And I was going to go protest at his house, but now we have the California fire, so I got to leave him alone. So that's what we have going on in California. It's very scary. And just yesterday on the news, they said right near where I live and in Sacramento and also in Yolo County near me, there's backyard chickens being culled. And even people who have small chicken businesses, I'm talking 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 chickens. They're killing the chickens now all the time because of the bird flu, just on the news yesterday. And the taxpayers are paying for this. Because they get more chickens after we pay for it. And we're subsidizing big groups like Hormel Foods, Weber Family Farms, Pittman Family Farms, and Foster Farms. And this is Dr. Crystal Health. She's a veterinarian, and she's the executive director of Our Honor. She said this is the worst avian flu outbreak in the history, which has led to the mass culling of around 50% of California's egg-laying hens. So 73% of dairy revenue are from public subsidies. According to Studarcha, Center for Entrepreneurship and Technology, we spend $38 billion per year to subsidize this. Many of the USDA farms don't even want veterinarians to come out and check the milk because they don't want the bad image. This is really, really scary because people are now thinking that raw milk is the best way to drink it. It's not pasteurized, or it has bird flu in it. Now, this is two groups here I hang around with because I like what they're doing for the bird flu. Okay, this is down here on the right is Free from Harm, which is run by Robert Grillo, and then in defense of animals. So right here in this very fuzzy picture, I have Jan LeBond, and over here on the right, I have Hillary LeBond, and they are working in defense of animals. And then Leah Wilburn is too. And then Free from Harm has helped us organize all this too. So we went into we had to wait 3.5 hours in a public discussion on cattle health, risk health, public thing that they had. So to get to the end of it, we had to listen to these people talk about what they're going to do with the giant piles of avian flu manure from the cows, and the size of a house, all of the piles. They're going to have to put them back in the earth, let it run in the water. These are infected. So it's really scary. So we went into their meeting, and it took a long time, but we finally ended up telling them, well, they need a plant-based food system before it's too late. This is what we should be doing with chickens and cows, as you know. But if you could take a screenshot of that and help support these two groups, just get involved, just ask questions, ask how you can help them, because these two groups are on the forefront of this avian flu. Well, a lot of things, but avian flu. So please support them. And then I borrowed this from my friend Jane Velez Mitchell, because I'd like you to take a screenshot of that, especially if you live in the United States. And for sure, if you live in California, I would like you to call that number up here. We got to get a hold of Vilsac's office to tell them that we need more testing on the milk, and we need to have a plant-based system. Please do that. So thank you for that. Now I'm going to, let's see if I can end show, escape. Let's see. I'm going to go find something else I'd like to show you. I hope we have time. Let's see. First of all, I want to show you.
Linda, we'll have 5 minutes, so whatever you think.
Oh, 5 minutes. Okay, just let me show you briefly.
There's an avian influenza outbreak that's sweeping the country. Millions and millions of birds are being killed through mass depopulation methods. Over the course of approximately a year and a half and multiple public records requests, Animal Outlook, a national nonprofit animal protection organization, was able to obtain approximately 10 hours worth of videos regarding experiments conducted killing chickens using ventilation shutdown and ventilation shutdown plus. Ventilation shutdown is the killing by shutting off vents to basically suffocate animals. Ventilation shutdown plus adds carbon dioxide or heat, which only increases the suffering of the animals. The alleged purpose of this experiment was to identify which methods were the most quote-unquote humane to kill these chickens. The United States Poultry and Egg Association on a stage in 2015, 2016, $110,000 to conduct these barbaric
That's okay. Why don't you mute yourself for a second?
What the industry is doing is they've funded this study
I'll come on screen.
so that they can have research backing up.
Okay, I muted you, but what you do is find that video. It's probably, was it a YouTube? You can't find it? Okay.
When they're upset or
distressed.
Well,
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes.
Turn it off. Sorry, I can't find it.
Okay, I'm sorry about that too. Let's see, how are we doing on time?
Ventilation shut down. And
I think I was wrong. I think I was wrong, my dear Linda. I apologize. We still have time. I thought we only had 5 minutes, but we have much more time.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to turn that off.
Today
okay.
Certified Dr. Roger Schwelt. He's been on the show before, and he's here.
I don't know how to turn it off.
Was it in YouTube? Was it in YouTube? Was it a YouTube video?
It was.
AJ, good to be here.
Yeah, you know, Dr.
Oh, now I got AJ on there. Oh, great.
Many years, and I don't miss it a lot. I miss having you as my doctor.
It was this thing right here. I don't know what it was.
Got a little bit of precipitation and rain, so if that makes you feel any better.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't know how to turn that off either.
Well, I tell you, that has happened to me before too.
Pardon me?
That's happened to me before also. It might
I'm
be
trying
that
to get that off, and I don't know where it's coming from.
In the hospital and also in the clinic, and do sleep medicine as well.
Oh, I tell you what, can you turn off your Chrome? Can you turn off your browser with the turn off your browser. Oh,
I see you basically.
How do I turn off?
Just for board certification.
any of the things that you look on the web for.
Well, it sounds like a lot, but to get to urgent care medicine and pulmonary, you've got to do internal
Here it is. I found it.
for that. So
I got it. Thank you. So sorry,
Yeah.
guys.
No, that's
not all I wanted to show you though. Let me turn it up again. Okay, sorry about that.
That's quite all right. So yeah, if you have more you want to show us, you've got time. You've got a little time.
That's good. That's good. Okay, I'm gonna go show you some more. I wanted to show you this little video. Can you see it still?
No.
Oh, you can't see it?
No, we can't see it.
Oh, I need to share screen again, I guess.
Yes, thank you.
All right, coming up. And I wanted you to see this.
Okay.
Can you see it? Oh, no.
This virus is particularly concerning because.
Okay, you can't see it yet, right?
Right. Now we can see, we see a couple of things. If you can make the little, can you make that that one go away right there?
Trying to.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh my goodness, you guys, I'm so sorry. Okay, can you see this anyway? I want to show you this.
Yes, yes, please. Yes, we can. Oh my.
This virus is particularly concerning because it has spread to so many different mammal species. And each time it jumps from animal to animal, it creates a new opportunity for the virus to develop the mutations necessary that make it more easily transmissible between humans.
Over the last year or so, we're starting to get more and more cases of humans that are affected by this virus. Right now, the majority of cases are from infected milk, raw milk, most likely through contact with hands, milk, and eyes. But we do have a few cases now that reflect the potential for the virus to further evolve and mutate and cause significant infection and disease.
Just seeing stock footage of healthy cows, I think people just think of avian influenza in like the abstract, like it's just something out there that's happening. But actually seeing sick cows, piles of dead cows, I think really brings it home to a lot of people. It shows the public the true implications of this virus when they see the actual cows for themselves.
At the broadest sense, I think one thing I try to remind people of is that in the 7,000 or so years that humans have domesticated animals for food production, this is the largest animal disease outbreak we've ever had. Whether you look at it geography, we have 6 or 7 continents affected. Whether you're looking at species, we have wild and domesticated birds and mammals, and now we're starting to have human infections. So this is extraordinary. It's important for us from a public health perspective to sound the alarm before this becomes a big problem, as opposed to waiting until something significant happens and then responding.
Okay, I would like to show you a little bit more. We went to the California Department of Agriculture, Farming and Agriculture, to be at their meeting. And let's see if I can open it. And here, this is here. We IDA, which is in defense of animals, and Free from Harm, and myself all went to their meeting on the Cattle Health Risk Task Force. And we had to listen to them talk for about 3.5 hours before we got to say anything.
I teach nutrition.
Here's me talking.
And I'm worried about that bird flu very much. And I know that there are dead dairy cows infected with bird flu that lay along the roadside near dairy farms. The scavengers go after them. There's no biosecurity or warning. And that scavenger hunt there actually spreads the disease, the bird flu, to wildlife, other birds, and humans. How can the CDFA allow this? And are you putting industry profits over public health and animal welfare? That's my question.
I would say no. We have, been in touch with producers on best practices, reminding them, they know, these are reminders to the producers, on how to handle that.
By the way, she's lying. They're not doing anything about it. Nothing. Those dead cows are documented by Dr. Crystal Heath. Now I'd like to hear Leah Wilburn when she was at the same meeting.
Ventilation shutdown has become the standard in this bird flu crisis to get rid of and kill in the most cruel and inhumane way over 100 million animals because of bird flu crisis, which it seems to me is an industry created problem. So I'm just curious what the solution, if we're talking about solutions today.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. This is not the public comment period. So we're these individuals.
Well, my question was about bird flu in and of itself, like how we're going to be dealing with this if we're continuing to kill over 100 million more animals just because of bird flu in ventilation shutdown, which is one of the most horrific, cruel ways you can kill animals, right? Where you suffocate and roast them to death over hours. It's being done to chickens. Has been done to pigs in 2020, over 250,000 animals. So my question is, I'm just curious, what is the plan of action for this? I'd love to know. Anybody? Yeah, the question was simply how we plan to deal with having ventilation shut down as a standard way of killing animals.
Yes, we're adjourned.
So no answer to the question from the public.
No question.
That was a question. Yes, it was a question. Stop. We are here in Sacramento, California at the Farm Bureau headquarters. We were just in the Cattle Health Task Force meeting where we challenged everyone in the room, including Dr. Annette Jones, the state veterinarian, to tell them the urgent need, especially in the bird flu crisis, but at all times to transition from a slaughter animal-based food system to a plant-based food system that is safe, truly sustainable, and truly humane for the animals and for all humans and the planet.
So I'm going to stop screen share now. Also, Dr. Crystal Health.
I never know if I'm really live. And there we go.
Are we okay now?
Hey, everyone. Welcome to day 10 of Thriving in the Face of Cancer. I'm your host, Chef AJ, and every day for the next 21 days, I'll be talking to top doctors and other healthcare professionals, as well as people who have survived cancer.
I don't know why she keeps popping up. She's a good friend of mine. Maybe she's trying to help me. I don't know. Anyway, so I just want to say that Crystal Heath has done an amazing job with and they have over 2,000 veterinarians who have signed the Stop Ventilation Shutdown because it's so inhumane. The pigs take sometimes 17 hours before they die. They're suffocating to death while they die. They put nitric oxide in there and everything. So it's really horrifying. And it was supposed to be for special issues they had, but now they're just using it all the time. And the really sad part is I think most people in America have no idea that we taxpayers are paying for all of this murder, this horrible way to murder, and to keep the whole ag system going. And so I want to work with Plant-Based Treaty. I want to get my governor involved. And I want to get involved with getting our city to be completely plant-based. I have 5,500 members in my own group here in Sacramento, the Sacramento Vegan Society. And I'm very proud of that. And we have several kinds of people. We have the animal lovers, ethical vegans. Then we have the people who care about their health. And then we have a few here and there who care about the environment. So I really want to start pushing all three still, but I would like more people to get involved with this. And I think if I can get my 5,500 people involved with the Plant-Based Treaty, and I can start maybe bringing in more food-based systems in our government here, in our city council. So I'm going to need help on how to do that, but I'd really like to do that. That's a big goal for me. And I just really love all of this. It's kind of funny though, I have to say, I have people in my group, the animal lovers seem to not care about their health. They eat all the processed food, it's vegan. They just don't care about the healthy side. Then I've got the healthy side. They really care about the health and they don't really think about the animals and it's just not important to them. There's a little small group in the middle who cares about all of it and the environment. So I somehow like to bring all those together, but I'm not sure quite how. But it's wonderful that we have so many people who are vegan, at least here in Sacramento. We have quite a few vegan restaurants. I think we should be on a list of some kind for having the most vegan options in a city. We have a lot of vegan restaurants. Some of them aren't completely vegan, but they offer a lot of vegan food. So I'm very happy with that.
Wow. Thank you so much, Linda. I tell you, I was so amazed at the presentation and the bird flu and how many animals are being killed. Thank you so much for that enlightening one. I will be sure and share it.
Thank you.
And we have 3 minutes, so we'll keep our questions and answers short. I don't see anybody. Let's see. Danny, do you have any questions for us that you'd like to come on for?
I don't have any questions in the chat right now.
Okay, that's
I'd
fine.
like though if Linda could
If you
maybe
will,
if we could get her contact information in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
if you'll
Thank
just
You want me to type it in? Okay. You can just go to my website.
we'll do that. We'll do that.
Okay.
We'll take
My
yeah.
website, veganmentor.com, is the best way to get a hold of me. And I do coaching, but I do all the rest of this stuff with the animals too.
Great, thank you. And so now we do have one person with a question, Sai, and then it will be time to go.
Okay.
Let's see here. He's going to try to turn on his camera. All right.
Hi, Linda. Thanks for the
Hi,
great
Sai.
presentation. Yeah, it's
you.
very shocking to know what's happening out there. I was just curious to know about antibiotic resistance. I think the animal agriculture uses a lot of antibiotics to control these viruses. So, have you seen impacts of antibiotic resistance in people and in animals also? I know that's a big topic in itself, but just wanted to know some thoughts about it.
I didn't quite understand the last part about the antibiotics.
Yeah, antibiotic resistance.
Oh, yeah. I'm not sure of the statistics on that, but now that we feed all farmed animals antibiotics, including the fish, it's going to be not that far off that there's nothing going to be for us, for the humans. And then people will start to care, I suppose. But it's really going to be, it's going to just happen. One day it's going to happen and people, oh my God, the antibiotics don't work anymore. Because we're really using it on all our farmed animals. And it's very scary. I'll try to get more statistics on that though, and see if we're close to the edge or where we are with that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was trying to know. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the question. It's very scary. And people don't realize that eating animals is the worst way to take care of us. And they always say things like, oh, we've always eaten meat. And anyway, where do I get my protein? I think I hear that one every day. Where do I get my protein? Well, I'm almost 81 in a couple weeks, and I've got muscles galore. Yeah, I'm very strong. And so I like to show that off. I always show my muscles to people, say, where do I get my protein? I said, well, what are you going to look like at 81? Do you have muscles? Huh? So I got to really, hi, Renee, there, I see her. And yeah.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that and the question. And we're going to bring Renee King-Sonnen on for our final question. Yay. Renee.
Hi there. Hi, Linda.
Oh, my friend Renee.
I love watching your comedic hour too. I mean, because you bring, a topic that is so difficult to talk about, and you genuinely are funny like Lucille Ball. And so I love it. We've had many escapades. But anyway, my question as a person that has a sanctuary and that has chickens and we have ducks and turkeys and all the animals. I mean, we spend so much time caring for them and making sure their health is good. It's frightening to think that animal gets sick at our sanctuary, that a vet might come and suspect, the bird flu or something, and then come and kill all of our animals.
I know.
I have heard of this happening, and it's terrifying. So I just want to know if you are working with sanctuaries to help raise awareness about this, how we can, maybe come together, because that's one of the things. I mean, I'm even afraid sometimes to call a vet out now.
Put that in
because
the
of the
Zoom.
I know. Well, yes, I work with Animal Place and Preattering and a few sanctuaries. And in fact, I'm going to be tabling for VDog at Animal Place very soon. But they're frightened too. In fact, we found a turkey that was wild and it was kind of by itself and it was banging into cars. And so we tried to take that turkey to the Animal Place, and they said they can't take it. They can't take it because of the bird flu. They're frightened because it's so scary, and there's not much you can do because, like, around the cows are all these wild birds, and the wild birds are getting the discharge from the cows, and they're spreading it all over the place. And these backyard chickens around here, around where I live, are being killed all the time. They have bird flu. Where did they get it? They're just backyard chickens. So that is very scary about farm sanctuaries. Look at, in Washington, they killed all those lions and tigers and jaguars. In 24 hours, they were dead because it happened so fast. How'd they get it? I don't know. But somehow it's probably the wild birds, because they're the ones swarming around the cows and things like that are infected. And one thing I didn't say also is that Crystal Heath, she took pictures all along California, and she took pictures of the workers who work on the cows. They didn't have proper PPE or protective gear on, or they had it on the mask down here. They didn't wear it properly. They're not even being advised to keep the PPE on. So they're getting infected. So nobody's controlling this. It's just like it's wild. You can do whatever you want as long as you have the money. And as long as government will keep paying for this, and we taxpayers are paying for it. I didn't know we taxpayers were paying it to kill so many animals. I did not know that. Tens of millions of chickens and pigs, especially, we are paying for. And then they just get a new batch in. It's really horrifying. But yeah, I'm really worried about sanctuaries and being infected, because there's not much you can do about it right now. That's why we have to stop this.
The only thing I know you can do is, like me, I sometimes am scared to call the vet out. When a chicken is ill, I'd rather take care of it myself than risk all of my.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And I don't want you to get bird flu either. So yeah, no, it's very scary. Thanks
Thank
for
you
the
so much. Thank you. And I think the one thing we can do is we can make sure people know the connections between bird flu and maybe stop eating these chickens. So thank you so much.
That's the only good thing about bird flu, is that people might not buy the eggs. They're so expensive now.
That's right.
Yeah. And maybe they'll stop drinking the raw milk now.
Yeah, I hope so.
That's the only good thing I can think of for bird flu. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Sorry about all the videos that popped up.
Oh, was wonderful. It was very informative. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we have our next speaker here. We have, welcome, Kelly Kerr. Kelly Kerr is the North American Director of Operations and Partnerships for Go Dharmic. Kelly, I'm glad you're here. I'm going to let you take it away.
Thanks so much. And unfortunately, HD thought it was there was a mix up in the calendar and he thought it was an hour past this, so he's unable to make it, unfortunately. So I'm going to be speaking along with my colleague, Deborah Brada, who will be doing the presentation on the Dharma forest. But for those of you who do not know what GoDharmic is a global humanitarian organization driven by the principles of compassion, love, and Dharma. It's rooted in the timeless values of seva, or selfless service. And we work tirelessly to alleviate suffering and promote harmony by addressing critical issues such as food poverty, disaster relief, education, and environmental preservation. We're guided by the ethos of love all, feed all, serve all. And we empower individuals to act with kindness and empathy, inspiring collective action for the greater good. Through our initiatives and through our volunteers initiatives, we embody the spirit of Dharma, which is love for all beings, and live in alignment with truth and universal care, creating a world where love and service transcends all boundaries. And with that, I want to introduce Deborah Bada Mondell. He is the Dharma Forest Project Coordinator at GoDharmic. Deborah Bada was born in a remote Sunderland village, and he has been directly impacted by the effects of climate change. He is a climate refugee in his childhood, and because of his experience, he has dedicated his life to addressing the pressing challenges of climate change. Leading the Dharma Forest Project, he has facilitated large-scale mangrove plantations, developed nurseries, and raised awareness among local youth and coastal vulnerable communities. His mission is to safeguard the livelihoods of coastal communities while preserving the natural heritage of the Sunderlands. And so, Deborah Bada, please take it over and present your wonderful presentation.
Thank you, Kelly, for introducing me. Hi everyone. This is Devrat from Sundarban. Today here I will going to share with you how we are working in this region and what is our activity. Since the childhood time, when I was born and brought up in Indian Sundarban, so that time when I was in class 10, that time I became refugee 2 times because after cyclone and flood, my entire house is devastated and I was take shelter in a school without proper food and proper sanitation. So after that, I joined GoDharmic and try some more impactful work doing along with GoDharmic in Sundarban area. So after that, we try to develop a Dharma forest. According to founder of GoDharmic, Hanuman Dasi, Dharma forest is a symbol of love, and it is our dharma to protect Mother Earth and nature. And together we will.
Sorry, Deborah Brada, I don't think the slides are, we're just seeing your PowerPoint. We're not seeing the slides moving. At least I can't.
Is it okay now?
Go
you can
to
turn on the
slide.
presentation mode.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Is it okay now?
No.
It's not presenting full screen yet.
Okay, let me share it again. Is it okay?
It still needs to be
click on this
presented. We're seeing the whole interface.
slideshow. Just click on the slideshow mode on the bottom right of your slide. Yeah, that's one. Yeah.
Okay now?
Have you clicked on that?
Yes.
Okay, I think you're not sharing your full screen. That's probably why we see only the PowerPoint screen. Could you stop sharing and reshare the full screen? And then we may be able to see your presentation.
Is it okay now? Hello.
No, not yet. Uh, when you press on share screen, you can select the topmost option where all the windows are shared.
Okay, I did.
Did you select that? And now click on share then. Yeah. And yes, perfect.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much. Yes.
Yeah, thank you for guiding me. Yeah, so I'm really sorry for the delay, some technical glitch. So I was born in Sundarban. That time flood happened in that area where I was born and brought up. And so after that, I became a refugee, and then I joined Dharma, Go Dharmic as a volunteer. And then I'm starting the Dharma Forest project, leading the Dharma Forest in Sundarban area. So for us, it is our dharma to protect Mother Earth and nature and all the living being across the world. So in Sundarban, it is a all largest biodiversity haven. Here, so many wildlife and the migratory bird is there, and the Sundarban is the all largest delta. It is a Gangetic delta, and here you can see so many different island is here. More than 102 island is there. Only 54 are inhabited, and here you can only use the water and boat for travel one island to another island, and it is a UNESCO heritage site. And here is a climate change, how impact on Sundarban. Here you can see so many year I mentioned here the cyclone. So here last 2 years, last 3 years, 2020, 21, 22, 24, in the frequency of the cyclone. In a year, we are experienced 2 times of cyclone, and after cyclone, so many area of the sorry.
We can see it.
Yeah. So after cyclone, the flood and the cyclone intensity in Sundarban area every year, lots of villages totally damages, and land erosion after cyclone river embankment fully eroded, and every year the mean sea level rise increase in Sundarban area. And also I am living a place where in the water there is a salty water crocodile is there. In the forest there is a Royal Bengal tiger. Both are the man eater. Here the community who are living, they always fight for their own existence, because during the collection of fish and also collecting of honey, they lost their life, and they always fight for their own lifestyle and livelihood. Here, I will going to share with you during the cyclone how they fulfill. Here is 2 video. You will see how they are trying to protect their own community, trying to save their own village. And during that time, previously, we, along with the community, along with the local volunteer, during the cyclone time, all the villages are water stacked everywhere. And along with the volunteer, we are reach the interior village and provide them relief. But we don't think it is a permanent solution for the community. So every year through the cyclone, more than 13.5 billion dollar every year we lost in our area. So we always looking for the permanent solution for the community. For that, we try to create a Dharma forest. So under the Dharma forest project, our objective is to plantation mangroves by 2026, 2 million. So for that, along with the community member, we train them how to develop their own mangrove nursery. And after that, how we can plant throughout the coastal area, along with the female community member. Also through this initiative, we try to provide them alternative livelihood. Next on, before 3 years back, we planted so many 250,000 mangroves tree across the coastal part of the Sundarban. Now their current status, you can see this is the embankment, and here is the community their house. So through this plantation initiative, we can protect this river embankment through the erosion. And through this Dharma forest, we can easily cover up to 6 to 7 sustainable development goals, as you can see here. And now, how Dharma forest take part of the climate action plantation? Through these Dharma forest, by 2030, through these Dharma forest, by 2030, every year, we approximately more than 50,000 ton of carbon dioxide we will reduce, and it will help to mitigate the climate action, because mangrove is the only plant in the world that sequestration 5 times extra carbon dioxide than any other terrestrial plant in the world. So for me, mangrove is a miracle tree, and it will protect our community and save my life. So through this initiative, we already sustain more than 500 coastal female communities and 200 youth. They are all involved in this action. And every month in the village area, remote village area, along with the local community member, we conducted some meeting and awareness, because we always believe if we want to do support climate action event or any kind of environmental protection event, always community will play a biggest role. So every month we conducted some meeting in their own language, in their own culture. We try to create awareness among the community member. And today we always believe youth voice is matter. So in every part of the coastal area, we collecting the youth and who are dropouted and also who are going the college or school. We just arranging call and meeting along with them and try to arranging some seminar for them, how we mitigate the climate change, how we fight for our own justice, climate justice. And also in the river embankment side, the committee member, even you can see here at the age of 7 and 8 and 10, the student, they are all are now drop out and involved in fishing activity, and we just bring out to them in our Dharma forest project. And here you can see after cyclone and flood, so many community members, even their young kids, they are become dropout, because after cyclone, everywhere is salty water. So farmer lost their livelihood. They don't have enough money to cultivate, so they are become refugee. Even their son and daughter, they are dropout. At the age of 8 and 9, they are working in fishing. Here they are working in the bike garage, defined showroom. So we just bring to them and back. We try to provide them pre-education and post-education and bring back their normal life through this initiative. So we will face too many challenges during the project. First one, this is the defined world, because this is the only place where you will not see any road to communicate one island to any other island, because you have to travel by small boat. So this is their public transport every day, every time they use to travel from all island to another island. Even there is no ambulance. Through this boat, they have to travel from one island to, even they have to use this boat for their hospital. And also the funding is one of the most key challenges for us, because funding is required for planting more mangroves, and also it will help to sustain the community livelihood. And also here you can see at the age of 68 and 70, they are all involving in the fishing, and they are here. But they don't have any choice, they don't have any option, because this is their livelihood. So, so if not now, then when? There is no tomorrow, only today. So we always hope for a better future and green future. So hope is something we have to earn by our action. So I request everyone, if you want to work with us and if you want to help, or if you it just on if you contribute to just $1, it will help to plant 1 mangroves in the coastal area of the Sundarban. So if you want to join us, and also you can definitely come to our Dharma forest area for yoga and for retreat and how we work here. Please come and visit our Dharma forest. And recently, the Deputy British High Commission, Calcutta and the Australia, and also many other places across the country, we are receiving some awarded and some grant for this project and the community livelihood and climate action and the young youth climate awareness campaign. So, and also in the India, first time we are developed fully plastic-free mangrove nursery, which is covered by Times of India, and even the forest department use and also they encourage us for this initiative. And really, I am not came here to protect our environment. I don't want to protect it, but I want to create an environment where environment does not need any protection. And I also request you, by your home, you can become a climate action heroes, be a vegetarian, be a vegan, because too many if you eat too many meat, it will create too many heat. So together we will create a beautiful planet for our upcoming generation. And wherever we possible, please make your own footprint. And together, I need you, all of you, because I don't do anything alone. I need all of your support, and together we will create a big earth and greener planet for our upcoming generation. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. And we'll add Kelly. Oops. I apologize, Kelly. If somebody will
If you want to know, also if you
Kelly.
want to know, if you want to know anything more or anything if you want to know, please let me know. I'll here to share more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was incredible. Oh, please stay back on. Yeah, please come back on. We'll put Debrada back on the screen. Yeah, there you are. And if you have any questions, you know to put them in the chat. We appreciate that, and your comments and feedback. Wow, I'm kind of blown away by all you do, and seeing those videos also of you in the water, out there doing the work. It's amazing. So I don't see any questions online, and I wonder if can you give us a little bit more about how somebody can get involved? Is it just go to GoDharmic?
Yes, you can directly reach out to GoDharmic, our website, and we can join for the some. There is so many options. You can donate for planting mangroves. You can take part of the carbon project, blue carbon project, and the climate action project for us. And you can visit our website directly, and you will find the option. You will join directly there.
And for the people who in the community who know me, just reach out to me. I'll put you in touch with Deborah Brada. You could also leave Deborah Brada's email address as well. But yeah, you can visit the Sundarbans. I know that they have sort of like they're going to be doing something, I believe this year, is it, Deborah Brada, where you can go, you can experience the Sundarbans, you can help with the planting of the mangrove trees. You can see, you know, some of the animals that are there and learn about the human wildlife conflict, and, you know, and just see what we're trying to protect through that. We have a really ambitious we have a really ambitious goal of planting 2 million mangrove trees by the end of 2026. We're only quarter of the way there.
Please mute.
Oh, sorry. So yeah, so we have, like I was saying, we have an ambitious goal of planting 2 million mangrove trees by the end of 2026. And So far we're at 250,000. So any support, if this resonates with you, any support, one-time donations or monthly donations, to help us achieve that goal, help protect wildlife, help with the climate sequestration, which Deborah Brada was talking about. But yeah, I'll share our email addresses in the chat as well, so you can get in touch with either of us.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful. All right. Oh, we do have a question. So come on up, Danny. If
All
somebody
right,
can
we have a
spotlight you.
okay. We have a question from KJ that said, "I would like to learn more about the youth programs. Is there any curriculum or general outline that Go Dharmic uses for the youth empowerment programs?" Thank you.
Yes, through the Dharma Forest Initiative in Sundarban area, we try to involve more youth here. So far, we have 200 plus coastal refugee and the first generation learner youth, and who every year who experience the cyclone. So we bring them in our Dharma Forest project, as also we provide them the skill development training, and also we involve them some seminar how they can involve directly in the climate action project in their own community area.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for the work you guys are doing.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. And now we have one more. If Sai will turn on his camera. All right, we'll spotlight Sai and remove Danny.
Hi, Devabrata. It's amazing to see that your forest sequester 50,000 tons of CO2. It's just mind blowing. Regarding plantations, in general, we are supposed to plant various types of species, like to maintain the biodiversity, right? So, do you plant different species of mangroves, or is it a monoculture, or how does it work in general?
Yeah, so in the coastal area of the Sundarban, the salinity soil is the saline soil is there. So basically, we are use more than 5 to 8 type of different species to planting there. There is a red mangrove is there like Rhizophora, and the black mangrove like Abyssinia, Bruguiera, and any other mangrove species is there. So in our nursery, we produce more than 5 type of different red species as well as the black mangrove species. And after that, through the community involvement, we are planting in defined area on the basis of the climatic data and the basis of their soil salinity, temperature, because the climatic factor is the most important, and mangrove plantation is a very scientifically project, Thank you.
Very good question. I wondered if you had experts in the species, and you have probably a lot of experts there trying to figure out what needs to be planted where.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Are there any more questions? Oh, Claire has a question. If you will turn on your camera, Claire, the host, there you go. He's going to make it so you can turn on your camera.
Oh, good, because I was clicking on it, but it didn't work.
Yeah, thank you.
Oops. So I just felt like you must be a Jain. Are you a Jain background? The Jainism is so much into ahimsa and nonviolence and veganism, and I studied with a Jain guru for 7 years, and his wife is still alive in Mumbai, and I want to tell her about you and your work, because she does that kind of work too.
In my story, when I joined, before joining in Go Dharmic, in the eastern coast of the India, more people, they are non-vegetarian. So I was also non-vegetarian that time. But after joining Go Dharmic, and when I'm working in climate action and Dharma Forest and Ohisha, now I am becoming the fully vegetarian, and Go Dharmic and the climate action even change my lifestyle also.
That's wonderful. Do you know about Amma, Amritanandamayi Ma in the south of Kerala?
Yeah, I hear.
She could be helpful to you. And I'm not sure, I can't picture where your Dharma forest is. Which part of
Here,
India?
it is the eastern part of the India. It is a
Oh,
Gangatic delta, all
oh,
largest delta, Gangatic delta.
I see. So it's not near either of the ones that I know of, right? But still, I'm sure they would be interested in knowing about you. So
Thank you, ma'am.
yeah, you can get in
Thank
touch with Amma, or I will I'll tell my friend Pramoda. Thank you so much.
Can you share, ma'am, their email address? So it will help me to
Yeah,
get
I'll
in
try to
touch.
do that in the chat. That's a
Thank
good
you,
idea.
ma'am. Thank you,
Yes,
ma'am.
yes.
Wonderful. Thank you. It's beautiful to be making connections and to see your work. This is about rewilding, and we have other people rewilding around the world, but I think that seeing and hearing about the cyclones and the things you have to go through, really appreciate your work here. Okay, I don't see any other questions. Did you have any final words that you would like to say to us, Deborah Brata?
Yeah, the final thing, there is a no tomorrow, only today. So think today, there is, if we will not get any chance for tomorrow. So make it happen today, and together we will make a difference. Love you all. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you. Kelly, any final words?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think that, and I know many people that are on this, Zoom is probably have done a lot of outreach, but I think, you know, the act of seva, which is selfless service, which is what we all do here at Go Dharmic, is profound. It changes you. You know, and acting in the spirit of Dharma, which we define as love for all beings, and that includes animals, because we promote veganism as a manifestation of living your true Dharma. So we just encourage you to get in, you know, if you want to get involved with Go Dharmic, or if you want to get involved with any organization, but just, you know, performing seva is just, you know, the most meaningful thing that I think that, you know, we can do to build true connections with you know, with humans and non-humans, and, you know, just make the world a more compassionate place. And, you know, we call ourselves our mission is like you know, is compassion in action. That's what we like to say. And so I just ask you to act with compassion in all your actions every day. And of course, go vegan.
Thank you both so much. It has been a real honor for us to get to hear from you today, and we're very pleased.
Thank you so much.
And now we will take a little break. We're going to hear, I believe we can cue up some music that our climate healer Danny Kent wrote, and we'll take a little restroom break. We'll move around a little bit, maybe do some dancing, some stretching, maybe go get a drink of water to rehydrate, and just recall some of the beautiful things we've heard today and the profound messages that we've heard from this morning with Paul Watson, to Linda Middlesworth, to Deborah Prata, and to our plant-based treaty people, Nicola and Kimmy. So let's take a little break. Ray will probably be queuing that up pretty soon, and if not, I can do it right now. There he is. Thank you, Ray.
Wild again, we're getting wild, rewilding in the oceans, in the seas, a healthy habitat for water beings, in the forests, planting trees for all our plants and birds and bees. We're getting as far as we can see, for all of us to deeply breathe. We're getting wild, rewilding
beautiful.
We're getting wild, wild again. We're getting wild, rewilding in the oceans, in the seas. A healthy habitat for water beings in the
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I am very pleased to introduce to you a scientist and a leader, Ashley Tamburello. She has 20 years experience blending science, strategy, and advocacy to make meaningful change. She is with the Tree Sisters and has worked across 30 countries, tackling big challenges like climate change and gender equity. She's equally at home discussing biodiversity or crafting initiatives that empower women globally. Her talk is Tree Sisters, a greener, more equitable future. Please welcome Ashley Tamburello. Thank you, Ashley. We're glad you're here.
Thank you. I want to say a big thank you for inviting me on behalf of Tree Sisters here tonight. I'm actually calling from Oxford in the UK, so it is after 7 o'clock this evening. I'm pretty excited to speak, but certainly if I start dragging for any reason, it's just because of the time change and feeling a bit tired. I do have a presentation I wanted to share along with some videos. If for some reason the sound doesn't work or the video doesn't work, I will do my best to share YouTube links in the chat so people can see that way. But hopefully all will work as planned. As just said, I am from an organization based in the UK called Tree Sisters. Tree Sisters has been in existence for, I think we are on our 11th year, and much of what we do is working with communities, mostly Indigenous communities around the world, to help fund restoration projects within their communities. We operate through a community-led, women-led, or gender equity trust-based project management system, which is to say that for the most part, we are hands-off. We believe that the people working within the communities know more than we do, and they are best poised to make decisions on how to best benefit not only their communities, their families, their children, but also their local environment. So certainly if anybody has any questions along the way, I don't know if probably best just to hold those for the end. And I'm also hoping I can fill the entire time. Not sure that I can, but I'm going to do my best. So I'm going to attempt to share here. And we will see how this goes. Let's see. Does it look as if that is sharing?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. Okay. The only thing I want to make sure real quick is that I have the sound connected, but we're going to cross our fingers that that is working. Okay, so as said, I am calling in on behalf of Tree Sisters. I'm the Director of Impact and Engagement, and I've been with Tree Sisters a little over 2 years. I previously worked for some large climate innovation agencies, as well as quite a few agencies in the US working on smaller scale projects. So that is a little bit of my background. Let's see, Tree Sisters, as it is, was created to work within these women-led projects and based off of various pieces of data and statistics over the years. I think these three probably sum up the best who we are as an organization and what we stand for. But we find it most important to really promote women within the restoration practice. Throughout the world, they are the most vulnerable to climate change. And not in any way, I do love this top quote. It's not because in any way women are inherently vulnerable or less able, of course, but because of long-standing practices that deprive women of access to resources, decision-making, information, and agency. We have projects working in war-torn areas where women are at great risk of both sexual and domestic violence, and projects like these help them become independent and really stand up for themselves and be able to do more with their lives than otherwise anticipated. We do work with a lot of vulnerable communities. We have lots of information on our website, but you would also potentially see in these cases that we keep a lot of information as private as possible, given some of the sensitive situations for some of these women. Today I was going to talk a little bit about Tree Sisters, some of our projects, a large-scale research project that we launched last year called Rooted in Ethics that I think will be very meaningful to many people here, and then leave a little space for Q&A. This particular video, if the sound doesn't work, I will pop it into the chat, but I'm hoping it will. Rebecca, if by chance it doesn't work, can you just flag to me that it won't and I'll pop it in?
Yes.
Okay.
With flowing rivers, towering mountains, and lush forests, nature is both awe-inspiring and life-giving. Yet despite these countless invaluable benefits, we have exploited and destroyed our natural world with little consideration beyond the profit margin. Sea levels are rising, species numbers are plummeting, and extreme weather events are becoming the norm. Humanity has become disconnected from the one thing that connects us all: nature. But we can change. We must take a stand and do our part to protect and restore the natural world. When you support Tree Sisters, you take direct climate action, funding ethical, community-led reforestation and protection, action that restores habitats, protects endangered species, empowers women, and champions Indigenous voices across the environmental sector. But Tree Sisters do so much more than plant trees. We challenge the power structures that sustain inequality and contribute to global warming. We work to inspire everyone to advocate for, protect, and reconnect with our incredible natural world. Together, we can create a brighter, more equal, and sustainable future for our planet and all its inhabitants.
That is a little promotional video that we tend to share at festivals or events, and it is one of our partnership projects with the International Tree Foundation, and I just absolutely love all the imagery in it. It's just absolutely beautiful. So a little bit more about Tree Sisters. Our mission, we partner to facilitate and inspire ethical forest restoration. We center women and gender equity in all of our work. We aim to have 50% female leadership in all of the projects, and I think that's always a little bit of a statistic that can get manipulated a bit. If you look at things like big tech companies, they'll say, "Oh, we have 50% women in the workforce," but it's rare that women are actually in leadership. And in our projects, we fund the projects that have 50% women at least actually making the decisions and making changes within their communities. Another part of our work is we aim to inspire connection with nature to promote a consciousness shift from consumer to restore. And certainly feel like that's something that probably resonates with many people here today. We don't just count trees. This is one of our many kind of taglines, and this comes off of a campaign we did a few years ago. We focus on more than just funding the trees. We do have a tree count going because there are a lot of, especially some of our business partners like to see the tree count and see that they've helped fund over 1 million trees. But we want to have these projects that are community led. As I mentioned previously, we believe that the community led projects actually have the best outcome because the people on the ground, the people within those communities, especially the people who are using things like ancestral wisdom, know more than we do. And they are the people best poised to make the decisions. And we are also nature led. We believe that trees are sentient beings and plants that we are all equal. There's no such thing as any sort of hierarchy with humans standing above anything else. And because of that, we believe that nature doesn't necessarily need to be managed. Nature can make its own decisions. And that is how we have the best outcome when it comes to any of our restoration practices. Quick numbers at a glance, as I said, even though we don't want to say that we count the numbers, the reality is that for many business partners, for many people donating to us, they do want to see the numbers. And quite frankly, they're really impressive. So we certainly don't mind sharing them when asked. Since 2014, we've planted over 28 million trees and spent over 5 million pounds on restoration projects. For those of you calling in from the US, that's about $7 million. So a fair amount of money has gone into restoration work. And of course, the pounds and the dollars and the euros or whatever else mean more when we're working in smaller communities than they would in a typical Western NGO type situation. Again, we have huge numbers of women in leadership roles, which we're very, very, very proud of. Women involved in the projects, huge numbers of people working on the projects. And we've worked within, it's 18 projects, 18 countries, and 30 languages. So that's been an incredibly beautiful piece of work to be part of as well. And I did mention earlier that not only are we talking about women's empowerment, we also talk a lot about gender equity. And the reason for that is because many of the communities we work within often have multiple genders that they recognize, so much more than the typical two gender piece that you might see within the Western world. We do believe, as I said, that nature is conscious, intelligent, and deserving of inherent rights, which is why we do our work as a nature-led piece. We believe that by connecting with nature, all of us as individuals, that we can begin to live more harmoniously with the incredible earth, and we believe nature is not to be commodified. There is a really beautiful campaign that if you take a moment on the side, Google this. It's the We Are Nature campaign. It did start in the UK, wearenature.org. And it started with a few different organizations, mostly based within London, one of which is called Lawyers for Nature. And they are really picking up a lot of attention off of putting nature on the board. That's their big movement. And the idea is that corporations, businesses, charities, organizations should have a board member that is nature. And in these practices, they might have a situation where in any board vote, one person is there representing nature and voting on behalf of how nature would vote. And that person might be someone who is just stepping in for the moment. It might be someone who is highly trained in this, but it allows nature to be part of the decision-making process when it comes to business or operations or whatever charitable missions, if it is a charity or an NGO. It is also supported by a group called House of Hackney, which is a really interesting interior design company of all things, but they incorporate nature into their own practices. The We Are Nature campaign is backed by, as I said, organizations, charities, companies, academics, artists, writers, politicians, activists, even school children who are part of this. And if you go on the website, you can see lots more information about it. And it part of what it says is that UK dictionaries don't include humans in their definition of nature. And those of us who have signed up to be part of the We Are Nature campaign believe that we should be part of it. And if we want to in any way better the future for our children, for future generations, we have to act as if humans are part of nature and not better than nature. So it's a really interesting campaign, certainly something that take a few minutes, read up about, but it is a really, really beautiful movement. Again, Tree Sisters is community led. We do think that is the best way to operate. Being community led means taking a stance against internalized oppression, against colonialism, and it puts the people on the ground in the decision-making process. It is very different than traditionally the way environmental NGOs have been run, and does mean that sometimes conferences and discussions and interactions can be a little bit contentious because it is very different, and it is causing us to take a step back and say, for many years, it's very possible that we have done harm because we've done the wrong thing and we've approached it thinking, I know better than everybody else. And maybe on some things I do, but when it comes to restoration in projects in Bolivia, for example, I absolutely do not know anything more. Certainly, I know a lot less than the people in those communities. But ultimately, when we are community led, it fosters resilience, equity, long-term transformation, and it really empowers those communities to take back control and from there create really meaningful change. We also operate in trust-based funding, and trust-based funding is also essentially community-led. It's saying that we don't need to work within the very antiquated systems of a funding model where I, as most likely the colonial, wealthy, white power, let's question where I got my funding from, am telling you on the ground how to do your projects. Because again, I think I know more than you. This is me saying, I am happily going to hand over the money and you know more than me. Send me a report a couple times a year. Let's check in. Let's see how it's going. But I know that you know more than I do about this. And I want you to be able to use the money in the way that is most meaningful to you, to your projects, to your communities, to your families, to your children, to the animals, to the plants, the ecosystems, because you do know more than I do. This, of course, is a very different power balance than what is traditional in funding and philanthropy, but you will see a huge movement of people moving behind trust-based funding. You'll also see it called trust-based philanthropy, but there are a lot more community groups doing this. It is also, you'll see a lot more kind of practice groups as well. Definitely something to kind of keep your eye on if you haven't heard it, but it is certainly all about respect, all about partnership. And it is, again, believing in the capacity of the communities to make the best decisions. Again, women and gender equity, it is all about, it's everything that we do. We really believe that women hold so much invaluable knowledge and expertise, and for so many years have been overlooked in being able to take a stance and a position of power in these discussions. We also believe that the most powerful way for us as individuals, not on the ground, to be able to connect with nature is or I guess really to improve nature, is to have a really strong nature connection. Through our website and through our work, you will see multiple different opportunities. We've recently launched a Nature Connection book club, which has been really beautiful to have people from around the world come in and take part in these discussions. We also have forest bathing. We do monthly full moon meditations. We also do seasonal meditations. We have this Wellness at Work offering, which is new, where we're trying to help companies and organizations incorporate nature connection in the workplace. And part of that is little 5-minute nature meditations. And in coming up with these, we thought, sometimes you have a day at work where you know you're getting ready to go into a really difficult meeting, and how beautiful would it be if you could have a few minutes beforehand to connect with everything around you and find that moment of peace before you go into this meeting that you know is going to be a real battle. And we're getting a lot of great feedback on it, and especially in places where people work in offices and might only see a tree in the distance. This has been a really beautiful piece of work. From here, I wanted to tell you a little bit about some of our current projects. This map of the world shows you our most active projects at the moment. They are mostly in the global south. That's traditionally been our work. And that is because they are, again, those that are most impacted by climate change around the world. This is one of our projects in Bolivia. I'll leave it up for a moment. I hate to read things verbatim off of a slide, but in all of these pictures, I have one slide on each of our active projects, and the pictures came from the planting partners, and they're really beautiful and just really nice to see the planting at work. In the next one, again, I am hoping it works. I have a really nice video from our partners in Bolivia.
Hoy estamos en la OTB Luz de Urcupiña, en la mancomunidad Olmedo. Este lugar se va a volver una plaza comestible. Los comunarios se han hecho para plantar 100 plantas. Una fila de pacay, una fila de limón y otra fila de manzanas. Como verán, ahí todos los comunarios están trabajando de una forma mancomunada. Ellos desean tener este sector lleno de vegetación. De aquí a unos años quieren tener calles con plantas, familias con árboles, placitas comestibles.
Hacer que las plantas estén lo más sembradas posible. Realmente haciendo un cierto periodo.
Doña Albina, ¿por qué es importante tener una plaza comestible en este lugar, Olmedo?
Porque la planta es muy importante, es vida, y gracias a ustedes, es voces libres que nos han traído estas tan hermosas plantas frutales que hace falta mucho en este país, en este lugar, que estas plantas dan vida, sombra, embellecen el lugar y estamos muy agradecidos. Y
es importante que hay plantitas y frutas anchibales y anchichaki que hay lugar. Y fruta manda por hoy no hay no es ni gupis y mi congango y chere no es importante que hay plantitas que hay fundación voces libres ayudamos a agradecer.
Cuando ven así plantas y mayoría dicen qué lindo, se alegra a todos los vecinos y la verdad gracias a Voces Libres.
Y estamos nosotros dispuestos para cuidarlo, amarlo y quererlo en este lugar que va a dar mucho lindo para hacer bosquecillo de plantas, de frutales.
Hacemos un trato entonces, que en 2 meses va a seguir con vida.
Hacemos trato, es para seguir vida, que estamos dispuestos para cuidar.
Trato hecho.
Trato hecho.
Técnico, vamos a venir cada cierto tiempo a ver simplemente de que los árboles sigan con vida, de que la comunidad se haya involucrado.
These videos you can find on YouTube, and that is the project out of Bolivia. I have another short video. This was sent from one of our projects in Uganda. This is all about kitchen gardens and planting fruit trees and plants that allow them to have a solid supply of food coming in. This one also has enabled women and children, to become I'm so sorry about that. Our doorbell just went off. Allow them to learn the skills to start these kitchen gardens all by themselves. And this one also is subtitled.
Amena wayo ni Jamasika Jones. Ngawutia miaka abiri na mwene. Echialu nikasika. Ewombora ni erukoki. Asikenu itweba keri. Pabia tuwitra ititebu chabana eretula. Chikala treba wa nemerere mebe. Omutu aba mama haima na bana. Ereba alfa mupasa. Pama twegesia erikola ererema erijukuni. Nero babere bitwegesia erikola kalima akejukuni. Mubatwabira eshambutu eshishenyi. Omule eshandakala eshyakabeji eshabiringanya obutunguru ne green pepper ne dodo. Nero twabitungesya nkutwesi mutwasa twamasehera omwaselema syetu esyejokoni. Nero yanje nabiritsuka erisoloma esyenyi syayi. Nesehenu ngokumulangiri nganemusoloma abana bayi banemulya ndeke. Esyanyi esi sikathuwathikaya okuthuha ekirisya ingye nabana bayi. Kandi singalibulha ekyerirya omwaka yayi. Kandi esindi ngasithwalha omukathali ingathungaku esente syerileberyako. Ahanyumahu munasolomire ngamathana ngamaghenda ekathali namahaku akasente kayi emithwalu 10 yamanyiwathikya ingye nefamily yayi. Nahabwekyo ngasima ekithongole ekye Alpha ahabirithuhikyaku obuhererya ithwe ngabakali aberukoki. Asinja kutsibu.
I absolutely love her smile and how excited she is that she was able to take the food to market and sell it and bring back food for her family. Again, I don't want to take the time to read through these, but I did wanted to share the most absolutely beautiful pictures of the Indigenous women, their use of traditional ecological knowledge, and how they are restoring their communities. They are planting agriculture and they are becoming sustainable. They are creating areas that previously were wiped out by massive floods, may have killed people in their communities, but by planting the trees, by rewilding, by restoring this place, they're creating much more sustainable, livable places for their communities. This is one of the projects in the DRC. Another one in Borneo. In this one in particular, there was a massive return of native species to their communities. One in Kenya with ITF and massive amounts of forests being planted. And I have to share this video because it's absolutely one of my favorites.
We're not hearing that one, Ashley.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, I just said we're not hearing that one. It
You're
is
not hearing
beautiful.
that one. It's just music. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
For some reason, the sound didn't go through on that one. That's okay. So, oh, excuse me, that just went off the slideshow, didn't it? Okay, so one of the really beautiful things I did want to share with everyone today is some work that we are doing in a piece of work called Rooted in Ethics. And for those of you who work within actual restoration projects, Rooted in Ethics is a multi-year project that we did in partnership with multiple Indigenous communities around the world. And it uses traditional ecological knowledge to apply this sort of framework to ethical restoration projects. Within it, we have 7 ethical principles and 3 pillars of nature, and that is to be receptive, reciprocal, and respectful to nature and to our projects. I will show here that the framework was created for restoration and for rewilding projects because, again, we do not believe in the commodification of nature, and we wanted to do something to combat that. In addition to that, we felt as if in many restoration projects, and especially in big, large-scale agriculture projects, nature is often treated as a resource. It's exploited, it's traded, and it's not seen as really a living system that is allowed to really flourish on its own. We also wanted to combat any system of erosions of bioculture, biodiversity, and landscapes. We wanted to move away from any sort of systems of domination and control. And of course, anything like greenwashing. Often in restoration projects, there's sort of an agenda for increased canopy cover, but it doesn't actually result in large-scale sustainable projects that are still successful 10 years down the road. So within this, this is all open on our website. You can certainly go in and take a look at it. It's a really beautiful piece of work. And it talks about, again, the pillars of the nature relationships, as well as these ethical principles and success milestones. Within those, on this particular piece, you'll see the honoring of trees across the top, and that's in the green. Those are the ethical principles. Below that is a success milestone. And within this big framework, there are essentially check marks where you can go through, and if you're working within a restoration or a rewilding project, you can say, for this particular principle, I'm really interested in learning more about the rights of nature and Mother Earth. And here's 20 different things that I can do to ensure that we are honoring Mother Nature, that we believe that we are working towards the success milestone. And then at the end, you can check off and say that in this restoration project, our working practices, conservation science, it incorporated local traditional knowledge to care for all of the beings in the ecosystems. So each one of the ethical principles has one of these. Again, they were created over the course of 5 years with 60 different groups, most of which were Indigenous, some of which were other NGOs who were working to combat colonialism and the very power approach to traditional restoration projects. So ethical principles, just the general honoring of trees, ecosystem integrity, collaboration and ongoing relationships. Within that is FPIC, which is a very big piece of work when working with Indigenous communities. Community rights, land tenure, Indigenous data sovereignty, and also human rights, gender equity, including women, and eliminating harm and promoting harmony and balance. And again, all of those have within the framework, which is open source because it is traditional ecological knowledge. All of that is open source on the website. You can print it out, you can just take a look at it, but it allows you to ensure that your rewilding or your restoration projects are as ethical as they potentially can be when working in small scale or large scale restoration. I will leave it there and open for questions. Obviously, we're a charity. Obviously, I need to do the, if you decide you'd like to donate to us, obviously we would love that and help support these projects. But for anyone who is working in projects in the restoration sector and rewilding and would be interested in partnering with us, and particularly within a community of practice for rooted in ethics, we would love to have you. Even if you are a small community-based apple orchard type scenario, we would love to have you be part of our communities of practice. We'd love to hear your knowledge. We'd love to hear your expertise. We'd love to hear what's working for you. Maybe you read a piece of Rooted in Ethics and you say, this is really beautiful, this is really valuable, and you want to come to one of our community of practice meetings, which are international and therefore virtual. And maybe you read a piece of it and you go, this just doesn't really work within this sort of setting, and I want to share that as feedback. I'd really love to come and be a part of this community of practice and reach out to people all around the world who are doing this type of restoration and rewilding. We would love to have you. So if you're interested, I'm Ashley at treesisters.org. Would absolutely love to have you as part of our community. Rebecca, I am done. I'm happy to take some questions or happy to turn the table back over to you.
Thank you so much, Ashley. That was very comprehensive, so much. You brought in the partners, you brought in the ethics and your framework, just so much. I wonder, you said that some people do the greenwashing where they're just planting and not following up. And so you being a scientist, you know how important it is to follow up and that the trees are cared for. Are you over watching for that? Do you have somebody how do you make sure that the trees are cared for? Is what I'm wondering.
Yeah, I mean, how do you monitor long-term success in any sort of these projects? And again, we've only been in operation for 11 years, so long-term success is actually quite short-term in the real length of time for a tree or an ecosystem. So it is actually quite short term for now. We are looking at moving into an operation where we provide seed funding for new projects, in hopes that we can actually have a better idea of success from the beginning to the end. But in terms of ongoing sort of hands-off monitoring of the situation, because again, we don't want to have intense academic monitoring and evaluation sort of oversight into these projects. We have a community of practice, not only for Rooted in Ethics, but also for our planting partners. And so they come and they share, and they share pictures, and they share troubles, they share success stories, together with the other planting partners. So we have an oversight, we have some view as to what's going on long term, but of course, long term being in a very short piece of what is hopefully a very long-term project in terms of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years.
Wonderful. I tell you, I loved seeing the videos with the women and the backgrounds in the plants. I've just got a screen, but they were right there in the plants behind them, and it was beautiful. I love the garden for the kitchen. There was so much there. I see we have some questions, so I'm going to let Sai come on, and then we'll go to Danny with the Q&A from the chat, or she may have a question herself. Okay, so we'll spotlight Sai. Thank you.
Hi, Ashley. Thanks for the great presentation. It's especially good to know that genuine work which you're doing, like not greenwashing, because I've seen some documentaries long back where some NGOs deliberately cut down trees and then plant them just for the sake of getting money or funding. So it's really good to see some genuine work going on. I have two questions. One is do we really need human intervention for restoration, or are there cases where the nature restores itself, like when you get the wild like elephants or some birds into that land? Will the nature restore itself? So how much of human intervention is needed in general for restoration? Number one. And another question related to veganism. As you might be knowing, a lot of land on the planet is used for animal agriculture. I always had this in my mind, like if when a person turns vegan, we are giving a certain amount of land back to the nature. So it would be amazing, like that land, which was previously used for animal agriculture, if that is restored. Are there any projects like that where uh, animal agriculture land is converted into forest? Like that would be amazing. Like just imagine, like if you have a vegan, he sees their impact on the nature. Like they have, because they turned vegan, this land has been given back to nature and it has turned into a forest. That would be amazing to see.
That would be amazing. As far as I know, we don't have, as far as I know, we don't have any projects that have, that are rewilding land that was previously used for something like grazing. That doesn't mean that it is not happened. I just don't know, and it certainly hasn't been, written out in black and white. That doesn't mean it hasn't happened. But what an absolutely incredible project that would be. The first thing that you asked, I think, is a really interesting question, which was, could we leave nature to completely rewild itself without human intervention? And I think that's such a beautiful question. And I think in an ideal world, yes. What a beautiful world that would be, because nature can take care of itself. Unfortunately, humans have had such an impact on so much of the earth. I think we also need to realistically have a hand in improving it where we can. Obviously not doing anything to cause further harm, but maybe that is something, protecting it from other human intervention in negative ways. But I think we do believe at Tree Sisters, and the communities that we work with do believe that nature can manage itself, that there doesn't need to be such a thing as, proper environmental management, because it did it for plenty of time before we got involved. So I think that many of our planting partners and certainly us like to see us less of managing nature or managing the environment and more being protectors, because we have to be, because there's many people out there causing harm to the planting regions. So in an ideal world, nature can absolutely manage itself. We're not in an ideal world, are we, unfortunately? And we're actively causing harm. So I think we like to see ourselves as protectors and in the planting projects as well. That's a beautiful question. Oh, you're on mute, Rebecca.
Thank you so much, Sai, for that question. I appreciate it. And I think we've been hearing about a lot of different rewilding questions, and this one takes into account the people that are involved and seeing a little bit more of what they would like. That's my understanding. Before I go to, if anybody has a question, please turn on your video and raise your hand. And in the meantime, someone asked in the chat if you could post that elephant video in the general chat. And it makes me wonder if the other two videos are something that we could share, or is that part of some promotional material? Those are so beautiful, and it would help promote Tree Sisters and the good work you're doing. All
Absolutely.
right. Now, yeah. Okay. Do you have any, let's see, Danny, I want to spotlight Danny.
Hi, and thank you so much for the work that you're doing. We had an early question, or a question early on from Paige, who asks, what is your stance on plant-based food and the impact of animal agriculture on our climate crisis? And we have one other question after that. Thank you.
I'm not sure if that question is meant for me or for the organization, but since I'm representing the organization, I will say that we are all remote workers, I should say that. So we're not in an office, and we're not having any situation where we're having catered lunches. But anytime we've gotten together, we are only support vegan, sustainable. We try to only support women-led or minority-led catering companies, again, all vegan. In any of the projects that we have, if they are producing food in any way, it is plant. We don't have any projects that are raising animals for harvest. So, I mean, I think and we're also quite critical. I mean, I went to a conference recently, it's a sustainability conference, and was really shocked that given the state of the climate, the catering options, the food trucks outside, were beef. They all had beef options. And I thought, how in any way is this actually helping the climate crisis when this is what we're doing on a large scale? So as an organization, and certainly myself as well, we support vegan, women or minority-led catering businesses when we get together. But again, we're all remote, which is quite nice because we can make those decisions for ourselves at home as well.
Great, thank you. And the other question comes from Alfred. Any plans to expand the Tree Sisters to Bangladesh? Thank you.
Completely depends on funding and any amount of funding that comes in. Unfortunately, the UK charitable sector has been really hit hard in the last couple of years due to cost of living crisis. And what the charitable sector has seen is that individual donors are dropping off because, an easy thing for people to cut is charitable donations. If you have to put food on the table, you therefore also can't donate large pieces of money. We have wonderful business partners in one of them being Faith in Nature, which is sort of a beauty company that's based in Ireland. We also have Pucka, which is a tea company, and our business partners help fund massive amounts of our planting projects. At the moment, I don't believe we have any plans to grow the projects, but that's solely because of financial constraints. But in the future, we'd absolutely love to. If you are in Bangladesh and you know of a community that needs financial support, certainly send me an email. Again, it's Ashley at treesisters.org, or you can send an email through the website. And I can either find organizations who can help fund, or we can keep it on the radar when we have a bit more of an influx of money in choosing new projects.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see some more questions coming up, and I wanted to ask you one, since we have some time here. How did your organization deal with the more than two genders? Was that an easy thing for y'all to come up with? Do you have any stories that you'd like to tell us about how that came about?
I actually, I don't know. When I joined, it was already one of the just one of our ways of working. My understanding is that it is just commonplace in many other Indigenous communities who have multiple genders. And if we are going to take a stance of anti-colonialism and being truly community-led, then we are supportive of what they believe, what their cultures believe, and that's end of story. There is no other discussion around it. So yeah, it is what it is.
Okay, thank you so much. I see 3 questions. I haven't heard from Carol, so I'm going to let Carol come first, if that is okay with you, Claire and Sai. Okay. Hello,
Hi,
Carol.
BJ.
Welcome.
Hi, BJ. Thank you. It's so good to be here. And thank you, Ashley. It's so good to meet you. Thank you so much for the work that you do. And thank you for your presentation. Your philosophy is so beautiful. Just sorry. Just touched me so deeply.
Oh.
So all-encompassing, so all-inclusive. And I just absolutely loved. I don't know if it's all the boards that you have, or it was in one particular country, but the fact of your having nature.
Mm-hmm.
Be on the board. and someone there representing nature's voice. Oh my God, that is just so absolutely beautiful. I'd also like to know, how do you donate to your cause?
If you go to the website, or you know what, you can just email me, and I can manage that. I can put you in contact with our director of fundraising, and we will happily take any of that. I should also mention that we do have a full moon meditation coming up next month. They're free. We do, obviously would love any donations if people feel like they want to be a part of that. But those full moon meditations that take place every month are based on a specific connection to nature. Each month has a different theme. And it's usually about 100 to 150 people from around the world who partake in those. And those are just a really beautiful hour-long moment to really sit with nature and really feel that beautiful connection to it. So you're also more than welcome to be a part of that, Carol. We'd love to have you there.
And that is through your website as well?
That is through our website.
Thank you so much, Ashley. God bless. God bless.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you, Lupe.
Okay, and now let's have Claire.
Okay, I wanted to know, I heard you mention Bangladesh. And do you have programs in Bangladesh? Because there's this Asian University for women there that I know the founder. He made a fellowship, a scholarship in my late husband's name, and the person who got it has now become like another daughter. She is fabulous, and her sister came. They've got master's degrees, but it's such a place. I just wrote in the chat a whole lot about it because they give scholarships to the Rohingya women, in the countryside, and to the garment workers, and people who would never get a higher education. So I could imagine them being very interested in your projects if you're doing any there.
We don't unfortunately have any at the moment. I think in the past we had one in that area. We just don't at the moment. And again, in an ideal world, we'd have so much funding coming in that we could just help distribute it to all of these beautiful places. But it is just
So when
unfortunate.
you mentioned Bangladesh, what was that in relation to?
Someone else had asked if we had any active projects in Bangladesh.
Oh, I guess I didn't hear that. Oh, thank you, though. Thank you for your beautiful, beautiful presentation and all you're doing. It's just fabulous. And I can't wait to tell lots of people about it.
Thank you. I also just shared, I actually just sent it, sorry to just one person directly. But if that's something that we can share, there it is, the meeting group chat, if anyone's interested in reading about faith in nature, which is they're Irish, they're all throughout the EU, but it's shampoos and conditioners and body washes. They were the very first company to put nature on the board, and they have a big blurb on their website all about that. And it's just a really interesting journey to see how they got there. And it's just, I don't think they are in the US. If they are, they're going to be in some place like Trader Joe's or someplace like that. But if that would be the best place to find their products if they do happen to be in the US. But again, just a really interesting story about how they chose to put nature on the board.
Wow. Thank you so much, Ashley. It is at the top of the hour. Sai, I think if you can email her, you probably saw her email address, if that's okay. We really appreciate your time here. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you, everyone, for participating and asking and commenting. All right. You're welcome. All right, I believe our next speaker is here. If he will come on camera, then I will start the introduction to him and see if his camera works and everything. I understood he was here. Wow, that was quite something, wasn't it? Beautiful thing. Hello, Michael. All right, so
Hi.
you're all ready to go. Then I'm going to give your introduction. All right. I'm very pleased to welcome Michael Prickrell, an international animal rights activist and speaker. He was born in the Czech Republic, grew up in Germany, and studied and lived in the United States and Canada. He is the regional organizer for Anonymous for the Voiceless, managing the regions in the U.S. West Coast, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, and he will speak to us about holding non-vegans accountable. Please welcome Michael Prickrell.
Thank you so much, BJ. I'm happy to be here. Welcome, everybody. So this is a skimmed down version of our standard outreach workshop. We've been doing these for many years now. The founders of AV, Paul and Asal, are usually doing now master classes. So these are longer 4 or 5 hour workshops that dive really deep into the topic of how to be effective with non-vegans. So I'm just going to cover the most important things, and I'm going to share my screen. So here we go. Can everybody see the screen?
Yes, it's not full screen yet. It's
back
not in
to
presentation mode. Yeah.
There we go. Okay,
Not
so
yet. Oh, there
not
it
yet?
is.
It's a little
Yes,
slow.
it is.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay, so before we even get into animal liberation outreach, we need to be clear on what veganism is. So veganism was defined by Leslie Krauss as a doctrine, today we would say principle, an ethical principle, that humans should live without exploiting other animals, meaning non-human animals. It has nothing to do with human health, human rights, environment, affection, love, likability, positivity, or even reduction of suffering. Veganism is also, it's not an identity, it's not a lifestyle, it's not a diet. It's really just that principle. And out of this principle, of course, follows a certain lifestyle that vegans do. And imagine if somebody came up to you and said, well, I'm against racism, I'm against sexism. That's not an identity. It's also not a lifestyle. It's just a stance against injustice. So being vegan means you are rejecting the exploitation of other animals. And this is really about the root cause of the animal holocaust, of the animal, of the cruelty, of everything that happens in this world that it's done to animals. The root cause is the mindset. It's the human supremacist mindset that we need to address. And out of that follows another root cause, the exploitation of other animals. And then all the things that we see are the symptoms of this. So vegan outreach means we are speaking up for the victims in the exactly same way that you would want to be spoken up for if you were in their position. So we are a medium of truth, and we're enacting change by prioritizing the victims and not the oppressors. Now, humans are the oppressors. So that's something always to have in the back of our minds. Now, if you aren't speaking up for the animals in the same way that you would want to be spoken for, or if you were in the slaughterhouse, you're just simply not doing justice to the victims. So a successful outreach interaction is centered around 2 things: holding individuals accountable for what they're personally responsible for what they're demanding, and also taking an action. I mean, asking them to take an action to go vegan. Now, it's good. Here's an important distinction when it comes to psychology. It's good to know human psychology when we are dealing with the largest injustice of all times, and we're dealing with a society that has been so conditioned with the wrong things. So it's helpful for us to know human psychology. So it's good to know that, but it's not good to use psychological tricks. And I hope that difference is clear. So you can't manipulate people into going vegan. You can't use any magic set of words or psychological tricks, no sales tactics. We've tried it before and it just didn't work. So it comes down to, is somebody ready or not? If they're ready to listen, they will change. If they're not ready, they won't. And the great thing about this approach that Anonymous for the Voiceless uses at Cubes of Truth is that it has a mental health care plan baked into it. So if you don't worry about the trolls, the unreachable people, now you're open, you're much more open, you're much more dedicated to talk to those who are willing to listen. Quickly, seed planting. So seed planting isn't verbally leafletting. In vegan outreach, because the information has been already there for decades. So with seed planting, we mean the bystander leaves knowing that they are personally responsible for what they're showing on what we're showing on the screens, and that there's no other option for them than to go vegan. Nothing less is morally justifiable. As we all say and know, that veganism is the bare minimum. Another aspect, important point in vegan outreach is do not pander. Pandering means when you're over agreeable, you're coddling the person in comfort because you want them to like you. But that has the opposite effect. When you pander, they will lose respect for you as an activist, and you will actually lose control of the conversation. And this goes both ways, actually, because when you start pandering, they will start pandering too. They will tell you what you want to hear, but they're not taking it really seriously. As I said earlier, veganism is not really about love or compassion, because your likability does not determine your rights and your ethics. I mean, of course, it's a bonus if you have compassion for animals, that's great. But, if you don't go around beating children or dogs, you aren't instantly a compassionate individual. I don't like all my neighbors, but I will respect them, right? So it comes more down to respect, and it's just the right thing to do. It's simply a sane thing to do, to be vegan. One of the key elements in effective vegan outreach is pure honesty. Because when you're honest and you're telling people the truth, you're actually doing the most loving and respectful thing you can do. And they will take you seriously. And then they will actually like you more than if you were pandering to them. Or if you were showing some sort of desperation that, oh, they're not likely going vegan, they're not likely to go vegan. So, you know, I see vegans become desperate and trying everything. And that seems to be futile often. So honesty goes the longest way. And it's important to realize that when a non-vegan sees that your desire to be validated by them, so to be liked by them, is stronger than your desire to defend the animals, they will actually lose respect for you, and then that will just be a mockery of animal rights, animal liberation. Now, I've seen a lot of activists that were afraid to speak up for the animals go a long way using this protocol, using this approach, because what we teach is to speak boldly. One of the 5 values of vegan outreach is speaking up boldly. The others are, by the way, as we already had, honesty, and then simplicity, clarity, and brevity. And we'll get to the other 3 in a moment. So boldly means you don't take any setbacks, you don't become lax. It's also important that you place yourself in the position of the animals so that you can place the bystander in the position of the animals. Because would you consider a respectful yet direct conversation too extreme if you were locked up in a slaughterhouse? So that's why speaking boldly is the most effective approach. You want people to leave motivated. You want them to be elevated in a sense. This is why we also say that we're actually edifying them. We're not therapists. We're not debaters. We're there to hold them accountable for what they're doing to the animals. And along with that, we're actually edifying them. We're showing them a mirror. We're also showing them a mirror of their character. And I'll talk about that a little bit when I show the outreach flowchart. So why aren't we talking about health and environment at Cubes of Truth? Because the animal rights violations, the ethics, are the only compelling point. See, health and environment can be debunked on some level. There are some healthy non-vegans, and there are some unhealthy vegans. There are some hunters that live environmentally friendlier than some vegans who consume vegan products and buying a lot of plastic. So the only compelling aspect is the ethics, 100% compelling. There's nothing against the ethics. And, you know, and then the other thing is health, at least health, is a human-centric issue. It really doesn't matter to the animals what our health status is. The animals have one wish: to be liberated. And non-vegans are responsive to the health and environmental message. It's because they're trying to deflect from the obvious, you know. So they steer it in this route. And we're not even experts on the environment. So when you're at a cube of truth or any other situation where you're talking to non-vegans, even with family, you don't want to look like you're the expert, because chances are that you're not. And so we don't even know if the stats are correct. There's no way for us to measure all this. And we only have a limited time. So you wouldn't be even taken seriously, because most non-vegans will bring up other stats once you bring up stats, and then it gets into a debate. And this is when you lose the control of the conversation. So you never want it to get to a debate. Now, if you ever feel compelled to focus on environment or health when speaking up for the animals, think about why oppression should end from the victim's perspective. So this comes back to always see things 100% from the victim's perspective, not 99%, 100%. The only point I would say, if somebody mentions the environment, then you can say that it is an injustice when humans went into various habitats. They deforested large areas on this planet and took away the homes of many animals. That is, in a way, exploitation as well. And of course, it has an impact on the environment. So this is where environment and animal liberation outreach cross over a little bit, but I would only mention it if somebody actually brings up the environment. Otherwise, the environment is a separate discussion. And health questions, you know, if they have some really genuine concerns, then yeah, you can briefly address the health questions in such way, saying that the science is on our side when it comes to plant-based diets. And there are plenty of vegan athletes, bodybuilders, tennis players, and so on. And let's bring it back to the ethics. So it's also important to know, as I talked about the psychology, so we want to figure out why do people not care about the ethics? And one, I believe, bigger factor is that the movement, not everybody in the movement is speaking up for the animals correctly. Too many vegans focus on plant-based recipes, restaurants, weight loss, deforestation. And then when we hear phrases like friends not food, animal lovers don't eat animals, or even meat is murder. Now, those terms confuse the vegan message, because that's not what, first of all, it's sort of disingenuous. And second of all, it's not what animal liberation is about. Friends, again, goes back to this. You don't have to be friends with everybody to not kill them or to respect them, basically. So friends not food is very, very confusing. Meat is murder. It's also disingenuous, because imagine somebody sees roadkill. They stop and they think, oh, well, that's a lot of meat for us. So let's pick up the animal and take the carcass home and make meat out of it. That's not murder. The animal was killed in an accident, most likely, and the person who happened to stop did not murder the animal. So it's better to refrain from those kinds of phrases. Now, oftentimes what's helpful is when you get a lot of backlash from non-vegans, you get objections, you can use a comparison to human injustice. The most effective comparison is to place the bystander in the victim's position. Avoid dog comparisons. At Cube of Truth, we used to, at the very beginning, say that with dogs. But the reality is that many non-vegans don't even care about animal companions. They think they do, but they really don't. And I've heard from several people saying that if they were hungry, they would eat a dog. So that's not compelling enough. It comes down to whether you, the non-vegan, can imagine yourself in the slaughterhouse and not your dog. As I said before, statistics, keep them minimal. We're not here to verbally leaflet. We're there to have a concise conversation, holding people to account for the oppression they do to the animals. Again, if a conversation will go on for longer than necessary, it turns into an argument over statistics, so a debate. And this is when it becomes frustrating then to the person who's outreaching, because you end up running against walls. And this is one reason why in the past some activists have burned out. And that's another reason why you shouldn't bring up health and environment talking points, because that can open up a whole new can of chickpeas. And we don't want that, right? So another important aspect about outreach, and this is when you understand this and you apply this is what's so effective for our mental health as activists, because now we don't run up walls with people, because we choose who we talk to. Part of your role is to assess who is reachable and who's not. Many people aren't. And on the street, for example, many people will want to just have a short conversation with you. So then keep it short with them. Don't entertain people with long argumentative debates. And then here's a really important thing about psychology. Non-vegan guilt is really cunning. Of course, they could be feeling guilty already before they have a conversation with you, or your conversation can evoke the guilt. Now, what happens is when the guilt becomes unbearable, they put up a wall. They go into defense mode, and then they bombard you with objections and excuses. That's one of the main reasons. Because now they feel attacked. They feel like, oh, they have to leave the comfort zone. And it comes down to their open-mindedness and also their character. If they're open-minded enough, they can acknowledge that they've done something wrong, or that they have been conditioned a certain way, which was wrong. They can make amends with that, meaning not looking into the past, not feel bad about it, and then transform that guilt that they feel into responsibility, which means they accept the change that we're asking them to make. This is a sort of a process I developed called the AAA: acknowledge, make amends, and accept, to essentially become a better version of yourself and to create change within you. And so you can use this knowledge or have it in the back of your mind when you talk to non-vegans, and understand that what their guilt will make them come up with all kinds of ridiculous excuses. And yeah, then it comes down to, well, you don't want to waste time on people like that. So we use a method called the Socratic method in our outreach protocol, outreach flowchart that I'm going to show you in a moment. And that means we ask the bystander questions so they come to their own conclusions. Also, what we focus on is why people should go vegan, not how. Because people know the how. Most people already know what veganism is. Most people have figured it out. And those who haven't, if they are really serious about becoming vegan, they will be so motivated to figure it out on their own with the use of Google and ChatGPT or any other information, vegan friends, and so on. So again, the important thing here is people need to be held accountable for why they should go vegan. Focusing on the how is actually an insult to the victims. I mean, in no other injustice, humans would focus on how. How do you stop the injustice? You know, a prosecutor asks a murderer, stop murdering people. And they would never say, oh, here are the instructions on how you do it, right? That would be an insult to the victims. Vegetarianism, important to bring it up because there's here and there confusion. Vegetarians are non-vegans and they should be outreached like anyone else. So they are your target market. They are no different than paleo eaters. So why should we outrage them differently? Of course, they will say off, no, yeah, I'm on your side. I'm already vegetarian. So don't let that become, don't become lax on them when they say this, because it's just a form of manipulation. And finally, also some language that's important. So you don't want to use these terms in an outreach interaction because, first of all, they are confusing. They dilute the vegan message. And some of these words are actually also an insult to the victims. So meat eater, carnist, what does that even mean? Like, you know, as I said, vegetarians don't eat meat and they're still responsible for animal exploitation. And then there are meat eaters who don't eat dairy, or they're still responsible for animal exploitation. So, but you can't group all of these in one category called meat eater or carnist. And omnivore, carnivore, what does it even matter what we are made biologically to as when it comes to this justice, again, when it comes to this injustice, again, the animals don't care what our biology is, whether we call ourselves omnivores, carnivores, herbivores, or frugivores, they just want to be liberated. Also, vegan journey, in my mind, there is no vegan journey. This isn't about some finding yourself, exploring your spirituality and all that. This is about holding people to account for what they do to the animals. And along with those lines, you can't mention any baby steps. There are no baby steps. When it comes to stopping an injustice, again, imagine the prosecutor in prison talking to somebody who killed someone. They would never say, oh, baby steps, we're gonna let you out of prison now and you do the baby steps. That would be the most absurd thing. I mean, if that happened, people would be on the streets demonstrating against such absurd thing. And lastly, plant-based. Plant-based diet has not much to do with veganism other than that the result of your principle, of your stance, is that you're adopting a plant-based diet. But that's just the norm. That should become the norm, right? So I wouldn't even call it a diet. So how are we doing with time? It's about half time. At this point, I would like to ask anyone if they want to volunteer for role play at the very end.
Okay.
You could just put it in the chat, and then that way Rebecca will know and can bring it on the screen.
Yes, just raise your hand, spotlight me. Do you want to stop your screen share?
No, I have a little bit more. I'm just
Oh, you're just wanting to know
yeah,
in
I just
advance.
wanted to
Oh, okay, gotcha.
prepare for that.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so now let's go to the flow chart. So we have a flow chart, and we've had this flow chart for several years now, but it's been perfected over the years, and this is the result of our work actually last year with a lot of special campaigns, such as One Day a Month in Amsterdam, and also smaller campaigns such as Reality Check in Prague, Vienna Calling in Vienna, Cathedral of Truth in Cologne. And so last year, Anonymous for the Voices was the most active ever with all these campaigns. And so we have, in the process, updated this flow chart, and it's incredibly effective. So I will share links with you later on to this flow chart, so you can read this first page yourself, but I will just focus on here what it says in the bottom. So in the conversation, it's important to focus on what you can control. So it's about what you say, how you say it, who you say it to, and how long you say it. And so if you get the right person to talk to, somebody open-minded, then it becomes already easier. That's key. Let's see how I zoom out. Okay. Okay, so here's the flow chart. And we start by qualifying questions. One qualifying question: how do you feel about humans exploiting other animals? It addresses the emotions already, and it gets to the point. And oftentimes they will say, oh yeah, it's horrible, can't watch that footage, or things like that. The majority of people will probably say that. Now, if you have a troll that will give you all kinds of nonsense, you can pretty much already disengage. You know, if they're more open-minded, then you can tell them what we're showing here. And also, oftentimes it will be important to explain what exploitation means, because not everybody knows what it means. Then the second question is about establishing position. Do you agree that we should respect other animals? It's a very simple question. That's why I mentioned before, simplicity. The third question is for them to acknowledge the contradiction within themselves. Can you truly respect animals if you consume their flesh, milk, and eggs? This is where excuses will start flowing more, most likely. So you want to address these excuses by placing them in the victim's position. If the excuse is of genuine nature, where really they have a concern, you can briefly address it. But also after that, place them in the victim's position. Do you feel this would be an acceptable excuse if you were in the slaughterhouse? At this point, when they give you too many excuses, we have the 3 strikes rule. This is a rule of thumb. When they give you 3 excuses, you can end the conversation. Sometimes it may be necessary to end it after 2 strikes. So it just depends on the situation, of course. If they're open enough, then it's important to set the foundation and explain what veganism is. Most people will say, oh yeah, it's not eating milk and cheese and eggs and meat and so on. So then, yeah, you can clarify that that's the practice of veganism, but it's actually an ethical principle. As I said before, it's not a diet, not a lifestyle, not an identity. And then you can basically address more objections. Clear out any remaining objections, basically. And this is really powerful. When you say, if this objection was not an issue for you, would you go vegan today? And you're testing their open-mindedness this way. I've had conversations where it came to this point and they said, no, I have nothing that prevents me from going vegan. So then I just skipped to question number 9. So are you vegan from now on? And sometimes they said yes. Sometimes they might still not be unsure. So then you could go back to some of these questions. But if they're not sure here, and if they have objections, for example, taste, then you continue here. And I believe this is the core of the outreach. Because here in question number 3, you establish the contradiction. So they realize, if they're open-minded enough, they realize that they are hypocrites. So when you then say, when you answer the question, because usually they might say some health answer. I've had people say, yeah, the animals are no longer exploited, but that was kind of rare so far in my experience. So then you clarify what the number 1 benefit is. And when you say you're against exploitation, you'll no longer be a hypocrite. And the benefit of that, and also the order of these questions, is that they won't get insulted here, that you indirectly call them a hypocrite, because they already figured out that they're a hypocrite at question number 3. Now, if they're still unsure, then you want to ask a question about urgency. And again, place them in the victim's position several times if needed. A repetition of placing them in the victim's position is always good, because it's just it serves as a reminder. And then this question is offering a solution, and it reinforces the urgency. And it addresses their character too, because it's a very simple question. Should the number of animals be exploited for you be 0 or more? Many open-minded people will say 0, right? And then they have no other option than to go vegan. And of course, if they're unsure and they say, yeah, let me think about it, then you can say this statement here and emphasize that there is no other option than going vegan. If they do declare to go vegan, what's important is that you ask them also to speak out and offer to join you. If you're working for AV, offer to join us. Speaking of that, if you find value in this protocol and this approach, please consider joining Anonymous for the Voices at jointhecube.com. Or if you work for any other organization, offer to join you there. And so this concludes the flowchart. And one more aspect about it before we go to questions and answers. But I'll stop sharing my screen. During One Day Month in August last year, AV has discovered a powerful actually tool, but it's really just a realization. So we now say, do not shake hands of people unless they declare to go vegan. And then the reason that it's so powerful is because we hold them accountable not only for the animals that they exploit, but also for that urge they have. You know, they're trying to pander to us too. The urge they have to get validated by a handshake. So we've put that in practice and it's been really successful. Some people may think, oh, but that could be disrespectful, but you know, what's more disrespectful? Not shaking somebody's hands or continuing to exploit animals? So there's the answer to that. So that includes fist bumps or hugs. And so, yeah, now I'd like to open the floor for questions. And then at the end, if somebody is willing to volunteer for role play, we can do a 4 or 5 minutes role play.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Michael. I do wonder if everybody in the audience understands that this outreach is for when people have been seeing videos. And I'm not sure, maybe everyone knows that it's for when you're Anonymous for the Voiceless has videos. Maybe you'd like to say just a little bit about that. And then I see some questions in the audience.
Right, yes. Yeah, I should have mentioned that at the beginning. So we use this approach at Cubes of Truth, where we stand somewhere on a plaza or on the street, holding screens that show videos of animal agriculture, animal exploitation, and bystanders stop, they get interested. So then we approach them pretty quickly and start asking these questions.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, so if Kay will come on screen, if you're going to have a question, if you'll please come on screen, and our host is probably making that possible so you can turn your camera on. Okay, in the meantime, while Kay
We can
is
start with Linda. She already has her camera on.
Yes, I was just going to say that. Let's start with Linda. All right. Hi, Linda. Welcome now.
Hi, Michael. Oh my gosh, I loved your presentation. The thing is, I've been doing vegan outreach for 37 years, and I am very bold. I'm never quiet. And I just started recently working with AV, and I love it, but because you can't hide the truth, it's right there. And so that's one of my favorite things too. But I find I'm also a health coach, and I do speaker events on the environment too. So I've got all three of them. And sometimes I have people in health who could care less. They have lost the weight, they feel great, they lost their heart disease, like I did, and I said, do you care about the animals at all? What's happening to them? No. And don't tell me, I don't want to know. And that's not uncommon. The people are in it for their health, really. And then I've got my animal rights kids. I work with kids. I call them kids. They're 30, and they don't care about their health. They only care about the animals, which is my heart too. And I tell people in the health field that I only do this because I'm doing this for your health, but I'm really doing it for the animals. I'm taking you off eating them because it's so painful for me to know that you're eating them. And so thank you for that. Even if you don't care about the animals, I do, and I'm helping you stop eating them. It's a win for me. So, but I'm never quiet. I talk to everybody on the street. I talk to bankers and people I talk to about my tech on my phone. I talk to people every time I talk to people, I bring it up, veganism. And I always end my conversation with everybody with, well, don't forget to go vegan. And that starts the conversation, which is really nice. But I like your idea of not saying plant-based or omnivore and then getting an argument about it. It doesn't go anywhere.
Right.
I really like to remember that, never to say that. But I usually just say, I'm vegan because I don't like to hurt animals. Do you like to hurt animals? And that's how I kind of start. But anyway, I so appreciate what you've done here because it gets me
thank you.
more focused on to keep it that way and to keep putting it back on them. Thank you so much. But I have a question.
Yeah.
One time I was tabling at a veg fest, and this Indian man came up and said, well, listen, they treat the cows so kindly in India. We love cows, and they have too much milk, and they need to be milked, so we just help them out. Then all of a sudden I felt like I had to talk about health. It didn't seem like I could talk about the exploitation of animals because he's treating them so kindly, which sure is a lot better than what we do here in the United States. But I didn't really, he got in an argument with me and it kept going and going and going, and it just got nowhere. And it was a complete flop. How should I have handled that guy?
Well, of course, you could have addressed the dairy industry and basically placed them in a position, in that particular position in the dairy industry of the victim. So make him imagine himself in the dairy industry as well,
he
he's
kept
male,
using
as a calf
India.
that's separated by his mother, from his mother.
He kept saying, no, we were kind to our animals, and we need to milk them because they have too much milk.
Well,
and I don't think that's true, by the way. I don't think they have
it's
too much milk.
important, there's something called happy exploitation. And so you could explain that. I mean, it's just a term that we use sometimes to make non-vegans realize how absurd it is, because there's no such thing as happy exploitation. There's only exploitation. You can't exploit somebody in a happy way. So if you explain to them that it's still exploitation, even if they are kind to them, but they're still holding them prisoners, right?
Yeah.
You're still enslaving them for resources.
Thank you.
So,
That's a good way to put it. Yeah.
So that's always a good way to put it.
Thank you so much.
You're very
So
welcome.
you
One
speak
thing
German too?
Ja, ja, ich spreche Deutsch.
Ja, ich kann auch.
Oh, super.
Ich
One
bin-
thing, thank you for bringing up the, about the sentence about we don't want to hurt animals. That's good to be used with children in outreach. Because with children, you have to adjust it a little bit. You have to speak in even simpler language.
Thank you. Yeah. Well,
Thank
thank
you
you.
so
I
much.
love your presentation.
Thank you, Linda, for asking. And we only have a little bit of time, and I'm not sure we'll have time for a role play. We have some questions. Danny, you wanted to give the questions, and then Nancy. Okay, Danny
Okay,
first.
so one question is, how do you approach people who have, like indigenous people who have a very strong connection with nature and don't think that they're exploiting their tradition, what do I want to say? Suggests or states that the animals are here for us. The earth is here for us in that sense of consumption, and you know what I'm saying? So religious, indigenous, how would you, and they might be curious, but that's like a hard break. How
Yeah.
would you suggest going around that? And we have a couple other quick questions from chat.
So you could ask whether they feel superior to animals, and then address this way. And that's already an injustice. Feeling superior and then the resulting behavior out of that is an injustice to the animals. And
Thank
you
you.
can also ask, what if the roles were reversed? What if somebody said, well, humans are here for the animals, like in Planet of the Apes? That movie depicted that pretty well.
Thank you, Michael. I'm going to run off a couple of quick questions here. Let's say we have a question from Alfred. Oh, first we have a question that says, do you have your flowchart in Spanish or any other languages?
Yes, Spanish, German, French, Italian, Czech.
And are
many
they on
languages.
your site? Are they
Well,
accessible from your?
We are planning to do one resource page on our website where all this will be downloadable, all the languages, including English, of course. And we have a mobile flowchart that just has the questions for activists to put on their phone. They can read on the way to their event to refresh their memory.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
We have
can you
another
put
question.
just a second. Can you put that link? You were going to put the link to that chart in the chat.
Yes,
You don't have
yes.
to do it right now, but we want to let people
Yes,
know. it's
I'll
going to be in the chat.
put a link to the current one right now, and then
Okay. Go ahead,
you'll
Danny.
find out when the web page goes live.
Thank you. Question from Amit. What are your views about We the Free or such initiatives where volunteers give freebies as a hook to draw attention to watch videos?
Freebies. That's a tough one. If I speak for myself, I just don't think it's as effective, because that means it's sort of like you're trying to lure somebody to stop doing injustice. Again, if we compare it to the prosecutor in the prison going up to a murderer and say, oh, well, here, you get a cake now. And then will you stop murdering animals? So.
Wow. Thank you so much. That was great.
Okay, do I have time for two more, BJ?
I'm sorry. Let's get Nancy, who's on screen, and then
Okay.
you can put the other questions to Michael in his chat, and Michael, maybe you'll have time to answer them.
I can answer in the chat, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I
And then,
think-
go ahead, Nancy. Thank you,
sorry. So I'll try to make this quick. When I was listening to you about when you were talking about people will realize they're hypocritical, and I'm thinking, not in America. We're like, especially here, we are not humble people here, and most people don't really want to feel like their character is flawed, or especially if we're strangers, So I kind of try to avoid making people feel badly about themselves, because they've already got enough of that in our culture. Especially Americans, you're not the most humble people in the world, you know. So I find one way to present that perception is if we have time to share our story. Instead of saying you should be this and you should be that, I say, you know, I used to feel the same way. And it was amazing when my perception changed of animals as others. It completely strengthened my commitment to going vegan. And I learned about the health, you know, it's wonderful. And it's this exciting world of food that opened up, and to present a path ahead that's full of love and life. And it's wonderful, you know, because there's still a lot of challenges. We know of some of the vegan restaurants that are no longer vegan. And okay, I'm done. All right.
Yeah,
Well,
thank
I'm
you.
trying to get to the question.
No, you're right. I do tend to go on and on. I told you that about me. So thank you for catching me on that. Thank you.
You can certainly say, depending on the situation, you can say, well, I used to be this way too. I used to feel the same way, but no, I am no longer demanding animal exploitation because I went vegan. So yeah. I wanted to mention one more thing, one more effective thing that I didn't cover so deeply before when I talked about the reachability. We have become really good at walking away from a conversation. Like the flowchart says, disengage there. So remember that, the power of walking away. I just used it actually on a non-cube interaction at a grocery store. And it worked really well, you know. So it means walking away and never look back.
Thank you so much, Michael. A fascinating topic, and I know there are people that are thinking about how they can be more effective. We want to thank you again.
Thank
and
you
I'm
for
sorry we
having
don't
me.
have time for the role play, but it was
No worries.
wonderful. It was very thought-provoking. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And now, our next speaker has won numerous awards for her reporting on animal issues. She's produced 2 award-winning documentaries, and she's the founder and director of Unchained TV. For 6 years, she hosted a show on CNN Headline News, and she's also been an anchor news reporter in Los Angeles and in New York. Please welcome Jane Velez Mitchell. Hello, Jane.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for having me. And Michael, by the way, is one of our great contributors, and he goes live all the time on Facebook in Europe at those cubes. And I want to talk to you, Michael, about also going live on TikTok, because that's where we can get a lot of views as well. And some of our volunteers like Tony, Shale, and Lindsay Baker go live on TikTok a lot. I'm going to share my screen. Speaking of Lindsay Baker, we just published this video because we need some good news, right? This just got published on Unchained TV. This is a victory, a huge victory. You can hear me, guys, right? You can hear me, correct? Yeah. Okay, let me play this.
Breaking news, the fence confining the elk at Point Reyes National Seashore has finally come down. In a monumental victory for environmental advocates, a groundbreaking $30 million settlement will eradicate private ranching from this cherished area. This change allows the elk to roam free for the first time in decades. Activist Jack Gescheit, who has tirelessly advocated for the elk, joins us to share his insights. While wildlife advocates celebrate this pivotal shift towards restoring the park's ecosystem, ranchers are feeling the pressure as the elk venture onto their lands.
Hi there, Jack. Thanks for joining us. Tell us what's the latest, what's going on now with this breaking story.
Hi, Lindsay. Good morning, everyone. An historic deal really has occurred now. One of 2 ongoing lawsuits, both of them about 3 years long, has been reached a negotiated settlement in which, to be very brief about it, all 3 elk herds at Point Reyes National Seashore will finally be reunited, which has never been the case. The fenced Tule elk, so-called Tule elk reserve, which was deadly in killing elk because they couldn't get out during drought seasons. That fence is already partially dismantled. Excuse me, I've got a cold. The rest of the fence will come down. Those elk will be free to mingle and mix and mate with the other two freer ranging herds. I don't call any free ranging because of the cattle ranches, but that's the other part of this very significant settlement, which is 12 of 14 ranches and all 6 dairies and 6 beef ranches, the 2 different kinds of cows that are exploited in Point Reyes National Seashore, will be moving out. They've agreed voluntarily, signing a deal, taking multi-million-dollar payments to leave Point Reyes National Park in the next 15 months.
This is a huge victory. Wow. How fantastic. I know Lindsay Baker is watching. Well done, your interview, Lindsay. And I could tell you that this is a huge victory. We had videos of animal activists risking arrest to bring water to the Tule elk who were being systematically deprived of water by the ranchers so that the ranchers could use that water in that land for the cows. And Point Reyes National Seashore is just an iconic national park where millions of tourists come not to look at cows in factory farm conditions or in hutches, but to enjoy the ocean, which was being polluted by the feces from the cows. So this is a big victory, and it just shows you when animal activists like Jack and In Defense of Animals was very involved in this as well, when they are relentless and never give up. It looked like an absolute David and Goliath battle. And so congrats. We have to celebrate our victories because they're few and far between, but they give us hope. So on the other side, I want to show you just a quick little bit of what I've been involved in over the last few days. It's been hellish, of course, with the fires, and it has really just devastated so many people we know. Speaking of In Defense of Animals, Lisa Levinson, who is an incredible leader at In Defense of Animals, literally lost her boyfriend to fire. He died in the fire. Also, a vegan restaurant in Altadena, the owner, the elderly owner, lost his restaurant, burned to the ground, his home burned to the ground, and his car burned to the ground. So it has seriously impacted the vegan community. And we've been involved 24/7 around the clock, working with rescue groups to get the word out about animals who remain trapped in the fire zone. And now with the approaching rains, there's a huge battle over whether a bulldozer should be allowed in while people whose pets are still lost are not being given a substantial opportunity to rescue their pets. So let me go to that right now and play a little bit of that, and then we're going to talk some more. Hold on a second. All breaking news. So thank you for your patience as we bring you these very just created reports. Another alarm bell from Mother Nature has just gone off. And the question is it too late, or can we still change the outcome? Thank you for joining us for this Unchained TV special report. I'm Jane Velez Mitchell. One of the most catastrophic wildfires in American history has torn through Southern California. I'm here in Los Angeles along the iconic Pacific Coast Highway, which has long been famous for its breathtaking beauty and its many luxury homes owned by celebrities. Well, now this stretch of road tells a very different story, a story of loss, of devastation, a story of horror. We're about to join our Unchained TV town hall, but first, let's take a look at how these horrific events unfolded. On Tuesday, January 7th, 2025, a wildfire ignited in the idyllic community of Pacific Palisades. While wildfires are a known threat in Los Angeles, no one could have anticipated the utter devastation that followed. Fueled by seasonal Santa Ana winds, hurricane-force gusts, and record-breaking drought, the fire became one of the most catastrophic in U.S. history. Now, I'll just stop it there. If you want to watch more of it, just go on to watch Unchained TV. I hope most of you have our streaming app already, which you can get on your TV through streaming devices, or you can just get it right on your phone, all free. You can also watch online, watchunchainedtv.com. So we offer all of this for free. It's just really important, I think, for us to remember right now that this is just the appetizer of climate change and climate catastrophe and climate crisis that is going to get worse and worse and worse. And all of us, you and me, are in the situation where we have the solution and nobody's listening to us. So it's frustrating, to put it mildly, and I'm sure you all share that frustration. So where does that leave us? Well, I'd like to discuss a little bit of what Unchained TV is doing to spread the word, because, you know, we keep talking about talking to people one-on-one, but the fact is that with 8.2 billion human beings on this planet, we can't one-on-one our way to a solution. Even if we want to think about, okay, we want to get to 3.5% of the population, some people say that could be the tipping point. We've got to use every single form of mass media that we can. I mean, just to go back to Michael, when Michael's out there going live on Facebook, he's showing the cube of truth to hundreds of people. When we do it on TikTok, it's often thousands of people. And of course, our streaming network is reaching many thousands of people. And we have plans to expand to a much broader global audience, which I'd like to tell you about now. So let me share my screen and bring you up to date on what Unchained TV has been doing. And then we're going to talk a little bit more about challenges and solutions. So can everybody see this chart right here?
Yes, it's not full screen, but we see it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to keep it as large as I can, but if I go to full screen, sometimes then I lose all the other things. So, okay, Unchained TV 2024 highlights. So our original series At Home with the Jenners has won the prestigious Joie de Vivre Taste Award. The Taste Awards are considered the Oscars of food programming for TV and film. And also the same vegan cooking show starring Brandon Jenner and his wife Kaylee. Brandon, of course, famous reality star from Keeping Up with the Kardashians, and his wife Kaylee are vegan. And they allowed us into their home to film. And here are some of the other nominations. And we got some coverage on that in the news. We have another original series, Kale Crew, 15 episodes shot so far, starring restaurateur Nemanja Golubovic, who has an incredible restaurant called Kale My Name in Chicago, and his co-host Tamika Price also got 5 nominations, and we got some write-ups on that. Season 2, which he is shooting right now as we speak in Miami, will feature Nemanja and a different co-host every episode. We've already had Jamie Logan on the first episode and Tori Washington on the second episode. We're also happy to say that our hit plant-based cooking show, New Day, New Chef, which is 30 episodes, is now on Gusto TV. Now, Gusto TV, it's airing 3 times a week on Gusto, and that's an hour on Gusto, is known as the world's best food channel. And we're some of the only vegan content on that very powerful network that appears in 160 countries. So that's a huge way of getting the word out in a positive, upbeat way. Great vegan cooking with many celebrities and others. who are doing great cooking and having a lot of fun doing it. We are also on PBS stations around the country, New Day, New Chef, reaching 87% of the markets in which PBS broadcasts, including big markets like New York and LA and small markets. So the new season stars Jamie Logan and some favorite chefs, such as Chef Babette, who we all know and love. And again, that's on PBS stations around the country. Now, we have a report, which you won't see, but take my word for it, 51 pages of attachments. The bottom line is, since we launched the first episode of New Day, New Chef in 2017 until today, the potential audience is more than 300 million for the 10,000 telecasts that we've had so far. We also have our original series, the world's first reality TV series starring pigs, called Pig Little Lies. It's been re-edited into a 1-hour movie, and it is showing on PBS stations as well as the PBS app. So there you go. And At Home with the Jenners is going to start running on PBS as well. Now, here's a big breakthrough. Unchained TV is set to supersize globally. In a breakthrough development, we are branching out into FAST channels. That stands for free ad-supported television, a fast-growing sector of the TV landscape. We've partnered with a company called SoFast, one of the leading fast channel distributors, to create an Unchained TV fast channel currently featuring 100 hours of vegan programming, with a commitment to add at least 25 hours of fresh programming every year. And so this is a huge challenge to get high quality. We can't put Zooms or even the podcasts that I do on there. We really have to have something that you would expect to see if you went on a Netflix or on an Amazon Prime. So it's high quality vegan content. I urge everybody, if you know of any great vegan content that is available, reach out, let me know, connect me. And this channel is already scheduled to be shown on a variety of platforms that I'm listing here, and more to come. So that's very exciting. It's got the potential to reach millions of users worldwide. We're also on In the Black Network now. We have our own channel, Unchained TV, there on In the Black Network, featuring some of the African-American leaders that we've showcased. And you can just see some of them, the amazing Gabrielle Reyes, the singing vegan chef, and we've got Kale Crew as well, and there's Genesis Butler and various others. So you can see that we're taking the content that we have on Unchained TV and distributing it further so that it's just about eyeballs, eyeballs, eyeballs. Now, our streaming network, which is the plant-based CNN Netflix, is now streaming almost 2,000 videos, cooking shows, biographies, documentaries. We're growing 400,000 plus minutes viewed over the last 6 months of 2024 and growing. Among the highlights, we are now kind of replicating what the mainstream media used to do much more, but still does to a certain degree, is live trial coverage. So we were the pool camera going live inside the Wisconsin courtroom as activist attorney Wayne Shung argued for a special prosecutor to investigate the infamous Ridgeland Beagle breeding facility. This was a breakthrough. We, Unchained TV, we were the pool camera live inside the courtroom. And guess what? The judge ultimately decided in favor of the animal activists, a groundbreaking win for animals. There you see our live, it's a snapshot of our live video coverage as Wayne Shung took the stand to testify. And we were also the first news organization to interview live persecuted New York sanctuary owner Tracy Murphy after the trumped-up charges against her were dismissed, ending a long and agonizing saga for this very brave woman who stood up. She was literally shackled and paraded around like a scarlet letter case because she allowed 2 cows that wandered onto her property to stay with her. And we covered that extensively. All right. And as we just mentioned, we have led the way covering a town hall on the fires, showcasing the victims as well as the rescuers. And that gives you an overview of some of the things that we're doing. So we are doing as much as we can, working around the clock with a very, very tiny group of people, literally, And then, of course, we have our amazing volunteers, many of whom are on this call. Lindsay Baker, Paige Parsons Roach, Michael, Particular, I don't want to mispronounce your last name. I always do it. But incredible activists, and I may be missing some others who were on because I did not get a chance to see everybody. But you know who you are, doing incredible work, and always with the support of Dr. Rao. Thank you, Dr. Rao, for giving us an opportunity to tell our story, because we have to support each other. And I think that you epitomize that, supporting other organizations. Let's unify. If it's one thing I leave everybody with, if you don't like what somebody else is doing, you do your own thing. You don't have to criticize what somebody else is doing. So let's be unified. Anytime we're fighting the other side, the meat industry is clapping and saying, go, keep fighting. So I wanted to share one more screen that goes over some of the stuff that is the challenges. Okay, so let me get rid of this and just go to the challenges. Now, can you see this that says Brooke Rollins?
What we see is to reduce budget, and it doesn't show the full paragraph.
Okay, so let me stop the share and we'll make this happen correctly. Things are happening, obviously, in our government that we have to be aware of. And, we're powerless over a lot of things, but I think it's better to know what the situation is, and then we can figure out how to deal with it. So now, can you see this picture of this woman with the dark hair?
Yes, perfect.
That is the likely incoming Agriculture Secretary, Brooke Rollins. So what I'm going to show you are just information has literally been coming in the last 24 hours. This is from the Center for a Humane Economy. This woman, the incoming Agriculture Secretary, Brooke Rollins, according to the Center for a Humane Economy, repeats factory farmers' false claims about Prop 12 and the EATS Act. Now, for anybody who doesn't know, Prop 12 banned pig gestation crates. Any product that involved pig gestation crates cannot be sold in California, which is the 5th largest economy in the world. Therefore, it impacts the entire nation, and it has inspired a lot of these pork producers to start eliminating, at least that's what they say, these horrific pig gestation crates where these pigs can't turn around. The EATS Act is I would say, evil attempt to roll back all protections for factory farm animals across the board. So here's where it gets confusing. Pay close attention, because we're going to need all eyes and ears on these subjects to counteract this and deal with it effectively. So there she is. And here's what the Center for a Humane Economy says. At her confirmation hearing in a Senate committee, Brooke Rollins, the nominee for U.S. Agriculture Secretary, gave a pretty full-throated defense for overturning Prop 12 and supporting the EATS Act in Congress. It was a terrible disappointment. She was fed a lie by big pork. Rollins is not only implicitly defending cruelty, but undermining states' rights and threatening to undercut farmers who have collectively invested hundreds of millions of dollars to adapt to changing markets. Let's be clear, the leaders at the National Pork Producers Council don't have a clue about animal welfare. And by the way, this went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court sided, and so Prop 12 is still the law, but the big ag is doing everything it can to try to roll it back. So it was a terrible disappointment that this incoming Agriculture Secretary seemed to be speaking in favor of the EATS Act and rolling back Prop 12. But here's where it gets weird. So a couple of days earlier, I had gotten this article sent to me. This is VOA News. Trump's Agriculture Secretary, this is the same woman, led groups opposed to ethanol and farm subsidies. President Trump's pick to run the Agriculture Department, Brooke Rollins, led an organization that opposed, forget about ethanol for a second, farm subsidies, major programs she could influence if confirmed. That background may put Rollins at odds with farm state lawmakers at her nomination hearing. During Rollins' tenure at this group also called for the elimination of farm subsidies in a 2016 report titled The Policymaker's Guide to Corporate Welfare. The report said Offering loan guarantees to farmers to start or expand their operations, quote, introduces distortions into the marketplace, end quote. Well, that sounds like something we would say. That sounds very positive. The USDA issues billions of dollars in direct and guaranteed loans each year to support the domestic farm economy. So which is it? Or is this a case of somebody who just wants to get confirmed and will say anything to get confirmed and then might do something different? I don't know. I am not a psychic, but it's certainly concerning and confusing. So we have to just process everything in all its confusion and see what we can do. Now, here was an article I'd gotten a little earlier when I was a little bit more optimistic. January 6th, Trump's cabinet lineup so far is surprisingly pro-animal, the Washington Post. And the subheader is, as Vivek Ramaswamy put it, animal cruelty will eventually become a genuine concern for conservatives. However, unfortunately, Vivek Ramaswamy has stepped down from the so-called DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency, that he and Elon Musk were running. So Vivek Ramaswamy is a vegetarian and has spoken out against animal cruelty and the consumption of animals. So the fact that he left is a big disappointment. However, just to add a little more confusion, we also have to deal with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Now, he's very controversial. By the way, I am only talking about these issues from the perspective of what can we as animal activists do to speak for voiceless animals. All the other controversies, just putting them aside, I'm not getting into that. We're talking just about this issue. So in the Washington Post article, it says the most outspoken of these candidates, Health and Human Services pick Robert F. Kennedy Jr., spent years going after industrial factory farming, correctly opining in one New York Times op-ed that such farms, quote, emit an enormous amount of pollutants that taint air, land, and water, end quote. In fact, in the 1990s, RFK brought the fight directly to companies such as Chinese-owned Smithfield, which is the largest pork producer in the United States and subjects the millions of farm animals under its dominion to the kind of clinical and torturous lives for which future generations will undoubtedly condemn us. He has also opposed some animal testing. So there you go. But this is the same person who talks about drinking raw milk. You get the point. It's very confusing. What are we to make of it? I'm not coming up with any conclusions at this moment. Now, here's just getting to the end of this. DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, has vowed, initially anyway, to cut $2 trillion from the budget. So this is from the New York Times yesterday. Musk plans for retooling government take shape, but big questions loom. That's the understatement of the century. So I actually tried to write a comment, which was not published, and just on the off chance that Elon Musk might be reading comments about his New York Times article, but they didn't publish it. Elon Musk, please read this. There is a way for you to cut $2 trillion from the federal budget. The new farm bill has not been passed yet, and it is packed with many billions in corporate welfare for giant companies that engage in factory farming via CAFOs, concentrated animal feeding operations. Some estimate the U.S. government subsidies contained in the proposed farm bill could reach $1 trillion if projected out over a decade, with insurance reimbursements to farmers who are actually giant corporations pushing real mom and pop farmers out, massive subsidies to commodity crops like soy and corn that make fast food artificially cheap rates for animal grazing on public lands, etc. If you eliminate these subsidies, it would also drastically reduce America's healthcare costs, as the health of Americans would improve as the price of unhealthy fast food increases to market levels. Kind of sounds what this incoming agriculture secretary was talking about, at least according to a report about a group that she ran back in 2016. The government itself admits that most revenue in the dairy sector comes from the U.S. government itself, pushing it in schools, institutions, etc., promoting it with USDA checkoff programs like Got Milk, and buying it up when there's a glut. Not logical, since the NIH itself says 67% of the population experiences lactose malabsorption. Please look into gutting the farm bill. This is an elegant solution to your challenge that will also benefit the American people. Let the law of supply and demand rule and end this corporate socialism for the benefit of big ag and big pharma. Now, my bottom line is there some way that we can get this message to Elon Musk, who has said he wants to cut $2 trillion from the budget, And there's been many articles written about how he's not going to be able to do it because so many things are locked in and there's laws in place and protections in place and processes. But the new farm bill has not been passed yet. And let's be real. As the farm bill goes, so goes our movement. As long as meat and dairy is artificially cheap due to government subsidies, it's going to be very hard to convince people to go for something else. This is the most important thing. And it's certainly a David and Goliath battle, but it just so happens that it dovetails with Elon Musk's determination, supposedly, reportedly, to cut $2 trillion from the budget, and he hasn't been able to find other ways. We've got to get this message to him. And it doesn't have to be from an animal rights perspective. This is not an animal rights activist. You could add climate, but he's the same person who just went on Joe Rogan and said, you can eat all the meat you want. It has no impact on the climate. So that's a blatant lie. So how do we get this message to him? That's something that, I think we need to grapple with. Now, I just want to say that before we get into the Q&A, this is clearly a bipartisan problem. I just got this email this morning. Can I introduce myself? It's Blake Gendon, blah, blah, the dairy farmer Democrat running to replace blah, blah. Like, the Democrats are always promoting dairy. They're always speaking up for so-called farmers, the dairy industry, the farm industry. They either have no clue, or they're just pandering, or they just don't care. They don't care about climate change. So I say this because it's a bipartisan problem. And that's pretty much the end of my presentation, except that I could read the letter that we've been trying to get as an op-ed. A few of us have met and said, well, maybe if we write an op-ed and publish it. Now, a wonderful person who works with Free From Harm tried to get this published in the Washington Times. They rejected her. She submitted it 3 times. But it basically says to reduce budget and massive government subsidies to the Industrial Agriculture Secretary. It's a long one, so I will only read the first paragraph. As heads of President-elect Trump's proposed Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, now it's just Elon Musk, is charged with cutting $2 trillion in government spending. It's a tall order because many of the federal government's largest expenses, like Medicare and Social Security, are fixed. I have a proposal, however, that would not only make an immediate cut to the $2 trillion, but would also reduce the federal government's exorbitant expenditures on health care. And we make the same point that I made in that little comment to the New York Times that they didn't publish. And they probably, in fairness, they didn't publish it because I said, Elon must read this. That was probably a mistake. So I see this as the problem that we face. It's the government is creating the healthcare crisis with its subsidies of animal agriculture. The government is fueling the climate crisis with its subsidies to animal agriculture. And the government is largely responsible for the torture of billions of animals by subsidizing animal agriculture and industrialized farming. And is there an opportunity for people who may not care a whit about animals, but who just want to cut the budget to look at the Farm Bill, which has not yet passed? That's the question. I do not have the answer. We even talked, a couple of us, about maybe we just create an ad and put it in like Politico or the Washington Times. Now that's expensive, but a full page ad that says, hey, Elon, you want to cut the budget? Here's how to do it. What are we going to do? We've also put Donnie Mosk of theirturn.net, who's an incredible activist and brilliant, and who also went over this op-ed with us. He has been tweeting about this, Xing about it, and trying to reach Elon Musk, since Elon Musk owns X. So far, no success. How do you reach somebody who has the power, possibly, to do something about this, but we can't seem to get through? So that's where I'll leave it off: the good, the bad, and the ugly. We've got some victories. We've got some headway that we're making. But the last thing I will say, I have to give a plug. We're a 501c3 nonprofit. I would urge everybody, just go to, and I'll put it in the chat, unchainedtv.com/donate and become a monthly donor. $5, $10, $15 a month. For the price of a cup of tea, you can be part of our team and help us. And it really makes a difference, because our donors also like to see that we have small donors that are on our side. So it's really important to get those monthly donors. So I'll put it in the chat. If you could take a minute to go to unchainedtv.com/donate and become a monthly donor. Again, $5 a month. We have a lot of $5 a month donors. It's great. Every time I see one. And it also is inspiring personally to me. I feel like we're not just doing this with 2 or 3, 4 people. We've got a team behind us. So with that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Jane. Oops, we'll put you back up there. There we go.
Go ahead. There we go. Unchainedtv.com/donate, people. Okay.
Okay, say it again, Jane, because I may have been talking.
Unchainedtv.com/donate.
All right, very good. I tell you what I love, there's so many things I love about your program and you, but I love that you will go ahead and share the news as it comes out, and you're helping us make sense of it, and telling us also where we can go so that we can come up with answers of our own of how we can do this. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's see, we've got plenty of time. So I see that I'm going to let the online person, Danny, do you have a question yourself?
I sure do.
All right, let me bring you up here then. Somebody
Thank you. And Jane, I wanted to ask if you have any recorded interviews and have you had conversations with, say, Cory Booker, Jamie Raskin, any of the vegans on the in Congress about the Farm Bill, and how could we help make that happen?
Well, it's a good question. I did go to a fundraiser for Cory Booker several years ago, and it was at a fancy place in Beverly Hills, and I went with 2 friends, and we were the vegans, vegan. And he came up and he hugged us and he goes, "My vegan peeps are here." The event wasn't vegan, but it wasn't his event. It wasn't his house. But the lady said, "We have vegan options." And I was like, "Thanks a lot." Yeah, thank you. But it's not easy to talk to these folks. If we could talk to people in power, we'd be a long way ahead. But no, and they know it. Jamie Raskin knows it. Cory Booker knows it. It's a question of, can Cory Booker, get to these other people? I mean, he's one senator. Yes, I wish we could clone him, but no, we don't have a way of getting to them. And I would hope that Cory Booker might be able to talk to RFK Jr. and talk to Elon Musk. We've been trying to figure out, how do you get to these people? Now, I was told by somebody who knows a lot of very high-powered billionaire types, just from the field he worked in, they have layers and layers and layers and layers of people that, you just don't go up to them just like a celebrity, right? They're blocked. So it's not that easy to reach these people. I wish it were.
Okay. If there's any suggestions on how we could maybe support you, I don't know, maybe petition style to have an interview with some of these people, please let us know. Let Climate Healers know anything, I personally could do. I'm, one of the core members of Climate Healers, but I'd like to help get you engaged with Congress to see, what kind of alliance could be built in that regard.
I know Direct Action Everywhere is going to DC in March, I believe. And I don't know what they're doing, but they are going to be there as a group. So maybe Climate Healers can talk to Wayne Chung and see if there's a way to get, a larger group with more people. And let's hope we're all kind of in agreement. That's the other problem. It's the larger the group, the more well, we should do this. No, we should do this. So Yeah, I think we should be walking the halls of Congress. Easier said than done, but yes, good
Thank you.
idea.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. And Jane, what about how expensive would it be to have somebody come up there and have their camera and just be following them around and then get somebody to film asking the question about the subsidies to them? Is that expensive to get a reporter following?
Well, you can't, today everybody's an influencer, but you can't just say you're a reporter and start getting access to Capitol Hill. You have to have credentials, and that's very challenging. Yeah, you can't just like pop in there. And, look, we've all tried to get our message. I remember when I tried to get my message out, and that's how I ended up calling Dr. Rao, who did the white paper, because I was so devastated. I was at a big environmental event here in New York, and here in LA, and basically a big celebrity told me to shut up when I said, and animal agriculture, because they were talking about fossil fuels. Now, I will say a lot has changed since then. Thanks in large part to the plant-based treaties doing incredible work. First ever LA Climate Week was plant-based by default. In other words, there's like 150 or 200 events, but their opening ceremony, their closing ceremony, and they encourage people to be plant-based. That's a huge breakthrough. We have a Hollywood climate event that's similar. That is, in fact, I was looking at it kind of cynical, like, and then I'm like, oh my God, plant-based, plant-based, plant-based. So we are making progress in the environmental front, but and plant-based treaty and support and feed run by Maggie Baird, incredible work they're doing. Because when Maggie Baird brings some merch and signage and says, put this up, they put it up. She happens to be Billie Eilish's mother and an amazing activist on her own. And we've worked with her. She did a whole series, a whole season of New Day, New Chef with us. So she's done incredible work. Plant-based Treaty has done incredible work. So I think we're making some progress on the environmental front. Certainly not what we would want, but getting there. But Congress, I don't know.
Right. Okay, thank you. So Nancy, do you have a question? And all right, so we'll bring Nancy on.
Oh, you're muted, Nancy.
Thank you, Jane. Go. Thank you for all your work. I love you. I love your work. I feel like mass media is the way to go, and you are sort of a part of mass media. For that purpose, I have my own TV show on, public access and my YouTube channel, and I produce T-shirts and I'm writing, et cetera, et cetera. I was wondering if you thought about, let's say, connecting with Dawn Watch, Karen Dawn. She was a media person.
I know her very well. Very, very well for decades.
Okay.
She's in Texas now. I thought she was in Texas. Maybe she's back in town. No.
She's back. Yeah.
Oh, she's back? Okay. Yeah, no, she does. I read all her articles. I love how she pours through all the written articles and she does highlights, and that's very effective. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. So I was trying to get her to, I'm also, besides what I'm doing on my own, trying to get people to contact alternative media like Democracy Now!, like Zeteo, like Dropsite, like The Intercept, Mother Jones, etc. So because, I find that the left has already moved in the direction of justice for humans. And so, pushing them to see that unless we open our circle of compassion to all living beings, and that it is the number one cause, that animal agriculture is the number one cause and must be dealt with before fossil fuels, according to Salish Rao.
Yes, and I want to say something about that. You just brought up some really good points. First of all, Yeah, mainstream media, advertiser-based mainstream media, whether it's the liberal station, MSNBC, sorry, I watch it, but I'm appalled quite often when they're like, the farmers, like when they were talking about the continuing resolution, and they want to cut off the farmers. It's like they're not guys in overalls with rakes. These are giant corporations. Wake up, do your homework. But there are independent media. The Guardian is great. They actually published an article the other day with the best headline I've ever seen. And it was basically animal agriculture is the only culturally accepted genocide. And it was just a really good article. Also, Vox, Marina Bolotnikova, who has written extensively about factory farming and about ventilation shutdown and about direct action everywhere. And she's an incredible reporter. So there's always exceptions to the rule. Those are independent, like, yeah, the Guardian is more of like a trust. They have some kind of a trust backing them, so they're not as beholden to the mainstream media. But one of the things that I've tried to say is we spend so much time genuflecting in front of the mainstream media to try to get any bit of coverage. But then sometimes we have the greatest contempt for vegan media. And so support vegan media because we're on the side of the animals, the planet, and compassion. And don't always say, well, yeah, but, when CNN started decades and decades ago, everybody made fun of it. They called it chicken noodle news. And Ted Turner had the last laugh because they said nobody wants 24-hour news, blah, blah, blah. And they made fun of him because he was a flamboyant yachtsman and et cetera. And they didn't take him seriously. And they lost the other media in their basically contempt for him. So I would urge everybody to respect vegan media.
You bet. You bet. Thank you
Yeah.
so much. And thank you, Nancy. We have some more questions.
For Dawn Watch.
Oh, sorry to
They could
interrupt.
sign up for Dawn Watch so people could get more articles, more editorials, more letters to the editor, because
yeah.
the more you have, the greater chances of getting a vegan.
I will also say I subscribe to the New York Times. Every animal activist should subscribe to the New York Times. Why? Because you can't comment unless you're a subscriber. And I do get a lot of comments put up there. There was a great article recently that talked about the meat industry's attacks on plant-based meats. It was written by Kara Buckley, and I commented on that. Now, what we need to do is make sure that because some people are like, it's fake, we need real meat. And I was able to reply to a lot of those. And those comments were approved. So everybody, that's another thing. Subscribe to the New York Times because that's what the so-called intelligentsia read. So that's a very important thing to do. It's not cheap. I think it's like 30 some a month, but it's worth it because those articles are so important. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to have Paige. Thank you, Nancy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, fantastic. So, much to my chagrin, I am going to say this. It may be time to partner, that's not quite the word, collaborate with the regenerative agriculture folks in shutting down the Farm Bill. And the reason I say this is because they have a vested interest in shutting down the CAFOs and concentrated feeding operations and the large animal agriculture. So I'm not sure how to do this because, there's that. But I will say that they want regenerative agriculture folks and the small farm folks want to shut down the large operations. And when you think about someone like Kennedy, when you think about that gentleman, he's talking about a small farm getting that fresh milk. He's not talking about a large concentrated feeding operation. So I'm just throwing it out there. It's pretty whatever, risky, or I don't even know if that's, I can't think, I'm driving. But It's just a thought. And then the other thing I was thinking, Jane, is that flooding, getting letter campaigning going. People can do that at their desk. They can do it from their home. Whatever, just continuing to have this letter campaigning and petitioning going, because every time something comes over to me, I'm signing it. I'm forwarding it, sharing it. And a lot of people don't want to leave their homes now, especially in Los Angeles right now with the particulates in the air and so forth. So if there's letters that we can have people sign and petitions we can have signed, I think we can get thousands of people on board across the nation, certainly. So those are my thoughts. But thank you so much, Jane. I've appreciated being a part of the team since 2017, to really date us. And it's been a joyride. And I'm headed to my alma mater in Santa Barbara, and I'm going to a reunion wearing my plant-based treaty right here. And they weren't serving anything at the lunch, so I didn't go, but I'm going to other places today to make statements about making sure there's plenty of plant-based options for me and all the other, for the climate, for the students, for the future, and so forth. So wish me the best of luck taking this VCOP with me to make an impact.
Good for you. Good for you. Yeah, that's where we make change with these institutions. And yeah, I went to a reunion back in my school in New York, and I specifically said I would like to have vegan options. And they had the big vegan section and then the non-vegan section. And at the end of the day, the vegan section was completely consumed and people hardly touched the meat section. So that made me happy, although sad for the animals who died for no reason, of course. But I just want to say, I hope Paige is still on somewhere, because she's an amazing part of Unchained TV, the host of Plant-Based in the Burbs with Sherry Johnson, and just all around amazing activist who, it seems, never sleeps. And we're very grateful to have her on the team.
I do sleep, but if someone would turn on my camera, I just have to show you, because this is a very pristine, gorgeous space. So I don't know if we could turn on my camera again, because I do want to show this, because the other thing that is really unique is that, can someone turn on my camera? I don't know. Is that the houses, the apartment that I stayed in over here? Well, I don't know. I guess we're not doing video. I'm trying to, and it fell into the ocean. It literally went into the ocean. And that is, which I didn't think that would happen in my lifetime. I was even thinking about climate crisis back in 1988 when I finished college. But let me just say, it's right here by the ocean. And these apartments are falling in, no joke. And there was actually a student who died, sadly. This was in 2023. And then 2024, probably more stuff happened. But anyway, this establishment's been around for a long time, but it is close to the ocean. And they have environmental science here now. They didn't before. They did not have that as a study. So there is a professor here, by the way, who is vegan, and he brings. And I was a part of his lecture back in 2019. So this is the recharge, y'all. So charge forward to hold the universities accountable through the plant-based treaty initiatives. So anyway, that's it.
Way to go, Paige.
Woo-hoo.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you,
see you later. Okay.
All right. Now we have another person in line for a question or comment, and let's bring up Renee King-Sonnen.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey there. Hey, howdy, Jane. Howdy from Texas.
Howdy. It's good to see you, Renee, always.
It's good to see you too. And I just wanted to say, listening to you talk about the subsidies and the Farm Bill and walking the halls of Congress, unfortunately, the Agriculture Fairness Alliance had to close its doors. But, I at one time was, walking those halls of Congress with Connie Spence, and doing everything in our power to reach this wall and, getting through to these people It's not easy, as you said. It's like it's important for people to know how difficult, how much money you have to even get somebody to listen. I mean, we even took Pat Brown, from Impossible Foods with us one time. And, we got in a few more doors, but not enough. It didn't make impact, didn't make near the impact it needed to make. And, of course, a lot of you, guys know about, our rancher advocacy program, trying to transition farms, trying to turn things around. There was no farm transition programs, and, until I started talking about it back years ago. But it ain't easy because why? Subsidies don't flow in the direction of farmers that want to go plant-based for people. And so, my question, that's a comment. I wanted to say all that. But my real question here, because you are an ally, sister to me, is how do we across the country and the world, right, really the country, the United States, how do we get together to make the kind of impact that we need to get this ear? I heard you about the ad in the New York Times, and I think that is, if we could all get together and donate money to do that. I mean, because we've got to get heard. I mean, I know how hard Connie and I tried. I know how hard it is. A lot of people want to romanticize all that and think it's so freaking easy. It is not. It is not. It is bipartisan, and our government is just warped from the inside out. So anyway, how do we do that? How can we take people that really care and that want to, but just have gotten beat up trying? I mean, I tried to transition a farm. I know how hard it is. Even with the money, even with all the money, how do we do it?
Well, if I had the answer to that question, I would be, seventh heaven, because that is also what I think about. And I was talking to somebody who dealt with a lot of these very powerful billionaire types, and he said, you can't get to them. They have walls, they have assistants who have assistants who have assistants who have assistants. And so then we said, maybe place an ad in a conservative journal like the Washington Times. So that's something we should explore. And, you'd have to get them to publish it too. They might not publish it. So we're dealing with basically an information shutdown. And, somebody else asked, how do we get dedicated vegan animal rights beat reporters at CBS News, NBC News, ABC News, or CNN? Well, look.
They're bought.
Yeah, I mean, I did have a show on CNN Headline News for 6 years, and I got it because I was doing fill-in work for Nancy. And then when I did get the show, because the host who was on prior to Nancy reportedly stormed off the set in a huff, and they wanted to replace him quickly, and they called me and they said, would you like a show? And I said, yes. And they said, okay, we're going to call it Issues with Jane Velez Mitchell. I said, great, because I've got a lot of issues. And I asked them just very casually, I said, would you mind if I did a little animal segment once a week? And they went, no, I guess that's okay. They probably thought pet adoptions, but I started doing the pig gestation crates and the hardcore activism. And for 6 years, I did a little segment every Friday. That was a precursor to our nonprofit that we have today. By hook or by crook, a lot of the people, and I've got several who are working with me now, who were in mainstream media, left because they couldn't stand it. Okay? They couldn't stand, because you've got to rock the boat. You're told, oh, here's a kicker story about a rodeo. And isn't that fun? And the rodeo's this weekend. You go, I won't read that. So right away, you're putting yourself in a position of going up against the authority. And so it's very tricky. You've got carnist media. Is there any way to contribute to Unchained TV other than PayPal? Yeah, I mean, let's see. There's got to be another way. I mean, we have, you can donate. It goes through PayPal, but it's not PayPal. That's just the delivery system, just so you know. It's the way most of these donor things work, because to set up your own personal cash register is so expensive and problematical and glitchy. But we can always take a donation in old-fashioned checks. We'll take that. And I will, whoever that is, Allison. Okay, Allison, I'll get back to you. Yeah. So we're dealing with a carnist society. Dr. Melanie Joy talks about this so brilliantly. All the institutions have been co-opted by carnist industries and mentalities. So you're talking about the news media is the worst promoter of the meat. That's why to get on
They're
one
bought.
of these,
That's what I was saying. They're bought and paid for.
and
So
the
how do
government
you-
is bought, and the courts are bought, except the Supreme Court did uphold Prop 12, thank God. But I mean, they've also determined that corporations are people and animals are not. So, I don't know.
Other than disrupt the whole system and upend everything, I know how, I'm the type of person that never gives up. I don't give up. I didn't say I wanted
I think
to
we're talking reach the top. That's why it's very important to have a groundswell. When the people decide this is not going to happen anymore. Now, I'll just go back to my own teenagehood, the Vietnam War, okay? And my dad happened to be a conservative Republican who actually was in the advertising business and did advertising for Nixon. I remember because I was young, obviously. We had a Nixon's the one bumper sticker. And I asked my dad, why is everybody giving us the finger when we're driving around? It's the truth. And, but I decided that I didn't agree with him and we would have political arguments because I was against the Vietnam War. It was the classic dad and kid having, debates over the dinner table. And, Joan Baez said, I believe it was Joan Baez or Joni Mitchell, one of them. I was listening to the BBC or one of those, and she said, until music entered the equation, the anti-war movement was a political movement, and people who are not into politics didn't really relate to it. But then when the culture started embracing the anti-war movement, like Crosby, Stills, Nash and Four Dead in Ohio and all of that, it became a cultural movement. So I think we need a cultural movement. And somebody had said something about right here, Danny, plant-based universities have achieved success in the UK. How can we accelerate on US college campuses? Well, New Roots Institute is doing a lot of work on college campuses. I covered the first ever UCLA Veg Fest, organized by a whole bunch of groups, different animal rights groups at campus who got together. And I said, even in the report, I said, you're an example for the adults who seem to always bicker and fight, and all you different groups.
That's the problem right there.
Came together.
If you even get a cultural revolution, try to get it started, getting anybody to agree. Everybody fights in our movement.
Well, we got to stop that for sure. But it happens in a lot of movements too. If you look at the suffragette movement, the civil rights movement, you have these different kinds of groups. One is like the Black Panthers, one is like more, a different vibe. So it happens in any kind of a social justice movement. You see that. But I say dialectics, argument and counter argument to reach a higher understanding of the given subject matter can be helpful, but vitriol and personal attacks and Facebook attacks, that's got to go, and just don't tolerate it. Anybody who engages in that, ixnay. And I don't engage in it, and I avoid it at all costs. I do not want to get dragged into it.
Did you just speak Pig Latin?
Uday Ixpe Atenle?
Oh my goodness. I think we're going to have to end on this foreign language that you two have come up with. I'm just kidding.
Thank you so much for giving us the time. It's always good to end on a note of hilarity. And I love you, Renee. And thank you, BJ, for everything you do. I appreciate all your hard work, and you're somebody. But I want to say one last thing before we go.
And this is we've got time for that. Go ahead. You bet.
Okay. We've got to tell the story of climate change in a way that people can understand. What I'm seeing, and I look at a lot of these videos and stuff, is that we have some that are too intellectual. Like, I don't know what hectares are. And as soon as I hear that word, I tune out. I don't even know what arable land is. I just would like another word. So we need people terms. We need somebody to lay it out in a positive, simple way, but professionally done, not on Zoom. And it can't be too intellectual, but it also can't be too childish, where you're thinking, is this for children? It's got to be straightforward. We need something like that. We need a basic, like 20-minute primer that is professionally produced with all the stats, because sometimes I'm trying to remember, wait, is it most of the usable land is used for animal agriculture? Is it most of the land is for agriculture, but then most of that land is animal agriculture? There's too many facts floating around. We need a fact sheet that breaks it down. We need a very simple but professionally produced, not on Zoom, conversational explanation, and we need it now. That's the last thing I'll say.
Thank you so much, Jane. We so appreciate it. The conversation, the information, and so much. The direction.
Thank you for having me.
You bet. Okay, and our next speaker is here. He'll come on camera. It looks like his camera is good. And all right. Our next speaker, Dr. Baruch, is a health literacy expert and community activist. He founded eLife 25 years ago in order to offer healthy food options to a community that had otherwise been disserved and actually underserved. He continues to achieve his personal mission through extending this economic opportunity, which allows his fellow community members to share in the success that the restaurant is thankful to have. Today, his title is Balancing, Loving You, the Micro, as a precursor to balancing, loving Earth, the macro. Welcome, Dr. Baruch.
Thank you. That's Dr. Baruch. Thank you very much.
Dr. Baruch.
Thank you very much. I
I'm
greatly
so
appreciate
apologies.
it.
Thank you,
No
Dr. Baruch.
problem at all. No problem at all. I greatly appreciate it. I'm very thankful for those who have been able to put this together and made this a very important issue, and is bringing this issue to the community so that we can have a better understanding of it. So I'm very thankful. Would you like for me to continue?
Yes, please, go right ahead.
Okay, great. So what I wanted to talk to you, really the essence of it, it reminds me, for those of you in the DC metropolitan area, you'll know the name Chuck Brown. You know, before you can learn to love anyone else, you have to love yourself. And I think that's where this conversation starts for me, understanding the importance of loving yourself first. And that's why so many people in the low-income community, the urban centers, or what used to be the urban centers, they don't relate to this story because they first haven't even overcome the challenge of learning how to love themselves. So it's important for us to overcome that hurdle. And that's where we start with what we're doing. I've been a vegan since 1978. And I remember back in 78, in the 80s, early 80s, the whole strategy was to beat people over the head because veganism was the only way. You beat everybody over the head. Why are you still eating dead animals? You're still eating pork? You're still smoking cigarettes? I can't believe it. You know, you're still doing this. And yes, there were many people that didn't receive that message very well, because that wasn't the way to go about this. The way to go about this was, in fact, quite opposite. In fact, to make them feel better about themselves was the route to take. And I learned this in the 80s, that was the approach that needed to be taken. And that's what we did. And so we were doing that work in the 80s. And in the 90s, as you said, you know, we opened up the restaurant. But I want to go back to that original understanding that we came to. And that is that in order to get a people to understand the importance of their health, they had to first understand the importance of themselves. So they had to increase that self-worth. And self-worth is very critical even in the conversation of climate change, the conversation of the ecosphere and the environment and our planet, all of that is important because, again, you've got to, in order to love the planet, in order for you to even have a relationship with the planet, a relationship with the environment, and all that is what it is today in this world that we live in, first we have to have a relationship with self. Because if we don't have a relationship with self, remember, we're spirits on a human journey, right? If you don't have a relationship with the human that you are carrying around, or he's carrying you around, or however that works, however you see it, if you don't have a good relationship with that entity, then how can you have a relationship with anything outside of that? So we now know that we have to build this relationship, recover, restore, establish this relationship with self first. And one of the first things that we recognize is that many of us have taken to destroying their own health. They destroy their being. They destroy this human vessel. They destroy this unit that they've been given on loan. And in destroying it and having no concern and love for this vessel, then again, it goes out from there. You don't have concern for other people. You don't have concern for your community. You don't have concern for your family. You don't have concern for your children. And we see this play out. And this is why there's so much, there's this strategy, this thought process that many people think took place in the colonization of Africa. Let's destroy them and then come in with the fix. And I think that's what we're seeing play out in the communities here in the United States of America. Our communities are being destroyed. Our individuals are being destroyed. Our communities are being destroyed. And then somebody's coming with the fix. However, the fix is not the fix. The fix is just the way that we can continue to glean or recover finances, resources, or continue to drain the resources from these communities. So I want you to think about that in that local community sense before we get out to the global. And we all know that the worst for you food restaurants that are located in America, the worst ones are in those communities of people who have low self-worth, because they're more inclined to engage a place that has triple fried chicken and refried beans and a milkshake to go along with that. That's the community that's more inclined to engage that, because they just want to feel good, man. Life is hard, life is tough. Being who I am, waking up, looking in the mirror and seeing the person that I see and knowing how other people view that person that I see in the mirror, it is hard. So all I want to do is feel good. I want to feel good. I want to feel better about life. It's not necessarily this I want to do what's right for my body. No, I just want to feel good. And that creates a dichotomy that causes us to now pursue after pleasure more so than the pursuit after that which is best, or that which is purposeful, or that which is going to benefit us and our family and our futures going forward the most. So we're in pursuit of pleasure as opposed to in pursuit of purpose. So what you all are talking about here is a purposeful conversation about what we need to do for the benefit of the planet. I have to take a community of people to the point where they first recognize themselves as having value to the planet. We first value to self. So we have to take them from that point of having no value for self, live a life without concern for consequences, and now put them into a space where they understand that there are consequences for every, good and bad consequences, for every single thing that we do. And I think it's very critical. I think it's a critical conversation that needs to be had. I think there's a huge population of people that would very easily begin to transition off of some of the bad for you foods if they could only get over the hurdle of, am I worth it though? Am I really worth it? If I'm going to spend my money, would I rather spend my money on a designer bag, a designer pair of shoes, the latest cell phone that's come out, or do I want to put the best food I possibly can, the best quality food I possibly can inside of my body? And so now we have to deal with the psychosis. So part of the psychosis that's going on in many of us in the lower income communities is we don't have any control over our quality of life and how long we leave. We leave that in the hands of somebody we've never seen before, right? So we leave that in the hands of somebody, and we therefore absolve ourselves of the responsibility of having anything to do with it. We see other people working hard, elevating themselves, and we're waiting on somebody to just do it for us. And that's a very bad posture. That's a very bad space. And the results end up getting worse and worse and worse and worse because it ain't happened yet, if you all follow me. And so we're having to not only deal with the diet and nutrition, and I've been in the food space now for 30 years, and I've been providing a viable food source to a community disserved and underserved. We have to not only educate our consumer about the benefits of our food, but first off, we have to educate them about why it's important that they should eat food that's more beneficial. And why they have to also be the policeman over what goes into their body, that they can't just because it's being sold in the grocery store, which I got enough gray hair for you all to know that I lived back in the day when the grocery stores were like maybe 5 lanes, and that was it. You went and you got what you needed, and everything else you either got out the backyard or some other way that you were able to come up with this. But it wasn't 50 lanes worth of stuff in the grocery store. So now people have these grocery stores full of stuff, and if you know, like I know, you know that the only good things are on the end. So they got the produce on one end, and they got water on the other end. I don't know what the other good stuff. Oh no, they got the healthy food on the other end. So the odd thing is, and I'm sure you all have heard it a million times, but if you got a section that you call the healthy food section, then what do you call the other section? But most of us spend that time, that's what the majority of the shelves are. The other food section, that's the unhealthy food section. So we have to be mindful of what's being presented to us. And where I have a restaurant, they did research about maybe 20 years ago, and they had determined that in a 3-mile radius, there were 18 bad for you food restaurants and 1 good food restaurant. I was the only one that qualified as a good for you food restaurant. And that restaurant, those restaurants, they talked about the success, and they were able to, ascertain everybody's financials. So they were talking about how much the other restaurants were making, and therefore that would be translate directly into the quality of health and life of the people. So we look up today and we see that the people in the community where I'm situated, the only help that they've got is, myself and maybe a couple of others that have come along board now here lately. But the big part of that conversation is, how do I make you feel good enough that you would make the better choice? So making the better choice, that's become a convoluted issue too. In that now they, it's like, if you will, I'll make a biblical reference. I promise you this was not religious at all. I read a book and it talked about the Garden of Eden, right? And they talked about this tree of the knowledge of good and evil, right? And now you got these restaurants that many of us in the animal rights and in the climate change and the environmentalist community we're applauding these restaurants that sell not only bad for you food, but they're selling dead animals, right? But they have one vegan burger and they get all this press. Oh, now this restaurant is now selling a vegan burger. This is so great. But they sell most of their menu is dead animals, and most of their menu is toxic to the community that it serves. And we celebrate them as opposed to celebrating those of us that are not new to this, but those of us that are true to this and have always been this way and are serving, plant-based food and working to make that plant-based food as healthy as we possibly can. And I would add to just that little piece that when I say healthy as we can, we're looking to create a menu that doesn't have any sugar in it. We're looking even go as far as no oil, but we want no processed foods. We want it all plant-based whole food without any of the things that are contributing to the poor health conditions that many of our people are suffering from. So we're really stretching the agenda to push them to the point where if they feel better about themselves, then when you come along and you say, shouldn't we be concerned about the planet that we live on? Well, absolutely. Because I've done all I can for myself. I'm at the pinnacle. I'm eating healthy. I'm exercising. I feel good about myself. I'm doing yoga in the morning and stretching, and I'm working out, and I'm being mindful of what's going on inside of me and outside of me. All of that is taking place. Now, where do I go? Now I go to my family. I now begin the love and concern that I have for myself. I begin to touch the members of my family so that they can be a part of this, extension of their lives and the improvement of the quality of their life. And then this spreads out. So it begins to touch other people. And I'm an example of it because I started a restaurant back in 1995 when being plant-based wasn't popular. It wasn't popular at all. As a matter of fact, most people thought, well, why wouldn't you just sell, why wouldn't you add at least some fried chicken to your menu? Because you know that everybody would come in if you had fried chicken. And I said, no, that's not what I'm here for. That's not what I'm here for. Now, I understand I probably would. I would be very successful financially, but I would fail with regard to my agenda. And so in 1995, as I saw this thing created in our community. I saw ramps being built on houses. I saw ambulances coming through the neighborhood, and I was like, well, nobody's getting shot. There's no police officer that came through here. So this is sickness. This is somebody having an issue, a health issue. And we saw the rise of diabetes and high blood pressure and heart disease. And we saw conditions where I lived during, and I'm still alive, of course, and during a lifetime where diabetes and high blood pressure and heart disease wasn't that popular. People taking pharmaceutical drugs was not that big of a deal. But I want you all to be mindful, when I talked earlier about what happened to Africa, the chemical companies took over the food industry. Monsanto, Arthur Daniels, Midland, Syngenta, Bayer, DuPont, Dow, they took over the food industry. And now we see the decline of the food, but they also took over the pharmaceutical drug industry. And now everybody's being, gravy trained down this pathway to now being drug dependent. Now it's rare that you run into somebody that isn't on drugs, which is odd. And, you find this external dependence creates a different psychology inside of our minds. It makes us believe that we have to be dependent upon somebody else for our health. It makes people more inclined to believe whatever's being imposed upon them by whatever we believe to be the authority. And in this case, the white coat stethoscope wearing medical doctors are the authorities. And in our minds, we translate them as they are the authority over my health. I have no responsibility for my health. As a matter of fact, the medical doctors have convinced us that we're just innocent victims of whatever our parents had. And so now we're going through this life taking no responsibility and not doing the things that we should do as an individual for the self-care and well-being of our body. We're not doing what we should be doing, and it results in us not having the love that we should for ourselves. So I believe, and my contention is, that we need to love ourselves more, and we need to love ourselves outside the bounds of even self. We need to love ourselves as a body. We're human beings. And we need to, it's rare that you find other creatures on the planet going up against one another as much as we are. We've been put in this bear cage, in this trap, and we're all going up against one another. And I don't think that's natural. But I think it becomes more natural, especially when we consume an aggressive diet, when there's lack and limitation. And there's not lack and limitation overall, there's just lack and limitation in certain areas. And you find people that are struggling to see the vision for, what we need to be doing for the planet. So I believe that we need to have a conversation amongst ourselves, amongst these different organizations that are looking to cultivate an increase in your population, an increase in your membership, an increase in the consciousness of the community. We have to come across and show love, just like we did with the plant-based diet. We cannot go about this. We cannot go about this by beating people over the head and saying the planet is going to be dead in a minute and you all over it not acting like this is important. No, I think we need to take a different approach. We need to make the people love themselves enough to understand the importance of life and that we're here for a purpose. And we need to begin to dissect and filter through some of the noise that has convinced us that we have no responsibility. We're not accountable for anything. There are no consequences for what we do. It just all is already preset and pre-programmed, and we're just following a script. This is not the Truman Show. We actually do have control, and we can make a difference. And we can start with ourselves, where we have control of what's going on inside of us with what we eat. And we know, with regard to what we eat, we know that what we eat affects how we think. What you consume affects how you think as an individual and how you perceive things, and also let me go back a step further. How you think changes how you absorb and assimilate what you consume. And I think that's a very important part of this conversation too. So you're not only needing to elevate a person's self-worth along with elevating a person's diet before you get them to understand the importance of elevating their responsibility and commitment to the planet is where I want to take this conversation to. And I would suspect that there are not a lot of people that are necessarily spending as much time on maybe cultivating that side of this conversation and working in that space as maybe they should, because otherwise I believe, and I know I've seen it with the many things that happen in the protests and the people that come on board and get angry and march and do whatever. I believe that if we gave them the right conversation, if we gave them the right information and we gave them the right self-worth, then we would get the right results out of them. And it's a long shot, but it seems like everything we're doing in this space is a long shot. But it's a long shot, but it's one where you get a body of people, and you all know how to do it. You get a top level entertainer to say, I'm concerned about the planet. And now they start wearing shoes that demonstrate that they're concerned. They wear a t-shirt promoting, demonstrate their concern about the planet. And other people will get on board because everybody wants to be like that person. Everybody wants to be like the entertainer that they in their mind are married to. So I think it's important that we take this strategic approach in communicating to our community. We take a very strategic approach and working to get them to see the value of self first. After making them understand the value of self, making them understand the value of consumption. And consumption goes beyond the bounds of consuming just food or what we eat, what we put in our mouth, but consuming the music that we consume, consuming the other levels of entertainment that I think we all need to have a better relationship with time. I don't think we understand the importance of time. And I think that is a part of that self-worth conversation, that we're all here for a period of time to make certain things happen during that period of time. But we don't have the best relationship with time, which is why we see so many people are wasting their time on the internet, on social media, playing silly games or even looking at other people playing silly games. And meanwhile, our communities and the planet is in peril. So there's an alarm that needs to be sounded. There's a strategy in which we would need to possibly camouflage what we're doing so that we can get people to see the vision and understand how important it is that we do this. It's a lot of work. And it's a lot of work and it's more and more work every year we don't do this work because the people are slipping further and further and further away. The people are slipping further away and it's more difficult to get to them. So I would suggest that we consider putting together some type of an agenda, some type of a plan that would help us reach this population of people that are challenged and understanding how important our environment is to us and should be to us. Because our environment is critical, but our environment starts here. This is our first environment, and then it goes out from here. So I don't want to, belabor the point. I think I've kind of made my point clear. I'll go back over it just one more time. First, we got to love ourselves. They have that expression, when you know better, you do better. I disagree. When you know better and you feel good enough about yourself, then you do better. We have to make people feel good enough about themselves to do better. We've got a population of people here in the United States of America that don't feel good about themselves. They don't love themselves. And you're telling them they need to be concerned and love the planet. How does that work? We have to first make them love themselves. We have to show them love and make them feel valued. We have to make them feel valued and then begin to show them how they support valuing themselves, empowering themselves, uplifting themselves, giving themselves a fair chance out here. It's tough. Take it from me. I'm a Black man that grew up in Southeast Washington, D.C. in the United States of America. Southeast Washington, D.C. is not the Southeast Washington, the one I grew up in is not the one that you all see today. It was a very tough existence. And for many of us, they're going through that tough existence and they don't get out. I came through crack cocaine. I came through Get Tough on Crime and Three Strikes You're Out and all the different presidential down and local political down campaigns to find a way to lock more Black men up. I came through that. And I could say the number one thing that made a difference for me is how I felt about myself and how I felt about my commitment to my vision and the time that I have here on the planet. That's a critical thing that I think we need to make we need to focus on, and I think you get a groundswell of people who are very easily swayed. We'll go from one entertainer to the next entertainer, one sports team to the next team. Just imagine if you could get that groundswell of people wearing jackets, sweaters, hats, bumper stickers on cars, playing or listening to music, listening to the energy that comes forth that's guiding them down the road of feeling better about self. Rap music didn't start as a destructive vehicle. Rap music was a unifying vehicle. Somebody else took control of it and hijacked it and turned it into a destructive vehicle. It was what we were using to bring ourselves together and to give us hope and make us feel good. And we are excited. We like to dance. We like to celebrate. Somebody infected this music, this institution, and look at what it's gangster rap now. Now it's bees and hoes and getting locked up and putting 5, slugs in you and all kinds of crazy stuff that's going. That isn't where it started. Y'all remember hip hop, a hibbity, hip hip hopper? I can't sing, but that's where it started, and it made us feel good. It was just telling our story. We were enjoying it, and then somebody took it over and destroyed it. And you can look at other things about our culture that were taken away from us, given back to us, and it destroyed it. It was infected with a virus. So as we're looking at this whole scenario, we can't just put it on the very people at the bottom who are struggling, trying to figure out how to manage through life, to get them to see why they should be concerned about the environment. We also have to look at those who have a hand in continuing the destruction of these people and maintaining this lower thought process, this lower value for self. Because there are institutions that are in place that are in place for the purpose of causing a people to feel less than. And that's not good, especially when you are needing more people to understand the value of, if we don't do this, then we're all going to go. What better thing to do than to get the people who are at the bottom that we feel most intimidated by because they don't love themselves, so they might not love me, they might harm me. What better thing to do than to very quickly and easily cause these people to change their level of self-worth, change and be inspired to eat a healthier way so that they not only will go through the psychological, but go through the biological transition from being, less than to now being able to look at themselves in the mirror and see themselves as having great worth, making positive choices. Like I said, not only with the food, but with the music, with the friends, with the what we do with our time. All of those things need to be adjusted. And now I think it needs to be a part of the educational institutions that are out here. But there's somebody who benefits from it not happening. There's somebody who benefits from the status quo, just keeping everything like it is. And if we have to make a part of our mission in waking up the planet and waking up everybody, that we also put energy into waking those folks up. Because if this population of people do not feel love, if we feel at any point like, oh no, y'all ain't got no love for us, don't nobody care about us, right? Or we'll disengage. Because we know what that is. We know what that world is like. So I think that's kind of where the conversation needs to go. Let's make them feel better about themselves. Let's give them the information that they need so they can make better choices on behalf of themselves. So now feeling better now is going to give them the impetus. Now the information is going to give them the direction and the information that they need. They got the GPS model. They got the battery inside the GPS now charged up. Now they know what they need to do. They know where they need to go. It starts with self-worth. It starts with changing what you do for yourself, how you treat yourself, how you love yourself, what you do for yourself and your family, your community, your neighborhood, your people. You change all of those things, you elevate that up. Every time you increment that up, you change people's outcome, you change people's what their expectations are in life, and you get them to a level where they can see above the noise, above the pain of being who they are. You get them to the point where they can see above that, where now they can see that, well, the planetary conversation, the climate change conversation is now relevant to me. Prior to that, it's not relevant to them. It's never gonna be relevant to them. When we've seen, and if you've not looked at the statistics, I would suggest that you consider reading a book called American Apartheid and the campaign that was waged against the African American community in the United States of America to cause them to decline, to literally systemically cause them to decline. You know, we have to understand this. I was not born a drug dealer, but have I ever dealt drugs? Yeah, it happened. I was not born a whole lot of negative things, but I did a lot of negative things until somebody stopped me one day and said, you know what? You're so much more valuable than that. You're so much more valuable. And I looked them in their face and I said, I pulled out the money I had in my pocket and I said, oh, I'm valuable enough for me. I got mine. You take care of yours. You ain't got that much money sitting in your pocket. And it took him years of staying in my head in order for me to finally see the light. And when I saw the light, I'm no longer that guy that you're worried about being in the parking lot, me hitting you over the head. I'm no longer the guy that you have to worry about selling drugs in your community. I'm no longer the guy that is looking to bring harm to anybody. I've completely been changed because I changed my look, how I looked upon myself, how I viewed myself. I changed and I accepted the responsibility of being the caretaker of this being, loving myself first, and now loving others. It wasn't enough for me to just eat healthy food myself. It wasn't enough. I said, no, this is no good. If I were to just, make sure that my family eats healthy, and I'm watching all the families around me in my community, I'm watching them die, and I'm watching them all in wheelchairs and getting ramps built on homes and ambulance visits regularly. It wasn't enough. I then had to love the people around me. And then somewhere along the way, we had the organizations that were bringing it to our attention that we had to love these creatures on the planet along with us. Because they don't deserve to go through what they're going through just so we can eat a meal, when I know we can eat a meal without having to kill them. But that didn't make sense to me until I first went through these other steps. So I made that change. I said, no, we need to be concerned about the animals as well. That's an important part, but it fits in this whole grand scheme of things. So first me, then my family, my neighborhood, my community, my people, the animals, and now the planet. I got to love myself first before I can love anybody else. I've got to love myself first before I can love this planet. And we also have to understand the value of truth, because the distribution of misinformation will have somebody listening to the words that I say and will be confused because that's not what somebody told them, or that's not what they heard in the news, or that's not what they see marketed to them through social media. We have to get control of the media channels, and we have to be able to provide a media channel that is going to be attractive to a population that you want to reach. It has to be attractive, and it's got to have the information that's going to empower them to make better choices. I think I've said the same thing about 3 or 4 or 5 times, and I pray that I haven't beat it up too bad. I pray that you're with me, and I pray that you understand the perspective that I come from. I don't come from the angle that a lot of people come from. I came from the street, and I've come from that space, and I speak from that space, and I remember that space. I don't forget those people. I'll never forget those people, because I remember when I had the choice to go deeper or to get out, and I chose to get out. I chose to get out, but a lot of people don't make that choice because the other choice looks so much more attractive. It tastes so much better to know that you're going to be able to make more money, and you're going to get a bigger car with bigger rims, and you're going to get a bigger sound system, and you're going to get another pair of boots and another big old, puffy coat. All of that stuff. That was on the other side, and this side over here was I was going to have to get a job. And I was going to have to work. And I was going to have to do work every day. And I was going to make so much less money than I was making then out on the street. It was so much less, based on what I understood was good and bad, what was to be desired and not desired. This was the path where I would say I least desired at the moment. But after beginning to eat this diet, which was more than just food, but eat this way of life, this way of thinking about myself, I began to develop an appetite for it. And what made me really develop an appetite for it was when I was able to get other people to see what I saw. So the more I spoke, and I've been on many different levels speaking. I used to speak to 13 million people on the radio every single day. And the more I was able to see people come to the light, it inspired me. It provided resources for me, yes, but it inspired me. And I was motivated, and I was watching people change how they thought about themselves. And I was watching people change about how they thought about the earth and the creatures, the planet, the other earthlings. I was watching people go through this metamorphosis. And I was like, wow, I have power to cause a people to make a positive change on behalf of themselves that they would not have even considered. They wouldn't even have considered. And I was able to do that. So I'm thankful for the life that I've been given. I'm thankful for the changes. I'm thankful for the things that I said yes to and the things that I said no to. It was tough at the time that I did it, but I did it. And I continue to do it. And I'm thankful that, I'm able to connect up with people like Dr. Raul and Brother Shankar and others that are here on the call. I really am thankful because you don't know how much it means to me to be connected with people like yourself. It affects my self-worth. When I get that text from Shankar, when I'm on a call or when somebody says that, hey, I'm willing to help you do what you do for your community. I see what you're doing. And there are people that have come along and said, I want to help you be more successful. And I know that at the end of the day, they see that my success is tied into their success, but I don't disconnect the fact that they still have chosen me to be a vehicle to help manifest the success that they're looking for. I love these people that I serve every day. I want to help them be better. I want to help them live a better quality of life. I want to help them be significant. I want to help them be to have value. And I think when they have value, they will value this conversation. They will value the planet. They will value the understanding that they need to not be contributors to this continued deterioration of our future, which is what we're looking at. Thank you very much.
Wow, that was inspirational, Dr. Baruch, I tell you. Climate Healers' motto is heal yourself to heal the earth. You have to heal yourself first, and you hit it right on the head. Wow.
Thank you.
Well, we have a couple of questions that was brought up. And so I'm going to let Danny come on and maybe she has one for herself or maybe someone else.
Hi, Dr. Baruch, and thank you so much for being here. The subject of self-love hits me right in the center because that's a process that I'm going through. I mean, real, true, deep self-love and acceptance. And it can be extreme. I mean, I'm crying now. It can be extremely daunting. Um, how would you recommend? This is the first question, and then there's another one from chat. How would you recommend people start to um, really explore that, deeply explore how to be in a state of self-love? Because I know when you're in that state, you have no choice but to share it, you know? And so I'd like to know what you recommend people do as part of a process there. That's one. And quickly, the second one is, can we put your perspectives and articles, or is there a website that we can um, follow to, you know, to read your posts and recommendations and talks, etc.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I think your first question is, I think if you know, a very important piece of life is the people that we have around us. People that we surround ourselves, or the people that we find ourselves wanting to be around. We find, you know, that we want to be around. And I think if you cannot change your friends to be on the frequency and desiring the things that are better, and encouraging you to be better, and encouraging you to be more responsible and loving yourself more and being more accountable. If you can't change your friends to be on that same frequency with you, or to be at a level that makes you even pursue after where they are, then we need to change our friends. And we need to find a population of people that are where we want to be and are supporting the vision that we have for ourselves. Because when I became plant-based, I don't know that anybody went through the crucifixion that I went through. I became plant-based when I was a teenager. And you're talking about going through elementary and junior high school with people laughing at you every single day, and how tough it was to stay the course as a teenager. It's tough, but I think if we provide people with that support network of making them feel better about themselves, making them, you know, just like we might make comment about somebody who has achieved some level of success in these here United States of America, who might, you know, how we define success, that we might applaud them and give them accolades because they ran the football further than anybody else for the whole year, or they put the ball in the hole more than anybody else. You know, all of these things where we have to now start giving people a I guess a pathway, or a way to achieve levels of success in this, and likewise get the accolades and the support from the community. Because it's
My
tough.
question, the question is relating to how does somebody start on the path of self-love, not taking it from the outside, but trying to find it within.
Oh, well,
Thank you.
you start by looking in the mirror and saying over and over again that I'm worth it. That I'm not, I have a purpose, and there's a reason for me being here. I have purpose, and it's worth it for me to put what's best inside of my body. And so you start with self. You start with, again, but I think it has to do with the people. If you're around people that make you feel bad about yourself over and over and on going, then it's tough to do. But I think you have to first look in the mirror and say, no, I deserve better. And you have to be around people that support you. But first, you have to say, I deserve better. And the good thing about this is, as you do the work, you feel better. You know, as you do better, as you eat better, you feel better. As you show your concern for other people and you watch them feel better and do better, you feel better. I feel better when somebody comes to me and says, "Hey, doc, you know, I don't have diabetes anymore. I've lost 50 pounds in the last 6 months." You start feeling better because you're doing this. So I think the first thing is looking in the mirror and recognizing that you're a king or a queen, and being around people that support that notion. And then the rest of the work is just gonna kind of fall in place. But first you have to look in the mirror and recognize your value. You are a queen and you're valuable, and we need you here. And we need you to do the work that you're supposed to do. And we need you to be our friend, and we need you to make us laugh, and we need you to, to be there for us, because we need you at times. So to be in a space where the people value the good in you, and also when you look in that mirror and value yourself and elevate the value, and on it as an ongoing thing. There are things that you can look at in your life and say, well, this week, this month, this day, this year, I'm going to drop this and I'm going to add this. So I'm going to stop eating this and I'm going to start eating that. I'm going to stop wearing this and I'm going to stop looking at this and wasting my time. I'm going to spend my time in the garden and out on the whatever, going on a trail and doing something different. So you start having that conversation, and you start making the plans, and you start making the, and showing how this process is going to manifest itself. But you get help from communities like this. There's no better thing than to be around people that are where you want to be and can give you an idea on how to get here. And with regard to information about me, and I don't do a whole lot of posting other than what I do maybe on social media, but I don't do a whole lot of posting of myself. I probably should do more, but I'll get a publicist to help me out with that at some point. But yeah, so there's not probably a lot of information out there on me or that I've produced, but it's out there, and you'll find it all fitting into the same space. I want to do what I can to help my community. I want to do what I can to expose those that are destroying us as a world, as a nation. And I want us to, I want everybody to have a better quality of life. I shouldn't have to live life with the concerns that I have. And that's the information that I post. I pray that I kind of got it right for you. I'm not sure. Maybe I didn't take the approach or go at it the way you wanted me to. But hey, it has to start with you. Feel better about yourself and make the decisions, make different decisions on behalf of yourself, starting right now.
Thank you, Dr. Baruch. That was beautifully said, and we know a lot of climate healers that love our other climate healers and everybody. So we have a question for you from Renee King-Sonnen, and then we'll go to you, Nancy, and that is, can you please tell us what motivated you to go plant-based? You said you were as a teenager, just a bit. Thank you.
Okay. So it all started back in 1972. That was before I was a teenager. She was the most beautiful woman I had ever seen in my entire life. I in my mind saw her as a lot more than my second grade teacher. And one day she saw me eating a pork chop sandwich. And she told me that she actually didn't tell me anything at first. She wrinkled up her face and she's like, oh. And the minute she wrinkled up her face, I began to fold my aluminum foil with the wax paper under it. You all know how that is, right? I began to fold that paper up over my sandwich and put that sandwich back in the bag. Because the last thing I wanted to do was disrupt and damage the relationship I had with what, in my mind, was my wife. I used to erase her board and help her check tests, and I was the one that brought her an apple to school every day and would carry her bags back and forth from the car. I loved Miss Williams. And when Miss Williams told me that pork, she said, pork isn't good for you. It can make you sick. And that was, like I said, she didn't really need to say that, but that's what she said. And that started me on this pathway to then, after I was at 7, and then by the time I got to 11, I was ready to disengage completely. And by disengaging, I realized that the conversation about why I don't eat pork is the same conversation for why I don't eat beef and chicken and fish and all these other things that we're eating that are not beneficial to us. So that's what started me on it. And I've never seen Miss Williams after the 2nd grade. I've talked about her for years and years and years. I've never seen her again. But that one conversation, that one day, that one conversation has now turned into, at one time I had 3 restaurants. I served millions of people. I've served millions of people over the course of my years of being in a restaurant, just behind, I believe, that one conversation. So, and it had everything to do with the fact that she made me feel good about myself. And she made me love her and appreciate her in my life. And when she inspired me to make that change, it was a no-brainer. I said, nope, I'm done.
Wow. Beautiful story. Wow. Okay, so now we're going to have Nancy. Nancy can come on and ask a question. And then I have a couple of questions from a chat also. So go ahead, Nancy. Welcome.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Baruch. I love that message. I resonate with it. I went through my preteen life feeling like a nobody and a nothing. And finally, I decided, why don't I just take my life? And it took that major kind of turnaround in my consciousness that when it didn't succeed, I thought, well, and I got into like these group therapy where I had to say, I'm here, look at me, just to exist in a world with other people. Before that, I didn't open my mouth. And that changed everything because, I was of value to exist. So I live in Harlem. Maybe you've heard of it, a little apple with the Big Apple complex. And I am what you call a vegangelist. What I do, yeah, I go everywhere, through the subways, on the streets, in the buses, and I hand out my little film slip with films on Netflix and YouTube, and on the back are books, including Badass Vegan, Fuel Your Body, Fuck the System, blah, blah. Anyway, basically, I find that people, when they react to me, it's a lot like they feel that I care.
Yes.
Because I'm screaming, eat plant food, meat, dairy, and eggs are not food. They're violence. And they make us fat and sick and cruel, and basically the message is you count enough for me to try to give you this slip, especially in the summer, spring, and fall, not in this cold weather, but you care about me enough to stop in the street, try to give it. And I feel there's just so much love. I got a lot of good feedback. When I get
Do you
good,
have a question for Dr. Baruch? Do you have
yeah,
a question for Dr. Baruch?
I was just curious what you thought of that approach.
Oh,
I think that approach can work. I think, again, it goes back to people that are downtrodden. If that happens to be the people that you're giving this to, you want to make them feel better about themselves. That's so addictive to make people feel better about themselves. They'll want to be around you. They'll like that. And but I think along with what you're handing out, I think it's a good thing to get people to relate to what animals go through in order that they would eat. They're not going to pick that one up as quickly as they will pick it up. How does it affect me? Why is it that I have high blood pressure, heart disease, diabetes? I got arthritis. I got everything. Yeah. I think that you might want to make it more relevant to them as opposed to how it impacts the animals.
Yeah, a lot of these films are about that. So yeah, it all relates. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Dr. Baruch. All right, we have another question from Millie. Millie, would you come on and we'll let you ask your question.
Thank you so much. Also, just firstly, thank you so much for your words of wisdom. I have really appreciated your talk most of all. It really has resonated. So I've been vegan for over 16 years, and over the last couple of years have been more involved within mental health organizations like NAMI, National Alliance on Mental Illness, and the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. And I really believe in coming from a very compassionate, understanding approach within everything, because the way you talk to a child is the way I feel like everyone should be spoken to, because we all have an inner child. But I wanted to hear, what advice would you have for vegan activists who come from a more kind of compassionate approach, but find themselves in spaces where other vegan activists might be a lot more aggressive and like calling, you know, passerbys murderers, or like just not, you know, like it's just, I've found myself in some spaces where I don't fully agree with how they're handling the messaging, and I just feel like it's very off-putting. So what advice would you have? Thank you.
Yeah, I find it that way as well. And I remember when I was that person. But I think you stay in your lane and you do what you're doing, and you're going to find that people will gravitate towards you. They will want to hear what you have to say, and what you have to say will impact them in a greater way as compared to maybe somebody who makes them, you know, feel bad or dirty or maybe feel like a bad person. You know, that I don't think that that's the strategy to go with. You know, we live in a world where bad people get rewarded. We live in a world where bad people get, you know, they're the hero sometimes. And I think it's not the way to get it done. I think the way to get it done is to make people feel like you care about them. And when you make people feel like you care about them, they might not listen to you at that moment, but when they see you at the, you know, like the young lady who hands out the flyers on the subway, then when they see you the next time, they're going to want to talk to you, because they're going to say, hey, you know, nobody cares enough about me to want to give me something that's going to help me. You know, who are you, and what are you all about? What are you doing? And, you know, maybe you give me 10 of them, I'll take them back to my, you know, apartment building, and I'll hand them out to some people that I think could relate to this. So I think you're taking the right approach. And those people that feel like you need to beat them over the head many times are people who are again, deal with this in a condescending manner. Like, you idiot, you can't see that this is what you're doing. You can't see that this is what you're doing. No, that's not everybody's going to respond to that like they should, or like the person who is maybe delivering that message wants them to. I don't agree with it. I don't do that anymore. I would rather increase your knowledge, increase your self-worth, and then the light bulb goes off, and now, you know, you're set.
Great. Thank you. Wonderful. Well, our next speaker is here. We have a question, at least maybe they could keep this one, because they want to know where your restaurants are. And if you had a book, did you have a book? I don't remember if you mentioned a book, but you have restaurants, and maybe you could tell us where they are.
Okay, so I only have one now. COVID has helped me downsize and consolidate a bit, and that's it's in Capitol Heights, Maryland, and that's called eLife. You see it on my shirt, the eLife restaurant. eLife at 9033 Central Avenue, Capitol Heights, Maryland. And phone number for us there is 301-324-6900. And I'd be more than happy to help anybody. You give us a call. And also, of course, when you're in the area, please come dine in with us. We appreciate it. And I think that was eLife Restaurant. Yep. And again, I thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. It's been an honor. And I look forward to continuing to interact with you and building with you, because nobody else is going to do this but us. We have to work together. Thank you, family. Love you.
Thank you. We love you too. Oh, well, my goodness, we do have a couple of minutes. Are you still there?
Okay. I'm still with
going to
you.
bring you back up, okay, because last time I started a little early. The question was, can you name a couple of foods or menus, maybe simple recipes? Do you have anything you can share, either what you serve or a simple recipe that we could use?
A recipe I wouldn't have, and it's because I'm not a restaurateur and I'm not a chef. I'm actually a community activist and a fighter. And I fight for my people. So I, as a fighter and a community activist and advocate for our health, I just hired people that know how to do the stuff that I think we need to do, and they do it. So I do have a chef, but I don't, and I have cooked. Yes, I do get in the kitchen and I know how to prepare some stuff. But typically I'm the mouthpiece, I'm the figurehead, I'm the one that pays the bills. And that's the role that I play in this. And but we are, some of our more preferred meals are our garlic kale. I'll tell you this, we're about to start a new program. It's called 30 to Life. And that's what I'm naming it now. It sounds a little, scary, right? 30 to life. What's that about? Well, it's we wanting to add 30% to everybody's life. So we're increasing our prebiotic foods, our probiotic foods. That's your yogurts, your kimchi, your kombucha, your sauerkraut. All of those, of course, all plant-based. We're doing sprouts. We're doing more salads, and all of these are going to be geared towards literally people making the choice to say, you know, I want to add 30% to my life. And if I do this, we know it's like adding Miracle Grow to a tomato plant. We know that you will avoid many of the pitfalls that so many of us are encountering, and you will improve your quality of life and your health of life. You'll strengthen your immune system. You'll increase your energy. All of that is going to take place when you put the right fuel inside of your body. So we're committing our restaurant space to being that location where people can come and not just kind of maybe by some chance get something that's going to do something for your health. No, we have a refrigerator that is specifically dedicated. We've removed, thanks to Dr. Raul and others, we've removed oil from all of the food. We've removed processed foods. You know, we're taking much of the processed foods out. We're making it all from scratch right here in our kitchens. And it's making a big difference. It's making a big. Now, this is something that the vision is there. The manifestation is coming. We're doing some of the foods periodically, but at some point we're going to put it all in the refrigerator and it'll be available to you.
Wow, that's fantastic. I'm so glad to know that. Thank you. We all are.
Thank you.
You
Thank
bet.
you.
Okay, let's bring on Dr. Abraham Ort, and I will introduce you. Hello. All right. Let's see if I can hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
It's a little soft.
A little soft, yeah, that's my voice, I'm afraid, yeah.
Oh, well, that's good right now. That's good. Thank you. All right. Everyone, the world-renowned climate scientist Abraham Ort worked as a meteorologist at the NOAA Geophysical Fluid Dynamics Laboratory in Princeton, New Jersey. He studied the general circulation of the atmosphere, summarized in his book that he co-authored with someone else, Physics of Climate. His textbook is recommended all around. It's in the university near me. He also studied Oriental medicine, meditation with Thich Nhat Hanh, taught, let me see if I'm saying this right, shiatsu? And, yes, and now he's come back to work with about the climate to reverse global warming, inspired by the climate healers. Welcome, Dr. Ort, who will be speaking on the Merchants of Doubt. Welcome, Dr. Ort.
Thank you very much, BJ. Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's wonderful.
Okay.
Yes.
It's wonderful to follow up on the presentation of Dr. Baruch Elite. He starts with this small, going to the large, but he gave sort of the basis of what I will be talking about. I will be talking about the other side, about the Earth itself. Maybe you can show the first picture, BJ, of the Earth.
Okay, we'll have, let me see if Ray, I think we have somebody ready to do that.
Okay. So my presentation will be actually on how we can deal with the climate and avoid further global warming, one of the most pressing issues of our time.
Okay, I'm ready to do that.
Okay. The picture we'll show the Earth is very simple ball. Okay, that shows that maybe we can enlarge it. Okay, that's a very a ball which has shown actually the Earth itself with all the different elements. As you know, there are many different spheres in the element. You see, first of all, the oceans, the large, huge oceans, the blue oceans with the white clouds. And then we see the land. The land is smaller, greenish where the trees are, and yellowish where the deserts, the large deserts. And then we have the Arctic ice cap is here. And then the atmosphere, the thin and very delicate atmosphere, with the clouds also in there. And then less visible, the biosphere. It's the trees, the plants, the animals, and we as part of the animals. I chose as the header of my presentation, Merchants of Doubt. It's the title of a book written by Naomi Oreskes and Eric Conway in 2010. The subtitle of the book is How a Handful of Scientists Obscured the Truth on Issues from Tobacco Smoking to Global Warming. We all know that the reality of global warming has been suppressed, either intentionally or not intentionally, by some scientists and industrial organizations who benefited from the status quo. The lung cancer took a long time to resolve, since the tobacco companies were opposed to changing their lucrative practices. But why did it take so long for the general public to accept that smoking is bad for your health? Why more than 30 years? It happened largely because of the people, often scientists, who created doubts at each step in the efforts to understand the cause and link between smoking and lung cancer. These scientists were respected in their own fields, but they were hostile to any regulations, since, according to them, the regulations would be the road to socialism and eventually communism. Many were influenced by prominent scientific leaders who had escaped from the communist regime in Russia and Western and Poland, and supported the capitalistic system of the United States. On the other hand, there are also examples of what we in society have done with some success regarding the climate. One example is shown in the book Solvable, written by Susan Solomon with the subtitle How We Healed the Earth and How We Can Do It Again. Dr. Solomon is an eminent atmospheric scientist. The thing was that in the 1990s, it was discovered that the ozone levels in the upper stratosphere, high level in the atmosphere, were rapidly decreasing, leading to increased levels of ultraviolet radiation damaging for the living tissues on Earth. Fortunately, scientists were able to determine the cause of the ozone destruction, apparently by the refrigeration fluids released from refrigerators. But both scientists and chemical companies worked together, so that through the cooperation they were able to find an alternative that would affect the ozone levels in the upper atmosphere. However, climate change and global warming is more complex than the ozone hole, since it involves the entire climate system. It requires research and actions by scientists, companies, governments, and the general public. Regarding climate change, there are several levels of deception in how the climate crisis came about and how it has been handled. Some deceptions are well known, but others are still hidden. It may be helpful to look in more detail what has happened with accepting global warming and climate change during the last 50 years, when the merchants of doubt have been able to delay the progress. First, when it became evident that the atmosphere started to warm up in the 1980s, the first response of the merchant of doubt was to seed doubt that warming was indeed happening. But then it became undeniable that warming was taking place. The merchants proclaimed that in the history of the earth there had been many similar occurrences of cooling and warming, that the warming was not unusual. Then when it became clear that the time scale of heating was much faster than what had ever taken place before in the Earth's history, the merchant declared that it could be due to changes in the extraterrestrial input, such as the incoming solar radiation. They claimed that the warming was not due to greenhouse gases and not necessarily caused by human pollution. Then, when both atmospheric data and general circulation models showed that there was a clear fingerprint signal of CO2, namely heating in the lower layers of the atmosphere and cooling in the higher layers in the stratosphere, the merchants of doubt told the public that the models were unreliable and couldn't be trusted. Eventually, the merchants of doubt and the general public accepted that fossil fuel consumption during the Industrial Revolution must have been the cause of the increasing greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, and thus the cause of global warming. This led to the conclusion that the world should focus on solar energy and other resources such as wind and water as sources of energy. In fact, this approach has been advanced by the world governments up to the present time, and also recommended by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC. The IPCC was created in 1988 by the UN Environment Programme and the World Meteorological Organization. It was done to provide policymakers with scientific assessments on climate change. It all may look like the perfect solution for global warming. It was promoted by former Vice President Al Gore. Unfortunately, it will only stop adding fossil-generated greenhouse gases, but it will not avoid warming by other mechanisms that have been neglected or underestimated. It was shown convincingly by recent work by Dr. Shailesh Rao and Jared Bishop from Australia. In fact, they have shown that since the last ice age, 12,000 years ago, the agricultural practices have been a major factor to increase CO2, larger than the fossil fuel usage during the Industrial Revolution. Thus, as a next step, we may have to go back to the beginning of the agricultural revolution. It was at the end of the last ice age, about 12,000 years ago, and humans started to change from hunter-gatherers to agricultural farmers. Here you can show the next picture. So maybe we can show this picture. It shows maybe the way out. The way out, we have to go in. So if we start at the top of the first picture on the left, you see the earth is on fire, like what you have seen now in California and in many areas around the whole world. If you go down the spiral and go to the next session, the global warming started about 40 years ago, 50 years ago. You see the increase of CO2 for hundreds of years, but then going up very soon in the last 50 years. And then the Industrial Revolution, who added a lot of carbon from fossil fuels to the atmosphere. And then finally, if you go back to the Agricultural Revolution, and we started to plow the land. We started to deforestate, to take the trees away, and to domesticate animals. We all know that the Earth 12,000 years ago looked quite different from the Earth right now. There was large covers of snow and ice at the poles, and the mid and high latitudes the land was covered with trees. On the Earth, order of 6 trillion trees. There was the Sahara Desert and other desert regions, but they were much smaller in size than they are now. In fact, the Earth must have been much greener and more white. At present, less than half of the ancient trees, only about 3 trillion trees, are left over and of a lower quality. On the other hand, we developed our society. We cut down and burn the trees to create open space for housing, for growing food, and to keep the animals. Through the burning, we brought the greenhouse gas, carbon dioxide, CO2, into the atmosphere. But it didn't stay in the atmosphere. It was absorbed in the remaining forest and ground, and especially in the world oceans. It led to the increase in acidity of the world oceans observed now. The warming connected with the increase in atmospheric CO2 started to melt the ancient glaciers and polar ice caps and slowly heat up the oceans. About 2 centuries ago, we started to use fossil fuels for energy. This finally began to break the camel's back, and the atmosphere started to warm up and global warming began. Now, what happened to the domesticated animals during the 12,000 years? To show the changes, we can look at the total biomass of animals and people. And you can show to the next slide, please. Let's pretend that this circle on the left of the figure represents the mass of all wild animals, about 10,000 years ago. At that time, the human population was minimal and may be represented by the tiny circle on top of the left circle. Now, thousands of years later, shown on the right side, the year 2010, the remaining mass of wild animals is much reduced, while the mass of humans is now about two circles, twice as much as the wild animals used to be. The mass of domesticated animals like cows, goats, sheep, and pigs has grown to 5 huge circles and is still increasing rapidly. If we look at the food needed to feed the animals, we would need about 7 large circles, since the animals are slaughtered at a young age and need more food to generate meat. It's clear that the situation is getting out of hand. In fact, Dr. Rao's goal of a vegan world by 2026 is based on his estimate that if we continue living at the present pace, all wild animals will be gone by 2026. Knowing the extreme cruelty of the animals in factories, people suggest we should keep all animals in farms. However, that is unrealistic. To feed the animals on a farm setting, you would need the land of not only one earth, but several earths. This is actually the reason that about 90% of the domesticated animals are now raised in factories, in very small containers. The quantity of so-called organic meat and dairy products raised on farms is tiny and only available to the rich people. But the fact the meat and dairy products would be unsustainable if it wouldn't be supported by huge subsidies from the governments. On top of the enormous suffering of the animals, there's the pollution of the environment. Rivers and lakes are the excrements of animals and the increase in the powerful greenhouse gas methane, developed by the burping of the animals, adding to global warming. That there was limit to growth was shown many years ago by the late Dana Meadows. In 1972, Meadows and her colleagues had written a brilliant book, The Limits to Growth. It's a report for the Club of Rome, Rome's project on the predicament of mankind, almost 50 years ago. The book focused on the physical constraints of the planet. It reported on long-term global trends in population, economics, and the environment. It began the debate about the limits of Earth's capacity to support human economic expansion. He said that if the world's population continued to grow at the rate of 1972, the planet would reach its limits within the next century. The Club of Rome predicted that during the first half of the 21st century, like now, the human ecological footprint would stop growing, either through catastrophic overshoot and collapse, or through well-managed peak and decline. In spite of the simplicity of their models, their predictions for the climate and economy for the worst scenarios have been verified, now 50 years later. This happened because the early warnings of the Club of Rome were not followed up by the world governments through action. We can understand that the Earth system has a finite lifespan. Even the Earth is impermanent. It has been favorable for the human development during the last thousands of years, so that the human population could grow to the large numbers, more than 8 billion. Humans have been amazingly successful in creating communities, cities, megalopolis cities, churches, and cathedrals. We developed exquisite science and technology, but all the growth is at the cost of the Earth's resources, such as the wildlife of trees, plants, animals, and minerals. What can we do? We have first of all to accept that life is impermanent, that even the climate and people are impermanent. Once we start to accept this, we find that there are things we can do. We should realize that it's up to us, not the companies or governments, to do this. We have the potential to change to a world where less suffering, but we have to change our own behavior. It's up to us. how we breathe, walk, eat, and act. Its effect about how we live. We have to become awakened and conscious, as shown in the reverse spiral circle in the next figure. She showed the next figure. You have to take the spiral back. Shown in the center of the stage, you see, you have to start with a vegan world. Then we have enough science and technology to change the system. You have to liberate the animals, to plant trees. By liberating the animals, there will be much land which is now covered, is now open land, can be used to generate the trees. The trees with carbon create the CO2 to absorb in the trees. And then we have to start a cleanup of the oceans, of the land. And as young people who have to do this. You have to use solar, wind, and water energy as sources of energy, rather than fossil fuels. I'd like to read a passage from a little wonderful small booklet, The Pinky Promise. And Dr. Sailesh Rao recounts a dialogue between himself and his granddaughter Kimaya years ago. And he first envisioned a vegan world by the year 2026. Listening to Sailesh's stories, Kimaya discovered that all animals were actually part of her family. Grandpa, why are people eating my family? She started to cry. Sailesh tried to console her by telling that it was his job to make them stop. What? You know you haven't done your job. She shook her finger in his face. Do your job. And followed up, when will you do your job? He blurted out, I better do it by 2026. Himaya said, will you give me a pinky promise? You can never, ever break a pinky promise. And Himaya went to sleep. My wife and I often look at how long it took us to realize the suffering of the animals and to become vegan. How long did it take us to realize the damage of consuming dairy products and meat to our own health, to the climate, and of course to the cows and other animals? How long did it take us to change our habit energy? Almost a lifetime. I'd like to go back for a short while into my own life to try to describe how I became a scientist and eventually a vegan. I was born in Leiden, the Netherlands, during World War II, and our country was occupied by Nazi Germany. I was raised in an intellectual family. My father was a well-known astronomer. Following him, I went into studying physics at Leiden University. Later, I analyzed weather maps in the Dutch Air Force, studied meteorology with a NATO Science Fellowship at MIT, and finally emigrated in 1966 to the US, together with my wife Wieneke and our 2 infant boys. I was very fortunate to be offered employment in the NOAA's Geophysical Fluid Dynamics Laboratory, GFDL, first located in Washington, D.C., but later on the Princeton University campus. GFDL became well known as one of the first institutes to conduct numerical simulation of the global atmosphere and oceans. My task was to provide statistics from the real atmosphere in order to understand the atmospheric energy cycle and to support the numerical general circulation models developed at GFDL. The results were published in scientific papers and eventually in the book Physics of Climate. During those years, the global climate appeared to be rather stable, although global warming had become noticeable and sometimes somewhat threatening. When I retired in 1996 from GFDL, I felt discouraged that global warming couldn't be stopped, that there was no way out. I switched to a second career in a very different field, to Eastern medicine and body work, Buddhist meditation, and sculpture. However, gradually, throughout the years, global warming became more and more evident. Eventually, after a break of almost 30 years, I decided to come back to the study of climate. Taking the break proved to be valuable. It gave me the opportunity to take a fresh look at the climate and to incorporate the more humane side of the healing that was needed. Was it a coincidence or a serendipity? And in January 2023, I got in touch with Dr. Sailesh Rao, the engineer from Stanford University. Dr. Rao had been the founder and executive director of ClimateHealer.org for more now than a decade. Dr. Rao's conviction that humanity will change to a vegan diet and restore the ancient tree coverage by 2026, thereby ending global warming, gave me hope and a needed encouragement to return to climate and to bring the new knowledge to the general public. Although humans are one of the recent phenomena created by Mother Earth, we have a destiny, we have a role to play in the further evolution. One of the approaches of Dr. Rao has been to generate an open letter to the IPCC to correct the problems in the IPCC report that tend to emphasize only fossil fuel reduction and de-emphasize the important role of animal agricultural practices. I've sent a letter to several of my colleagues in climate research for signing. The response has been that according to them, the geochemistry of CO2 is so complex that they couldn't endorse the open letter. Too complex because it involved the biology, the chemistry, the oceanography, the meteorology, so many different fields. In a way, it is not surprising, since, as you know in science, there always remains doubt and uncertainty. On the other hand, I'm disappointed that to most scientists, the simple approach of a plant-based diet, as shown in our last figure, and the planting of trees, is apparently not appealing and convincing. It makes time for scientists and society to accept a simple solution. I can understand that there is danger in sticking out one's neck. This was mentioned in the book Merchants of Doubt. In the case of the scientists in the 1980s, who present the first fingerprints of the greenhouse gases. I know from a science friend, the first author of the article, the publication endangered his own family, since it affected the profits of the powerful fossil industry. In fact, the Merchants of Doubt have been so far successful in promoting the meat industries and avoiding plant-based solutions. By several examples, by downplaying scientific consensus, by lobbying against regulations, by attacking critics, by delaying actions with so-called solutions, and ignoring long-term consequences. All these actions tend to discourage people from telling the truth. I'd like to finish by reciting 2 lines from eating meditation given by the Vietnamese Zen master Thich Nhat Hanh on protecting life on the planet and reducing the suffering of living beings. The eating meditation, we say, this food is a gift of the earth, the sky, numerous living beings, and much loving work. May we keep our compassion alive by eating in such a way that we reduce the suffering of living beings, preserve our planet, and reverse the process of global warming. So thank you for listening. It's time for question and answers.
Wow. Thank you, Dr. Ort. That was so beautiful, and beautiful words to end on. I see we have a question already, and so let's, Marikita, if you'll turn on your camera, then they can spotlight you.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. I was very excited, Dr. Ort. I watched the video with you and BJ, and I was very touched by your spirituality. So I would love to hear more about your spiritual connection with Mother Earth, because I am very spiritually connected to the trees and to I'm becoming more connected to every living being, and I know that's really in your heart. And I would love to hear how that plays into every day of your life. If you have grounding exercises, maybe for us as someone who is deeply connected in spiritual in Buddhism, in this time kind of turbulence, maybe you could recommend and tell us about your experiences with this divine connection that you have.
Well, that's a great question. Yeah, I think my wife and I were very touched by the work of Thich Nhat Hanh, the Vietnamese teacher. So I can recommend his books very much. What's again the book being? I guess it's about healing the earth. But it's same what Dr. Baruch was saying about going back to simple things in life. Start to breathe. So breathing is very important. I always forget, but it's good to know, because if you breathe, then you can go back to the original state of. So it's actually what he recommends is to do everything which you do mindfully. So if you walk mindfully. That each step which you put to the earth, that it helps the earth to flourish and yourself to flourish too. And by the eating also, you eat every little carrot you eat, that you enjoy the carrot and enjoy the life. So that the air which you breathe in, that you have fresh air. Because I feel so very privileged being up in water with a nice family and living in a community in Vermont where we have snow, but it's a very open and nice community. But in most of the world, it's not so. And there's the wars, everything going on, and so much suffering. But by doing the simple things, we can really improve our own life and get and through the earth, like Dr. Baruch was saying, also you have to start with the beginning in yourself. Start with yourself, and we have the power to do it. We can, if all of it start to eat more plant-based food, then you'll change the earth in a sense. But we have to give the example, and even if it's only one person at a time.
That's beautiful. I love that. I love that simple. I mean, going back to simple and quiet, mindful, eating one carrot and really being in tune with that carrot and feeling that nourishment from Mother Earth. I mean, that is so beautiful, and it's so simple, like, well, so simple and quiet and peaceful in this days, the days where we can feel very enveloped in chaos. And what a beautiful recommendation. And Thich Nhat Hanh is his work is, it's very peaceful, and it's a good source of comfort to many people. And it sounds like you and your wife are really on that journey of mindfulness and peacefulness and example.
Your wife could something added to it?
I'd like to add, we love eating meditation before we start eating, just realizing where is it coming from. You know, it comes from the earth, but how did it come here? The people who are working, and we always visualize the people especially in California, in the winter, we don't have a lot of Vermont grown vegetables. So we visualize, you know, all the work that goes into growing that food, and then so that it can come to us. So gratitude automatically comes up, and awe and amazement about a very simple thing like eating every day. Yeah.
That is beautiful. That is beautiful. Because I think about that too. All the people that came together I mean, for that one meal on my plate. I mean, and the table that the meal is on, right? The napkin. I mean, how many hands came together for that blessed food and the nourishment of the earth? So thank you for that.
Welcome.
Thank you, Marikita, and thank you for that. And nice to see you. I also want to remind people to raise their hand if they'd like to come on. And before I bring Danny on, I want to say I love those slides, the spiral, how we got ourselves into the mess, and then the spiral about how to get out. And I do think that fits in with Dr. Baruch's message of inner love and then gradually going out. So there's some connection there. I think is beautiful. And so if anybody else wants to come on screen, I'm going to have Danny next. Okay, Danny, come on.
So this is something I think that Ray, our climate healer tech member Ray, is kind of asking you to speak to. It says, Dr. Ort, you provided a spiral path of awakening in your slideshow that set veganism as the first step and science and technology next, then animal liberation, planting trees, and cleaning up pollution before we achieve harmony. I suspect that these happen simultaneously, but starting with veganism as a baseline seems meaningful to accomplish the rest of them. Would you like to speak to that? Do you agree? Is there anything you'd like to add? Thank you.
Yeah, I should add that Ray is actually the one who helped very much in creating those circles. He was the many ideas.
Okay.
He had the many ideas also to put in there, what kind of pictures to get there. He's very, very artistic and very good. So he's the one who did. Yeah, that's very nice. I think the thing of having to go down in a spiral and going up, it's looked in history, I think, to go back. We have to not forget our history, what has happened before. People tend to think only about the next next year or so, next cycle, next 4 years or so, like in the government. But actually, it's a long process that we are involved in. We should not forget our history, what has happened in the past. So it's quite significant to say what we have learned and what we have. And so I think I'm sort of optimistic, although it seems to be unrealistic almost. But I guess you have to stay optimistic, and a lot of things can still help. There's a lot of things which we don't understand yet, which can help us.
And there's just a little follow-up from Ray. Real quick. He said, your other slide shows a spiral progression from a burning earth back through industrial and agricultural revolutions. We obviously cannot scale a hunter-gatherer lifestyle for today's population. So while it's important to understand the past, won't the future be a synergy of futuristic technology and ancient wisdom? Thank you.
Good. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, I'm thinking about that spiral also and how we can elaborate on it, and people will take it and do what makes sense for them, because it's a beautiful idea. And I was just thinking about Dr. Baruch's love, caring for oneself, and this is not just in his instance, but a lot of people know you need to take care of yourself and then your family and out. So maybe a little heart in there, that the self part, right? I mean, it fits in exactly with what you were saying, I think. What do you think?
So the
And maybe
female touch.
Pardon?
A little heart in there. That's excellent.
Excellent. Let's see. Now, in terms of, I don't see any other questions. If y'all have any questions, or if Dr. Baruch, you might want to make a comment, you're welcome to do that, since we've called your name so many times. And okay, Danny has something else, and then I have something.
There was just one other question, and that came from Marakita. If Dr. Ort was another living being, such as an animal or a plant, who would he be and why?
I'm afraid I didn't understand.
Okay, thank you.
You had a choice to be another being, either a plant or an animal. Who would you be?
That's a difficult question, yeah. I should think about it. I don't want to commit myself yet. Buddhism, you can reincarnate it, but maybe a dog, I don't know, but it would be, I don't know, if I
Yeah,
would
that
be
is.
mentioned as a dog. The animals that have so many qualities which we don't have, we could learn a lot from the animals, like it was shown by, also by this morning, about the whales and the dolphins, and so that they have much more brain power than we have. And I remember the scenes also where whales also will protect their small their animals, their children, or their little whales. And if they die, that they will carry them along for a long time and care for them. So so much caring there, which we can learn from a lot.
Thank you. Now, I want to ask you about the merchants of doubt. They spread misinformation and they created doubt in these various industries, the tobacco industry and others. But eventually, they lost. And so right now we're having merchants of doubt in the climate area.
Yes.
And it sounds like you have hope that they're going to lose that battle and the earth will win.
Yeah, they use the same techniques. Actually, in the beginning, the same people were doing in both fields, both in smoking and later on in the meat industry. So, although now some of them have passed away, so they can't do it anymore. But they were not bad, but they thought the methods would increase their goal. They want to have capitalism and not communism. I think they were afraid of that. But I think we should more for democracy. That's capitalism is not a fair solution. Maybe.
All right, thank you. I see we have, let me check the time here, okay? So we have time for Nancy to come on. Nancy, do you have a question?
Yeah, I had a long debate with ChatGPT about what I guess maybe it was Ray who just said, well, we can't go back to hunter-gatherer. And I think that we were before hunter-gatherers, we were just foragers. And I never say hunter-gatherers because mostly we were foragers and only a few people were hunters. But that was the beginning of the climate crisis. And it's just too much of a coincidence that the descent of hunters from the north, where it was cold and maybe no vegetation, so maybe they needed to hunt. I don't know, but Jim Mason, in his book, An Unnatural Order, his theory is that men envied women's ability to make new humans, so they wanted to be important to the tribe, so they imitated tigers and lions, and that's why they started hunting. But that started a negative spiral, that you have the negative spirals, making animals extinct, and animals are a necessary part of the climate gestalt, the whole dance, choreography. And by eliminating these animals, for example, the Sahara Desert was completely forest before humans started hunting. So some people put it at animal agriculture, the beginning, some at herding. But I think that for 66 million years, we were just eating plants. We were just eating fruit. So we're really frugivores. But when we had to come down, it was just plants. No human, we're herbivores. No human feels hungry at the sight of a zebra or a gazelle. So anyway, that's my question is, what do you think about that theory that it was hunting that started the whole climate crisis?
Yeah, I don't know. What came up for me was actually the fact that, that we were created with a certain purpose. I think Mother Earth didn't create us for nothing. So we had a role to fill. And that's somewhat in the first books that Dr. Rao actually wrote about the evolution, that we maybe, because of the technology, we maybe can save the Earth at a certain point from another meteorite would come in and get another destruction of the Earth by just diverting it off by, I don't know, by what way, by technology. So I think there's a possibility that there's a real something else is happening, what gives us the role to play. And that, I'm sort of convinced that you have to learn. So I think the education is probably the main thing to help us. Now, I believe sort of in reincarnation. I don't know if you will do it too, but reincarnation, that you clean up, you have to learn. And we all have to learn to be good managers of the earth. And it's a long process, and we go through maybe it will be not easy, but we have to go through it, I think, to get through the things which are happening now. I think they say the end of the world, but maybe beginning of a new world, also in a sense. That you go through this very low level before we can go up. It's sort of that we all become a little better. So we will do, as long as we all do our best, then things will start to change. It's not up to us. Maybe it's nature or whatever it is, we have the last word.
Thank you, Dr. Ort. Thank you, Nancy, for that question that we can ponder more on. We really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for your time, and we look forward to working with you more.
Yeah.
And again,
Thank you very much
namaste. You bet.
for the opportunity.
You're very welcome. Okay, I think we're going to play a little game here. We're going to see if you have been vegan for more than 2 years. Hit the react button and put a thumbs up or a heart. More than 2 years. All right. How about more than 5 years? We got some people there? All right. And don't know if Linda is still here, but my goodness, she was on 30 years. Anybody got 30 years? Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, thank you. And so we have our next speaker here, but we're a little bit early. So how are you doing, Jan?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great. I wonder if we've got a few minutes. So I'm wondering if we have time to play a little bit of that Rewilding song, like about 2 minutes, and then we start at the top of the hour. Is that
Sounds
okay
great.
with you?
Yeah,
Okay.
sounds fine. I'll go back on mute.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
And let's see. I may be surprising our tech people by asking about that mute, but we'll take a little break here. Stretch. Move around. Thank you, Ray.
We're getting wild, rewilding in the oceans, in the seas, a healthy habitat for water beings, in the forests, planting trees for all our plants and birds and bees. We're getting wild, wild again. We're getting wild, rewilding, cleaning the air as far as we can see, for all of us to deeply breathe. We're getting wild, rewilding. We're getting wild, rewilding.
That is such a beautiful song. I know y'all are all appreciating that. Thank you, Ray. And hello, welcome. I'm going to introduce you now. Let's see, your lighting looks good. You sounded good when you spoke a while ago. So,
Right.
okay.
Good. Yeah, we've done this before, so hopefully it'll work again. So,
Good bet. Well, I'm Rebecca Allen, an MC for Climate Healers, and I'm going to introduce Jan Lebond, who is a fact-based environmentalist, public speaker, Silicon Valley veteran, and he's studied environmental and health aspects of global food systems for decades. He works with plant-based advocates, and his talk is Rebalancing Earth's Systems via Sustainable Agriculture. Welcome, Jan.
thank you very much for the introduction there. So look forward to sharing some good information with all of you who've decided to join us today live, or if you're catching this on replay later on a recording, that's good as well. So I should share out my screen. I got a few visuals to go along here. So let me do that. I will share. Let's see here. I will share the whole desktop, and I'll go PowerPoint and there and there. So are y'all with me?
Yes, that looks
You got
great.
the whole screen right there?
You bet, it looks beautiful.
Okay, great. Just wanted to make sure you can all see that here. So, again, hello everyone. Again, my name's Jan Lebond. I'm reaching today from beautiful Northern California, and topic is going to be rebalancing Earth's systems via sustainable agriculture. So we're going to talk a bit about what those systems are, and a bit about what sustainable agriculture is and is not. Here as part of VCOP 20. One of the organizations I volunteer with here in the area is Plant-Based Advocates. That's a Bay Area-based nonprofit organization that's really working on grassroots action and a lot of other community things to really accelerate the global shift to a more sustainable plant-based food system. So let's go ahead and get started here. So one of the things I should say, though, is that this is not going to be a technical scientific deep dive. If you are one of the climate scientists and other environmental food system specialists tuning in, you'll know some of this information already. And if you've been sitting on some of these other wonderful sessions earlier today and joining some tomorrow, you're also getting more informed. And what I want to do here today is kind of take a lot of that information. There's going to be a lot of charts. There's going to be some graphs and some pictures. But it's to really kind of tell a story and really try to help simplify and clarify and help you understand what's going on with all of these big systems in the agriculture. So it's taking a big complex thing and trying to make it a lot clearer and more understandable for you. So I'm trying to go page down here so I can join. There we go. So Earth, our home. It's planet A, and we don't really have a planet B, as you know. And this one is just beautiful for those of you who live on it, and I think you all do. Wonderful place. As you see, it's mostly water. There's beautiful land, there's animals, there's creatures everywhere, plants. It's just an amazing place. And we have to take care of it, as best we can. And the Earth is really a complex system of many different systems and regarding the atmosphere, what's going on in the atmosphere, the hydrosphere and all the waters, the geosphere, what's happening on the land, and also the biosphere, all the living matter, the plants and animals and everything on it. So if we kind of look at this information and we go, okay, where's life? Where's all the energy for all this coming from? It's coming from the sun. Right, we got solar radiation up here coming in from the sun, coming through the atmosphere. Coming through the atmosphere, warming the land, warming the oceans, and providing the necessary energy for plants and animals to survive. All the energy that we get in terms of our food comes from the sun via plants and currently through animals too, which is something we'll be talking about. And so there's many complex systems going on though between the cryosphere as well, the landlocked areas, various ecosystems, cloud formation, what's going on up there. The atmosphere composition is changing up there, regarding climate change and all that. But the important point to remember is that the stability and resilience of Earth's system, what provides us a stable climate and food and the natural world and that sustains us, all depends on a complex set of interactions between all these different systems and operating in a certain way that they're in balance with one another. And when they're out of balance, that's what creates problems. And that's what we're going to talk a little bit about today in terms of rebalancing Earth systems. So let's get a little more into the Earth systems part. So first, I'm going to start with planetary boundaries. This is some wonderful work done out of the Stockholm Resilience Center. And they came up several years ago with this planetary boundaries concept, which is kind of a health check for planet Earth. But what's interesting is there's a lot of fires going on around the world, and climate change gets all the attention and it's in all the media. It's a big focus for climate healers, for this conference, for a lot of people. A lot of us have great concerns here and wonder what we can do. But there's many other problems beyond just climate change and what we're doing to the atmosphere and how it's impacting us in terms of other biological, geological, physiological systems. And so what they've done at the Stockholm Research Center, led by Professor Johan Rockström, is they've taken the Earth systems, broken down into 9 distinct areas. And for each of these areas, so you see climate change at the top, but then these other areas that are really kind of critical systems, they've defined what's called a safe operating space, right? So the Earth is huge. It's enormous. And she gives us so much, but we can only take so much from her. She is still finite. She's still just one planet, only so much land, only so much water there. And so we can only take so much from her. We can only pollute her or alter her in so many ways without going out of the safe operating space. So we can do some things like, if there are only a couple million people on Earth, around 8 billion, we could be burning fires all day and doing all kinds of things. But when we have 8 billion people, we have to do things a little differently. And so what they've done is they've then, they've then looked at, okay, where do we stand against all these planetary boundaries? And I'll do a quick walk around through these and relate it to the Earth system boundaries shortly. So let's just talk at the top. We'll go from the 1 o'clock position, novel entities. What the hell's that? Well, we are way out of the safe operating space on that. That is chemical pollution. This is the chemicals we're putting in the atmosphere, out into the environment in terms of microplastics, forever chemicals, PFAS, those sorts of things, chemical pollutions of all kinds, largely and mostly from the agriculture sector, but also from textile industry is a huge polluter, manufacturing industry, and others. But basically, think of anything that's human-made, that's not natural going into the atmosphere. And it's a very high risk. We're way out of the operating space. And a lot of these are also endocrine disruptors, things that cause birth defects and abnormalities of all kinds. Those are out there and they're impacting us already. If we go to the 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock position, we are still in the safe zone there with the ozone hole. I know it opened up. We managed to close it up, but we did find there's more things causing the ozone hole to increase again. So we have to watch that. Atmospheric aerosol loading has to do with the pollution that's going up into the air when we burn coal, wood, other particulate matters going into the air that blocks some of the sunlight coming in and generally form pollution and smog and other things. Ocean acidification, we're still in the safe zone there, but as long as we're pumping tons, way more carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, the ocean is forced to absorb a lot of these. It absorbs them anyway, but it's starting to acidify the ocean, making it less habitable for the life that lives there. The biogeochemical flows down there at 6 o'clock, we're way out of the safe operating space there. This has to do with all the nitrogen, all the phosphorus that we're using in agriculture, and primarily in animal agriculture, that we're just dumping on the fields. It's running off the fields. It's polluting the waterways, creating the algal blooms, the dead zones in the oceans. A lot of problems. That has to be pulled way back. Fresh water. We're using way more water than natural replenishment rates are into the groundwater and what's available on the surface water. And this has been compounded terribly by climate change, because as the atmosphere warms up, for those of you in basic physics, when the atmosphere warms up, it holds more moisture. If the atmosphere holds more moisture, there's less water on the ground and more up in the air. And we get more intense storms from all that energy and that excess moisture. And it really changes the climate balance. Land system change. This is primarily, we've been cutting down our forests since the agricultural revolution 10,000 years ago. We've been burning them down, cutting them down for burning for firewood, for building, but mostly for agriculture, and increasingly for animal agriculture, to make room for pasture lands, croplands, etc., way beyond the safe space there. And because we've changed so much land, up here now there, we've taken away the habitat. And the biosphere integrity is severely damaged. There's the species extinction. We're losing 100 species, per day by estimate now, and the functional biodiversity in terms of how things relate is severely in peril, and the genetic biodiversity in terms of the variety of species and the health of the species are not in good shape. And then finally, there's climate change, which was a big topic, obviously. The concentrations in the air and the amount of radiative forcing that's coming back on Earth and heating it up is beyond the safe operating space at this point. So what's a little troubling, but again, we're going to talk some truths here today, is the leading cause of almost all these major problems with our environment, not just our atmosphere and our climate, but our environment, the biosphere, our whole ecology, is agriculture. It's primarily, with the novel entities, think of just the huge volumes of pesticides and herbicides, insecticides. We're just dumping on the land, going out there. It's terrible. And then we have to invent all these medicines to treat all the sick people and all the problems those have. Of course, fossil fuels, textile industry, etc., also manufacturing also contributes to these novel, unnatural entities, chemicals going into the environment. The biogeochemical flows down here at the 6 o'clock, again, nitrogen, phosphorus. It's from the GMO monocropping we do to grow corn and soy by the masses to feed all the animals. We're using the bulk of our freshwater resources that, we need water to grow crops. I mean, even 70% of the world's crops are grown by rainwater, which is becoming less dependable with the climate change and with more moisture staying in the atmosphere. But we're using a ton of it to grow crops than to feed animals, rather than to grow crops and eat the crops there. Obviously, we as more people eat meat, we're clearing more land, all that deforestation, all the carbon from those trees getting burned, going up in the atmosphere. And then biosphere integrity. Again, agriculture is the leading cause, and particularly animal agriculture specifically, is the leading resource hog and damage to the environment. Now, fossil fuels also play a role in that, but I do encourage you to stick around after my presentation today, or if you're catching this on a recording, be sure to check the renowned scientist, Gerard Wedderburn Bishop, is going to be presenting some of the latest evidence and research showing that the animal agriculture sector is the leading cause of climate change, even greater than fossil fuels, with some very compelling new data and some new techniques. So I encourage you to stick around for that. So let's see. So back to Earth, right? So look, so our planetary health check, not looking good, right? We've put on the sensors, we looked at things, whoa, we're way beyond the safe operating zone on many fronts, many critical systems. And if the planet doesn't work, we're not going to be able to live on it, right? These systems have to be healthy. We need healthy forests, healthy oceans. We need healthy landscapes, biodiversity. We need all of that. And they're really in peril. And I really also am touched by this other one I'll read, by Mayor Eric Adams, New York City, who says, I always say we've got two mothers, one who birthed us and the other one who sustains us. And we're killing the one who sustains us with the food we consume, and it's like, wow. I mean, we have to eat. I love food. I know all of you who are listening here right now, you love food, but what we're eating, how we're producing it is really destroying our environment, and that has to change. And we are all part of it, making that change. So we talked a moment about the planetary boundaries framework. And so what they've done with that framework, which is kind of the planetary health check, looking at all these different systems, where we are in the safe zone, and he said, okay, let's start thinking more about, let's take these all these, let's connect all these environmental issues here and connect that with social issues. Like, how do people get food? Can they get enough food? Are they going to lose their land to rising sea levels? What else going on? And really consider humans and other living beings' needs and impacts. So they've taken the planetary boundaries framework and combined it with other frameworks that examine the environment, the climate, and so forth, and have come up with the Safe and Just Earth System Boundaries framework, which is now being championed by the Earth Commission at this point. And so again, where do we stand? So a safe boundary is saying, we covered that prior, which is that what we got to keep these various planetary systems, these various things within safe boundaries to ensure a stable and resilient Earth system. And we want it to be just. We want it to be fair, right? So we want to minimize human and nature's exposure to harm from these different systems, whether it's, storms, heat, lack of rain, pollution, whatever it is, so that all of us, all 8 billion humans and growing, can have a dignified life and, be free from poverty. And this real issue here is that once you go beyond the safe zone, and you'll see these dots, those black dots, unfortunately, are current things in all these different areas. We are well beyond the safe zone. And when you go beyond the safe zone, at some point, and it's low, the science here is very complex, but we can hit tipping points, irreversible tipping points that can irreversibly shift how these systems can support life on Earth, and can go from supporting life to undermining life. And so these things are way out of balance. If you others remember that movie way back in, I think it was the 1970s, called Koyaanisqatsi, which is a Native American word for, I think it's a Hopi word for life out of balance, crazy life. And that's what we're doing. We're consuming endlessly, we're polluting, we're doing things, and most people don't even know it. I mean, we're aware of the tailpipe exhaust and things like that, but we don't even know what we're doing with our food. Most people don't. Now, one of the beautiful things about this, the Earth system boundaries, to close on this, and I'll return to it, is instead of just going, here's the planetary health check, and here's the status of everything, by considering the human factors and also non-human animal factors and everything, they now provide actionable science-based targets that the government and companies can use to help pull these things back into the safe operating zone, into healthier space. And I'd really encourage you guys to learn more. I have a link to some resources at the end. But just want to ground you with the planetary boundaries, how this morphed into Earth system boundaries, and how these things are kind of way beyond the safe zone. And we've got to do things, and we've got to do them quickly in order to restore the balance there. And the good news is agriculture plays a huge role. You play a huge role. All of us do. But what is the problem? So is the problem that we have 8 billion people on Earth? Kind of, but that's not it. That's not all of it. it's really an overconsumption problem, right? It's not that just that we, we all live, we all need energy, we all need food, we need clothing, housing, shelter, some transportation means, things like this, some stuff. But we have too much of it. And when it comes to our food, we're consuming way too much food, way too many animal products and everything than our precious earth can sustain. And in particular, this is not so much in the global south. This problem is not so much in Asia and the developing world. Overconsumption problem is primarily folks like you and me here in the United States and Western Europe and elsewhere in the developed world. We are consuming way more than our share of resources. And particularly, we eat so much meat. We eat so much dairy products, so many of these things. And so in the rest of the world, it's very, very small amounts by comparison. There are a few countries, Portugal and others, that are also heavy meat consumers, but they're in the developed world, in Portugal. So it's an overconsumption problem, and it's being fed by a totally inefficient and unsustainable food system here. And I've got to bring up the issue of food waste. Even if everyone went vegan tomorrow and Yahoo and if we still keep throwing away 30 to 40% of all the food we produce, including the animal foods that are produced today, just end up in the trash. Just them go to landfills, just turn into yet more methane. It's a horrible waste where it's a terrible problem. And that's something, again, we can look at it's not just you as a consumer, but all along the supply chain, for what rots in the field to what dies in transit, perishable goods, and what gets thrown away at restaurants and industrial settings, or what goes bad in your fridge and you throw away. So the food waste is a huge issue. So let's see. Okay. So how is it trending? What is all this meat production here? So, wow, it's gone way up over the last 60 years. Meat consumption, it's hundreds of millions of tons of meat. It's going way, way up. And it's gone up in Asia the most because that's where the greatest population growth has been occurring, obviously in China, India, Indonesia, etc. But as the income levels and the prosperity levels have improved in those areas, more people can afford meat and prefer meat. And so we see a problem where they went from being low consumers per meat per capita, with a quarter of the people in India being vegetarian, or vegan still, but a lot of the other people increasing meat consumption because, humans have been taught to like meat. And when you're taught to like it, you learn to like it and you keep eating it, not even knowing the impact that it has on the environment there. So huge growth in meat production. Now, if we look at the oceans, right, what are we doing in the oceans? Right there. So this is looking, again, it's back to 1950 to near the present, is that how much are we capturing in wild fish, just pulling life out of the ocean? It's grown tremendously, from the last, 70 years, it's almost quadrupled, but it's kind of flattened out because we've moved to now farming fish, aquaculture as a new way of producing, fish and protein for human consumption and also for other consumption for pet food and things like that. But this has had huge impact on the ocean. And again, you think of the Earth, our beautiful sphere, it's mostly water. It's mostly blue there. And what we're doing with the oceans, and I'll come back to the land in just a moment, is the amount of wildlife we are pulling from the oceans. It's mind-boggling. 25,000 to 75,000 fish per second that are just getting hauled out of the ocean. 40% of those aren't even the target species. They're not even the type of fish they're trying to catch. And so those unwanted fish are thrown back. Many of them are killed in the nets or suffocate or they're injured. You think of these shark fins soon, they hack the fins off the sharks, chuck them back in the water. They don't do well. Okay. It's awful there. And so we're just pulling so much life out of the ocean. It's staggering. It's unsustainable. And over a third of all the wild caught fish that we're pulling out of the ocean, we're then feeding to other farmed animals, including farmed fish. I mean, it's a bit of insanity here. And over 90% of the fish populations out there are fully exploited, overexploited, and depleted. I mean, many of the experts studying these things even more deeply and intensely than I estimate that we're going to see some pretty wide scale fisheries and ecological collapse within the oceans in about 25 years. They're saying 2048. It's hard to tell exactly what year it's going to happen, but we're pulling so much life. It's damaging the balance, damaging the ecosystem of all the creatures, that are living in there. And if you look briefly at aquaculture, which is growing tremendously in popularity, basically these are just factory farms. These are CAFOs, concentrated animal feeding operations, just put out at sea, or in some cases in some holding ponds, like where we grow a lot of the prawns and so forth. And they have the same environmental impacts and problems that the CAFOs and factory farms have on land. Just happens in the water. And so we're dumping chemicals and things to treat all the diseases and the sea lice and everything on the fish. We're introducing special fish into the thing. We have salmon that grow 2 to 3 times faster, GMO salmon. And when they escape into the wild, that totally alters the balance of the other fish there. All the diseases spread out from these fish cages, and all their sewage and all their uneaten food goes to the fish, the floor of the ocean or the fjord or where these fish are kept, and emit methane and pollute it. Hardly anything can live there. So aquaculture is being held up, oh, it's a thing, let's stop catching so much wild fish. It has tremendous environmental. You're just taking there and concentrating it, putting in all these polluting inputs and wrecking stuff. Not a solution. Let's go back to land. Okay. So we looked again. There's our beautiful Earth there again. I like to bring the Earth into several of these the visuals here to help you keep it all in context. But Earth's surface is mostly oceans and water, but about a third of it, 29%, is land. Of that land, some of it's covered by glaciers or just barren deserts and land, but about 71%, of the land is habitable. About half of that land is used for agriculture, right? And then of the land where we're using to grow and produce our food, we're using the vast majority of it, 77%. I saw statistics this morning and others saying 83% now, but let's figure, 4/5 of all the available habitable arable agricultural land is not being used to feed us. It's being used to feed animals who then we eat. It's like, wait a sec, but we need to eat. And we've got like 1 billion people who are near starving, total food insecurity in the world. And we're using just a fraction of our land to actually grow crops for people. And using all that land, all the water that's used to, raise all those animals, and they only provide a fraction of our calorie supply. You can just see the inefficiency. All this land and water, just a fraction of the global calorie supply, and just a third of the protein supply. Folks, it doesn't make sense. We have 8 billion people. We all need to eat. We only have so much land. We only have so much fresh water to crop. This doesn't make sense. So why is it so inefficient? Like, I don't know if you ever wondered that. So let's look at this again. You guys have probably seen these statistics. I'm not sure if it was called up in one of the earlier presentations. I saw a few of them, but not all. But the biomass, if you take all the land mammals, so let's forget about the reptiles and the birds for a moment, just all the land, every animal there is, it's a mammal, all the giraffes and squirrels and raccoons and people and pets and everything, they're there on the world. Okay, about a third of all the mammals on Earth are the humans. That's us. We got 8 billion of us. We weigh a lot. But like almost twice that is just the livestock. And these are, in many cases, big, heavy, fast-growing animals. You think of, the pigs and the sheep and the goats and the cows, that are being fattened up in a period of months and everything. They eat a lot. They're hungry. And what happened is we've used all that land we've taken in, and to feed all those animals, all that livestock, there's very little land now for the wild animals. This still exists. Only 4% of the wild animals make up the biomass of the earth. It's just a teeny bit. It's basically humans and all the animals we're raising for food. It's strange. And so, why is it so darn inefficient? So for those of you who remember your biology class and think of the trophic laws and everything, the trophic laws kind of look at, how food energy moves up through the food chain, right? So all food energy comes from the sun. And it's created in this miracle process by plants called photosynthesis, right? So it takes the energy from the sun through photosynthesis, produces energy, life, and everything. And then that's consumed. Those plants are consumed by primary consumers, with all the herbivores, insects, and many birds of the world. And then there are predators that are called secondary consumers that eat those animals. And then there's tertiary consumers, kind of more the apex predators that then eat those animals. But every time you go up a level, in the trophic levels in the food web, you lose like 90% of the food energy, right? Because it gets lost to heat and movement of the animal and growing its bones and things like this, things that's not even edible food, for us as humans. And so all the energy from the sun is stored in all the plants and goes up in the animals. And the further we eat up the food chain, the more land, the more energy, the more plants is required. And so it's just a really strange way of doing it. So if we look at how this plays out in terms of conversion inefficiencies, right? So we take all this land. So there are pasture raised animals, and we'll talk about that in a little bit there. But we talk about the ones that are, in feedlots are fed mostly corn and soy and fish meal and all these other things. But we feed this to a cow. 25 units of protein going to a cow, you get 1 unit of protein out. Whoa, we just lost 24 units of protein that was right there in the plants. Not smart. Pigs are a little bit more efficient if they're feeding there, 10 units of protein, 1 out. Chicken are more efficient still, about 4.5 units of protein in, 1 unit of protein out. But again, we're losing all that protein and we're using all that land and all those plants by feeding them to animals and then losing it up as it goes up the food chain. I don't have fish on here, but fish are kind of similar to chicken. It's about a 5-to-1 ratio. So we have all these farmed fish in these big cages out there in aquaculture, and then we have to feed them other fish meal, and we can feed them soy and stuff that they don't eat normally, bathe them in chemicals and things like that to try to keep them healthy, and antibiotics, and always gets a little bit of fish out the backside. It's not smart, people. So let's take a breath. So it's a lot of bad news, right? And I think about this stuff every day. Unfortunately, I research it every day. I go out and speak in public settings about it. And it's hard not to feel real down about it and about a lot of things going on, throughout the world. It's, I get it. I get it. But there's some good news, and that's that, there is a chance there's a possibility we can rebalance Earth systems. We can restore nature. We can slow, potentially even reverse global warming and some of the worst effects of climate change through sustainable agriculture. So there's some bright spots here. So let's take a look at that. All right. So first off, if we're going to rebalance Earth systems and all these areas where we're outside of the safe operating space, in Earth's boundaries, let's take a quick look at what is sustainable agriculture? What are the key characteristics of sustainable agriculture? So what are these? So first off, well, we got people. We got lots of them. We got 8 billion and growing, forecast to maybe hit about 10 billion people by 2050. With the declining birth rates these days in the developed world, maybe we won't quite get there, and that's a good thing for the Earth, quite frankly. But we have a lot of people to feed, and if you think, wow, if everyone could get 3 meals a day, that's 8 billion times 3. That's 24 billion meals a day we got to prepare, and we need to do that. If it's to be sustainable, we can't keep cutting down more forests to grow more corn and soy and alfalfa to feed cows and cows and dairy cows or graze other animals. We need those forests to stand. We need them to provide habitat for the land for the creatures, that live out there, and stop taking all the carbon that's sequestered in those forests and in those grasslands and burning it up and sending it in the sky. So we have to adequately feed 8 to 10 people. Sustainable agriculture has to use far less land and far less fresh water. We don't have as much fresh water we used to because we've warmed up the atmosphere, and more of the water is now stuck up there, and we need it down here. There. We need to really now restore the ecosystem and the environment, all the biological health that we have just been devastating over the last, several thousand years, but in the last couple hundred years, really, as our population has exploded and our taste for meat has exploded, we've got to reverse that trend and move to sustainable ways of growing food and feeding our population. And we need to protect the soil. We have huge swaths of the earth right now that where the soil is now not only degraded, but it's desertification. It can't even hold moisture anymore. The topsoil is blowing away. We can't have that. We have to look at restorative, regenerative practices rather than these intense monocropping and pounding it with inputs and pesticides and fertilizers and all the runoff and problems from that. We have to take care of the soil. The soil is the earth, and the earth is what feeds us. We need to protect the oceans and all the waterways there. Sustainable agriculture is one that would protect the oceans, both by not emitting so many greenhouse gases that were there causing increased acidification, but also by having less nitrogen, phosphorus runoff from all the fertilizers going out into the oceans and creating the algal blooms and the dead zones and everything. And we've got to stop pulling so much life, extracting so much life right out of the ocean there. And finally, it has to be economically viable, right? If it's just to be sustainable, it has to be a way of growing food and feeding people that's where it can be sustained, and that businesses can exist, industries can exist, and that it works. So how would that look? Well, again, spoiler alert. And if you're on today's session, you're listening to all these other ones, you probably already got the idea here that the way we do this is by reducing the amount of animals we consume. It's not complicated, folks. It's really not. Like, if our current global diet requires all this cropland to produce all this animal feed, all this pasture land, we've got to cut back. Ideally to zero, but let's start cutting back. And if you look at these, I'm not going to go through them in total detail here, but if you just cut out the most resource intensive animal products, such as beef, I say cows or sheep. I don't like saying, beef or mutton. Come on, these are cows, these are sheep, these are animals. There's not. That does a huge amount, saves a lot of land, and that land now can be rewilded. That land can be reforested. The wildlife can return. If you cut out dairy on top of that, huge win. And luckily 70% of the world is already lactose intolerant, which means lactose normal, right? 70% of the world means you're on the normal side. But for those 30% who still insist on having milk after childhood, that's a really costly thing in the environment. Pull that back and we save even more land and reduce pollution even further. If you cut out all meat and everything, full vegetarian, we save more land. If you go vegan, wow. Now we're using only a fraction of the land, a fraction of the freshwater resources that we used to, and that we are doing now. And we're on a path right now to clear more forests, clear more land, so more people can eat more meat. Again, insanity, right? So what does that mean here for us in the US? I know some of you may be tuning in internationally, but for those of us here in the United States or the developed world, the thing to do is make sustainable food choices, right? How do we get to a sustainable agriculture system? Is, we can sit around and wait for government to do things. It's not going to happen too quick, and industry's too busy making money and enjoying those subsidies. We've got to change. Okay, so in the US, even just for the aspects of climate change and global warming, and avoid like the worst effects of it, and to keep it under 2 degrees Celsius, US citizens and really those in the other heavy meat countries, you got to pull way back. You got to reduce your beef consumption by 90%, 90% less pork, a lot less milk, ideally zero, many fewer eggs, and just eat a lot more beans and pulses and other good healthy sources of protein there. And all this comes from Marco Springman, he wrote excellent detailed reports on this out of Oxford University. Going full vegan is hard for some people. It might take some time. Could be other factors involved. There is. I mean, we're human. We're used to eating certain things, certain habits, certain rituals, traditions. There's places in the world where they don't have a choice. The food distribution system isn't there, or you're in the far north Arctic, or you're in a desert region. You don't have a grocery store nearby, and you live in a remote island. Maybe you can't grow crops, and you might have to, grab some fish from the nearby ocean. But most of us have a choice. Most of us in the developed world and the other world, we have a choice of what we're eating. And we're not asking, say, hey, go starve and eat a bunch of boring beans and stuff. There's really good, sustainable food choices, out there that you can dive into. But it's, again, you got to cut. To be sustainable, you have to cut way back. So what happens if we free up all that pasture land? If we free up all these crop lands that are currently used to feed animals and not us, then those areas, those parts of nature can rewild. And it can be done in really two ways. I mean, if you look on the left here, this is in the Scottish, this is in Scotland. Many of you have seen this before. It's over just a few period of years. You see those little white dots there on the left? Those are sheep. And they're grazing all over that area. And they're eating all the plants down, all the tree shoots that are barely coming up. They're eating them down. There's no trees. There's nothing going on. You remove the animals from the land. Nature's beautiful. Nature rebounds. Trees come back. Grasses come back. Animals go in. It's amazing. And this can be accelerated with us. There's just rewilding where you just let it happen naturally. Remove the animals. Let nature just work its magic. Or there's assisted rewilding where we can plant trees. We can plant bushes. We can plant other greenery, other flora that can then flourish and kind of reconstitute the ecosystem. But for the most part, if you just leave the land alone, if there were trees there before, they will come back. If there weren't there, maybe there was a reason weren't there, and maybe it was a grassland or a prairie. You don't necessarily try to grow trees there. There's not adequate rainfall. So you got to be a little smart with assisted rewilding. But the beauty of this, right, is what do you see here? Right? What do you see here? I see a forest, and it's beautiful, and I love hiking. This looks like the area right outside where I live. I'm very, very fortunate here. What you're seeing here is atmospheric carbon in solid form. Trees, plants, mycelium, all the things, these are all forms. These are carbon-based life forms. These store carbon. This is where it has been stored, except we've cut so much of it down and blew it up in the atmosphere, use that land to feed animals. It's not smart, but this stores carbon. This is where it is. We don't need fancy, direct air capture, carbon capture machines, fire them up to suck carbon out of the air. We got something that already does that and does it pretty damn well, naturally. And what's beautiful about forests and rewilding and letting grasslands rebound and forests rebound is it's not just atmospheric carbon that's stored, life returns. The animals come back, biodiversity increases, water now doesn't just run off the land, and things like that. It's stored in the soil. I just saw a beautiful film just last weekend. I just got to throw it out there. I was on YouTube. And there's one 16-minute documentary called Forest Man. I highly recommend it. There's a single guy in India, northeastern India, lives on the world's largest river island. It was just barren. It was desertified. Everything had been stripped clear of it. And he, since the 1970s, has been planting trees and bushes out in this area. He has now created a forest larger than Central Park. It's like 540 hectares in size. One man. And the beautiful thing is, and you'll see this in the documentary, when the forest came back, that he's just creating, and it's assisted rewilding. There's elephants coming in, there's hippopotamus coming in, birds coming in. It used to just be dirt, sandy stuff, there. Oh, it's beautiful. Unfortunately, with climate change and rising sea levels, that river island is threatened. And the increasing storms and big floods that happen are eroding the soils much faster than they have anticipated. So I'm rooting for them, and we got to help them. But do see Forest Man on YouTube. Wonderful. So again, if we rewild, we bring the animals back. We can store carbon. We can draw it down from the atmosphere there, and we need to do this badly. So again, if we go back to the safe and just Earth system boundaries, if we take animals out of our food system, if we shift to this as quickly as practically possible, like this, we can rebalance Earth systems. Yes, we also need to work on fossil fuels. We do have to get off them, but it's going to take decades and decades to get, to find all the other energy sources, to create the new infrastructure, all the transmission lines to get the electricity from the solar or renewable or wind places to where the energy is needed there. And we're going to have to make a lot of batteries, so, and that's going to require a lot of mining and all this. So we have to deal with the fossil fuels issue, but it's going to take decades and decades to do that. But meanwhile, the biggest issue with climate change and with environmental and ecological destruction overall in all our critical Earth system boundaries, of the Earth system processes that sustain us, that's agriculture. That's driven by our food choices. That's driven by government incentives and subsidies that encourage polluting, environmentally destructive animal agricultural practices, which we should just not be doing. It should just not be doing, again, if we were smart. And we need to move towards these safe and just boundaries. And again, we can start now. I was trying to say, we're not waiting for new energy bills and new climate this or new infrastructure for energies to get off fossil fuels. You can just start changing your eating habits. It's not asking for much, right? It's just, less of the stuff that harms you, more of the stuff that's healthy and sustainable there. And, the more you pull back and the more healthier, more sustainable food you eat, you're going to feel a heck of a lot better. I do. I've been doing it since the 1980s, and no meat, no dairy, anything since the 1980s. And, and I'm healthy as a horse. And the reason people say that is because horses are also vegan and they're really damn healthy. So I got a couple points also to make, and then I'm going to open up to a few questions. I want to take a couple things. Regenerative agriculture. There's a lot of talk about this, a lot of greenwashing going on a lot around this. So basically it's a huge topic. It's not really well-defined, well understood, but it's well-intentioned, it's good. But it's basically encouraging farming practices that focus on soil health, and in particular, regenerating the health of soils that have been depleted and degraded by using crop rotation. So you're not just growing the same crop in that piece of land, using different crops, and maybe putting soy in there, which puts nitrogen in the soil. Doing cover cropping, so after the harvest, you don't just leave the fields fallow. You can grow more crops there, sequester more carbon, keep water runoff to a minimum, all that, and you don't till the land, very little tilling or no tilling, because that disturbs all the mycelium, all the microbial growth in the soil, releases all that carbon, and just dries out the land. And it's terrible. But so regenerative agriculture for growing crops, for food, for people, 2 thumbs up, and make it organic as well. I don't know, if I had a third thumb, I'd do it. Regenerative agriculture, on the other hand, for farming animals is not smart. It is not scalable, and there's a huge buzz about it. Don't believe the hogwash or stuff. But if you're going to take regenerative agriculture, I'm going to now graze my animals on land. It's actually just regenerative. It's just grazing. They call it regenerative grazing. It's just grazing, people. You're just putting animals on the land. You're just going to move them around to more land so they don't just eat down and degrade the land too much. So you're going to move them to more areas. It requires even more land. And since the animals grow slower, eating normal pasture versus eating, full of soy on a feedlot, they emit more methane and they live longer. And so the carbon sequestration that may happen by, having more forage still in the ground and there is not nearly enough to offset all the greater methane emissions or the fact that you needed more land to do it. So can you feed everyone in the world with regenerative agriculture, trying to farm animals? No, you can feed a few elites. And that is about all on that. So we could talk about endlessly, don't have the time. One other couple things, and then I'll wrap up. You hear a lot about alternative proteins or alt proteins. It's a very promising area. Basically, it's generally meant to mean, these are more sustainable ways of making meats and cheeses without an animal. You can make a plant-based. You guys are familiar with the plant-based burgers and other plant-based cheeses and things that are out there. But we have new methods coming up that are cultivated, the lab grown, as they're saying, going in the fermenters and the bioreactors, and also the fermentation ones where you can use mushrooms or other forms of mycelium, to produce meats. All these have these all have real solid benefits in terms of reducing the amount of land and water required to produce food, to produce, protein dense foods. However, they say that less water, less pollution, thumbs up. However, they do require a lot of energy, particularly the cultivated things. So you got to build all these steel tanks, you got to have energy to operate them. And if that energy sources are not renewable energy, you're still emitting a ton of carbon powering those things. Now, they're still more efficient than putting all that stuff through an animal, but it's not ideal. And in fact, for hundreds of thousands of years, humans have eaten plenty of food without waiting for the next Impossible Burger or Beyond Burger to save the day or some cultivated thing. Protein is in all foods, all plant foods. You don't need special burgers. You can make chili, you can have pasta, you can make all these wonderful things you're not waiting on any special alt protein to do it. And they're certainly healthier for humans. So what can you do? You hear all this stuff, the bad news, but there's also the good news, right? Which is you can shift off it. So first off, if you're not already looking at your own eating habits and the impact that you have on the world, start learning more, really start working on reducing and ideally eliminate all your meat and dairy consumption. Including fish. We got to leave them in the ocean. The oceans need a chance to rebound. You've got to reduce your food waste. If you're going to order it at the restaurant, take it from the buffet table, buy it at the grocery store, eat it. Or if you have a pet, give it something to them. Don't let it go to waste. Be smart about your food. 30 to 40% of all the food that we grow and raise through animals is wasted. We've got to cut that way back. Explore new foods, enjoy it and learning about new stuff, how to cook. When I first said, I'm not going to eat all this meat and dairy, which I ate tons of, growing up, it's like, oh, what do I eat instead? It's like, you got to explore new things. And there's so many, the whole world opens up to you, seasoning, spices, food types. It's just great. And you really got to encourage others to do the same. And I don't mean, sit there and bash people on the head and try to convert everyone to vegan. It's more, show them how wonderful it is. Show them what great food it is. Your friends, your family, your community, and others, politicians and our industry, demand that you go to your local restaurant. I want more plant-based options. I want more things here. We all have a role in this, to make this better. So in terms of resources here, and we'll wrap up, Stockholm Resilience Center really came up with the planetary boundaries concept and ultimately worked on that with the Earth system boundaries, which is now being carried on by the Earth Commission, a multidisciplinary research and scientist institute, looking at how we can do this and set actionable targets for cities and industries and businesses there to improve there. Obviously, come to Climate Healers, Silas Shara's site, many good resources there. If you're a data geek like myself, hit up plantbaseddata.org. They got wonderful organization of almost anything you want to see, Google Drives full of documents and everything, fantastic graphics, anything you want to know, fish, land and all that, wonderful resource if you like geeking out on the data. And I'm going to put in a big plug for personally think is the best documentary about our food system and the environment, which is Eating Our Way to Extinction. Came out just a few years ago, won a bazillion awards, but a lot of people don't know about it. But it's been posted to YouTube. It's available in over 20 different languages and really hits hard and helps you understand visually what our food system is doing to the environment and how it's impacting indigenous people. So really encourage you to see that as well. So again, wrapping up, there is no Planet B. I know we want to rewild Planet B as the theme of this conference, but just by changing our habits, encouraging others, doing what we can really work on rewilding and bringing back life and healthy oceans, healthy planet. Let's do it. We can do it. So that's the formal part. And I say, we're near the end of the time. I could take a couple questions. The MC is Rebecca. What do I do here? What would you like?
Yes, hello. Let's see. You could, let's see, stop your share screen.
Okay.
And I will, we have two questions, at least two, and I'm going to bring up, if David will come turn on his camera, then he can come on and ask a question. It's also possible for somebody else to stop your share screen.
Okay.
And,
let me see here. So I'll go to, let's see here. Stop share. Boom, it's gone. Okay.
Okay, very good. Okay, and so let's see. We'll have David, if you can unmute, they'll put you in the, there you are. You can now. I think they've fixed it where you can now.
Can you unmute
Okay,
now?
can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, Jan, great job. And every time I see this data, it just gets more and more compelling. But my question to you is, in an era where there's false data, fake news, and a lot of skepticism around data, I mean, how do you get people to actually believe what it is that you're telling us?
Right.
What are some of the challenges that you have?
Right. Dave, I mean, you're hitting on a really key part in that, the information universe is no longer controlled by traditional media or what we used to think of it, right? And now with the access to the internet, also with social media, podcast influence, people choose their information. They choose their information bubble. And unfortunately, industry, the meat industry and the dairy industry and the fast food industry and junk food industry, they are paying these people to put out false narratives. They're putting out information to talk about regenerative grazing, and how that's going to save the world, and a little bit of seaweed to cows is going to cut out all the emissions. It's hard. The key thing you have to do is you have to be smart, and you do have to go to reliable information sources. Like if you want to know about the environment and what's really healthy, you got to do some research and you have to ask around. Maybe you can spend your time Googling and try to find what's real, but talk to some people that you trust and they can probably point you to the right things. I mean, if you want to know about nutrition, you go to nutritionfacts.org. That's where you go, or the 2 Health Initiative and the information they're putting, or now foodfacts.org is out as well, but nutritionfacts.org. You want to know about the environment and the causes there are tons of environmental organizations, and including plant-based data that has all the scientific research from all the top accredited universities in the world, consolidated, organized, and everything. But your average meat-eating bro doesn't go there. Go to those sites or anything like that. So the thing is, you got to first tell them where are you getting your information and point them at some better places. And if you're confused about where to go, talk to someone who's been in the space, come to events like this, find out where the good information sources are, because there's way more misinformation than good information out there. And it's just a sad truth of the world.
Thank you.
Well, you
so
guys
much.
did a great job, good quality resources. So keep it up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for your question. And
Any other
thank
questions?
you, Jan. Well, we have 2 minutes. So if it can be asked, our climate healers, Danny, will come on and ask, and then you can answer in a minute.
Okay, we have several questions, but let's see what we can squeeze in. One question is, earlier we were talking about how to get Elon Musk to cut the budget by eliminating subsidies to animal ag. Have you any thoughts or means of communicating with Mr. Musk?
Elon Musk, there's some good things and some bad things, about him there. The thing is, when it comes to appropriations and everything, the meat lobby, the animal agriculture industry is so massively powerful. I dare Elon Musk to take on the animal ag industry. I dare him to get those senators to stop being corrupted. I dare him or RFK Jr. to try to stop the revolving door with industry into those things. Good luck. I really, I hope, I hope they can put a stop to some of that. I think they're going to be railroaded.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
that.
Do we have time for one more?
I do. But, hey,
Okay.
Okay, we've got 1 minute.
Yeah.
Okay, you mentioned that food waste is a big issue, and later you said that animal ag is inefficient because feeding animals creates a feed ratio. Isn't any feed ratio, or can any feed ratio be defined waste once we recognize that meat and dairy are not essential? Thank you.
Okay, a little hard to understand the question, but if I'm understanding correctly, is that if we just use our land to grow food, for us, we only need so much land. If we want to grow food to feed animals that we then consume the animals, we need this much land. The problem is the earth only has so much land, so much habitable land. We can't grow food in the desert, and we can't grow it on glaciers. So what we have to do is the habitable land, the arable land on earth, we have to use smart and grow food that we can consume rather than food, and especially monocrops with pollutants and fertilizers and pesticides, we're feeding the animals. So it's, you know, earth is beautiful, it's big, but it's finite, it's limited. Wow.
Thank you so much. Jan, that was a wonderful presentation. We appreciate all those slides and also the resources that you put at the end. I think this will be very helpful for many people. And thank you for your time.
Hey, thank you for all who are joining or watching the recording. I hope you learned some, and I put my email there at the end. If you do have questions, I welcome them, and I can point you to resources if you wonder where to go for some credible truth on these issues.
Excellent.
So,
All right.
and,
Thank you so much.
Can't wait
And
for
you
the next session. Yay. So,
great.
okay.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you
Okay.
so much, Jan.
Hey, thanks, everyone. Bye.
All right. I see that Gerard is here. Hello. And I'm going to do a little introduction. Our evening keynote speaker worked as a principal scientist with the Queensland Government Natural Resources, monitoring vegetation cover and broad-scale deforestation. He co-authored the Beyond Zero Emissions Land Use Plan, a plan to take Australia's land use and agricultural emissions to beyond zero. He works pro bono with NGO, the World Preservation Foundation, focusing on deforestation, land degradation, and biodiversity loss. And he's also, there's so much more, he's also in the documentary, Eating Our Way to Extinction, and he has a book on that also. So Gerard, Wedderburn Bishop, welcome, and I know you'll explain more. We're so grateful for you to be here. Thank you so much. I'll let you take it away.
Thank you so much, Rebecca, and thank you to all the team there at Climate Healers. You guys do such a fantastic job. And thanks for the shout out, Jan. That's quite touching. Actually, when you're reading all that stuff, I'm thinking, who is this guy? You know, you sort of bumble through, you become things, don't you? We all change. So what I'd like to do with today's talk is to arm you, is to give you the basis for the next stage of this fight against climate, biodiversity loss, etc. And so I'll just share my screen, which is this one. Have I shared the screen there? I can't see it.
I see we see email list. Now I see the presentation on top of the other one. Yep.
Okay. Yes, we're in, I think.
Okay, yes.
We've shared okay? Yeah, okay. So the topic of today's talk is animal agriculture is the leading cause of climate change. Now, this is a claim that's been made by several people, and it has yet to be picked up and accepted by pretty much the whole gambit, from the NGOs to the scientists to the governments to the intergovernmental IPCC. So let's dive into this claim a bit, and let's talk about the next step for this claim, because it's about to, if you like, go live. Okay, so the backing science, which is quite lengthy now, is almost there. It's almost at the point where we can authoritatively say animal agriculture is the leading cause of climate change. Okay, there's two papers, one published last year and one that's now in peer review, and I expect to be published this year sometime. It's a lengthy process. So what does that mean? What do these papers mean? Is it going to be a major acceptance of this claim, or just how does that fit in? So what will happen is this: when this next paper is published, and I'll go into it in a minute, when this next paper is published, the public, the NGOs, and the scientist community will be able to start quoting that. It's what we aim for was publishing in a top journal that has a rigorous peer review. So there's no question as to whether this has been properly scrutinized by the science community. So this is what we're doing. We're publishing in top journals with really rigorous scrutiny, rigorous peer review. And that's why it's taken nearly 2 years to get this through. It's still not through, but we're getting there. Okay, so once it's in the literature, once it's in the peer-reviewed top literature, then scientists will start quoting it with authority. NGOs will start quoting it, probably with a bit of trepidation at first, but this process takes time to get into the human psyche. But what we'll find is that hopefully by the end of this year, there'll be a buzz around this, and that buzz will only increase. So now what I want to do with this presentation is to give you the arming, is to give you the backing for you to be prepared to meet this buzz, to talk to these people authoritatively. So I'm making it. Sorry?
Thank you so much. And that's what we want to hear. I just thought I better check and see. What we're seeing is a screen, but also the notes and slides at the bottom. And so I just wanted to double check with you on that.
Yeah, good. It's PowerPoint. It's displaying on my second screen. Why don't I disconnect my second screen? And then we'll be good to go. Now I've got nothing. Here we go.
Okay. Let's see.
How's that?
Now that's it. Okay, so
Excellent.
Thank you. Okay.
There's probably a tech fix for that, but just pulling the cable worked for me.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so what I want to give you is the bus stop pitch. Okay, if you bump into someone anywhere, say the bus stop, and you just mention in passing, did you know that animal agriculture is the leading cause of climate change? They'll look at you strangely and ask you, why do you say that? So this presentation is for you to get the information to answer that question. Okay, knowing that we're preparing, right? It's not in the peer-reviewed literature just yet. Salish's paper and other papers like Goodland and Anhang, that has been produced, but now we're talking the latest rigorous peer review stuff. So, okay, pretty soon you'll be able to see this. Okay, I say that animal agriculture is the leading cause of climate change for 3 reasons. And these are those 3 reasons. Firstly, we've undervalued deforestation. Secondly, we've undervalued methane. And thirdly, we don't even count the cooling emissions. Okay, so 3 simple things. And that's not talking any science sciencey, jargony thing at all. So those are the three reasons. Now, if you can get your head around those three reasons, you'll be able to counter any conversation. You'll be able, well, point to the literature. Look, there it is. It's in peer-reviewed literature. You can't get better. This is scrutinized by the science community and it's published. So the first one of those, we've undervalued deforestation. How have we done that? Okay, I'll talk about that. The way we count carbon from deforestation and carbon from fossil fuels is very different, the way we've been doing it. What we've got now in the literature, this paper has been published and peer-reviewed, is saying, let's count them the same way. And if you do that, it means that you revalue the amount of carbon from deforestation 3 times greater than what we were doing. So this is putting deforestation carbon and fossil carbon on the same level playing field. And the result of that is that we've released more carbon from the land through deforestation and a few other things like fire than we have from fossil fuels. 19% more, to be exact, up to 2020. That is from 1750 up to 2020. Okay, so that's the first one, and that is peer-reviewed. That's out there in the literature and accepted. We have produced more carbon from deforestation than we have from fossils. Okay, the second thing rather, is that we've undervalued methane. And if you look at the heating since 1750, the IPCC has published figures now for effective radiative forcing for all of the gases, carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, et cetera, and now we know how much has been emitted by which sources. So we can calculate how does methane compare heating-wise to carbon dioxide. And if we do that, since 1750, methane heating has been underestimated by a factor of 3. So, oops, let's get rid of this thing here. So there you go. That's the second thing. And this is part of the second paper, which is in peer review. It's actually out in public on a preprint site if you want to dig into it. But it's the not final version. It's the work in progress as we do when you work through the reviewers' comments. But it is public. You can read it yourself, and you'll see that methane has been underestimated by a factor of 3. These 3s seem to come into it. We've underestimated carbon from deforestation by 3. We've underestimated methane by 3. And there are 3 reasons. The third being we're not even counting the cooling aerosols. So fossil fuels have produced all this amazing amount of sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxides that have cooled the planet by nearly 1 degree of warming. Hey, isn't that amazing? Think about that for a moment. We talk about geoengineering projects now that to combat climate change. We've been running a geoengineering experiment, a massive one, since we've been burning fossil fuels. And all these sulfur dioxides and aerosols that have been produced have prevented nearly 1 degree of warming. So we've been running an extremely successful geoengineering project. And who's talking about that? Perhaps we should keep running this project. That's an interesting one. Okay, so my figures, the data, the backing, the basis for these 2 papers, what are they based on? Well, thankfully, and this is only in the last 18 months, what we now have is data. We have time series data going back to 1750 from the global carbon budget that shows all the carbon dioxide from fossil fuels every year since 1750. We now have gross emissions from land. Most of the emissions are from deforestation, but we got that going back to 1750. We'll talk about before then and later on. But we have yearly time series data now. This is beautiful stuff. It's when I first saw this gross emissions data, I was overjoyed because I've been working on a theoretical base for gross emissions, but now it's all there, so I can just quote someone else. And also the IPCC produced 2 years ago their best models. Okay, what is the heating from carbon dioxide? What's the heating from methane? What's the heating from nitrous oxide? And 10 gases altogether. They've worked out what's the heating from 1750 to the current day. How much effective radiative forcing have those produced? Now, these are based on models, yes, but the models are fitted to the data. Most models predict, they look forward and they project, and they can get it wrong. But these models are based on history. They're based on, and we can fit in all the observations we have for all the data. So these models on effective radiative forcing for each gas are fitted data. So they're much more reliable. Plus, they're much more sophisticated. They work on see, methane, for example. When we emit methane, it doesn't just get eaten up by the hydroxyls and disposed of. What happens is it produces downstream gases. It produces tropospheric ozone. It interacts with other volatile organic compounds. It interacts with many things. The atmosphere is quite a complex chemistry. And figuring out and producing water vapor. Water vapor, by the way, is the biggest greenhouse gas. Why do I say that? Clouds. If you have low, bright clouds, that is the best way we can cool the planet. And that's why if you look at the 800,000 years of Antarctic records, you see that every 120,000 years, we scream up into global warming, and then we crash into ice age. Well, that when I say scream up, it's only 3 or 4 degrees, but it's massive global warming, and then it crashes into an ice age. And why? Clouds. So water vapor is actually produced by methane, strangely enough. So they've now factored this in to each gas. What does it do? Okay, so I'm blathering on here a bit, but I'll break it up. This is the first paper published in October last year. This one says we've emitted more carbon from deforestation than we have from fossil fuels. This is the next paper. This is the preprint, but it's going to be published hopefully this year. And this includes the cooling, and it includes methane's impact, and it's now in discussion with reviewers. This is a graphic from the paper. Now, it's a bit much, but I'll talk you through just a couple of things of this, and I'll show a better graphic that Sailesh produced based on this. So firstly, this graphic shows all 10 gases that we know cause heating or cooling. Now, IPCC have produced effective radiative forcing values for each of these from 1750. So we've got this amazing set of data now, which jokers like me in my little home office in Australia can actually produce these papers. It's just incredible now. Don't you love it? Anyway, these are the gases, and there's one more, an 11th there. That's the land use change albedo. When you cut the trees down, the land reflects more light, so it causes a little bit of cooling, especially if there's snow on the ground. So you can see here that carbon dioxide, the tan color, there's big chunks of that. Methane, the salmon color, big chunks of that. But the biggest chunk here, or one of the biggest chunks, is actually cooling. The purpley and mauve colors from sulfur dioxide and nitrous oxides, they're below this line. I'll get to above that line is heating, and below the line is cooling. So when you look at fossil fuel, it's caused a lot of heating emissions, yes, but it's also caused a lot of cooling emissions. That's why the average, here is less than agriculture. Okay, over here we have the average warming from net warming from agriculture, and this is a net warming from animal agriculture. So animal agriculture has produced 3 times as much warming as fossil fuels. Here's Salish's graphic, which is a bit easy to understand, and that is that below the line we have all of the cooling emissions cancelling out a lot of the warming. And here we have animal agriculture, which has some cooling, but the warming is up there. It's the leading cause of climate change. Fossil fuels come next at 25%. There's new figures now. It's actually 17%, which is interesting. Forestry and other ag waste, etc. So this is the bottom line. This is the effective radiative forcing from each of these sectors since 1750 to up to 2020. So agriculture has caused 60% of global warming since 1750. Fossil fuels have caused 18% of effective radiative forcing. It's a bit different to temperature, but it's close. So if we get the temperature on the right-hand side here, since 1750, agriculture has caused 3/4 of a degree of warming, animal agriculture 0.64 degrees centigrade, fossil fuels have produced 0.21 degrees of centigrade, and methane alone has caused half of the global warming we now experience. Isn't that interesting? The debate that's been going on about downplaying the impact of methane, and they're fiddling around with GWP star. They're trying to minimize the factors that we use to compare methane to carbon dioxide. They're trying to push that down, and this pushes it back up again. Isn't that interesting? So methane has been way undervalued. It's caused half the global warming we now experience. And methane doesn't come with baggage. It doesn't come with any cooling emissions. It's only burning fossil fuels that produces the cooling emissions. So methane is actually unencumbered by any cooling. So you get the full brunt of it, and it only lasts 10 years, but wow, hasn't it been effective in warming the climate? So global warming from animal agriculture has caused 0.64 degrees centigrade. Fossil fuels have produced 0.21 degrees centigrade, 1/3 as much as animal agriculture. So, and hopefully we'll talk more in question time, but what I want to talk about briefly is the lessons we learned while doing the deforestation, making deforestation carbon equitable. We also learned when you unfold that, you realise that there's way more carbon capture from forests, basically, than we had realised. So let's look at natural carbon capture and storage. Since 1750 up until 2020, forests hold 90% of the above ground carbon. Below ground carbon doesn't change much. It's pretty slow to change. And this is why Jan said that it's the regenerative grazing people, I bumped up this paddock by this amount, it's it's too little, too late. It's ridiculously out of scale to everything else. It's the above ground carbon that really matters, and forests hold 90% of the above ground carbon. So up until 2020, the forests mostly have stored, this is not cycled, but stored, locked down 2,800 billion tonnes of carbon dioxide. Huge amounts. That's 3/4 of all emissions since 1750. So what's been saving us from a rampant global warming from carbon dioxide has been the forests, basically. So 3/4 of all carbon emissions since 1750 have been locked up by the forest. And even in recent decades, when fossil fuel emissions are out of control, we've locked up 65% of all the CO2 emissions. So trees are an incredible ally in this fight. And so there we go. The bottom line is, if people ask you at the bus stop, why do you say animal agriculture is the leading cause of climate change? You can say, well, firstly, we've been undercounting deforestation. Secondly, we've been undervaluing methane. And thirdly, we haven't counted the cooling at all. So there you go. Yeah. How long have we got? Oh, I've done that in record time. So good. This leaves us time for questions.
Wonderful. Wow, that was beautiful. And I think we'll have lots of questions. I was wondering if you could elaborate before. Listen, everyone, please raise your hand, and then host will let you turn on the camera, and then you can come on, or you can write your question in the chat. Gerard, you mentioned that people were trying to squelch the information about methane, lower it. Could you tell us a little bit more about that? Who's doing what, and what's going on there?
Okay, well, the way we compare gases, greenhouse gases, is that they run these models and they work out these metrics called global warming potentials. Now, the IPCC agreed 30 years ago to use the global warming potentials over 100 years, okay? This is what Salish came up with originally. This is a totally arbitrary choice, by the way. Methane lasts about 10 years, half-life, just under that, in the atmosphere. Carbon dioxide lasts for centuries and millennia. So how do we compare those two? It's just about impossible. So they've got this metric called global warming potentials, and they arbitrarily chose a 100-year global warming potential to compare the two, or all gases actually. That works for nitrous oxide because nitrous oxide lasts for 100 years. It doesn't work too well for carbon dioxide, by the way, because that lasts several hundred years. And it very much doesn't work with methane because it lasts 9 years. So there's been debate, robust debate about, oh, you're overstating the impact of methane. It's not 100 years, it should be longer. And people like Salish have been saying, no, we've got it all wrong. The next few decades are the important part of global warming. We need to take global warming potentials over 20 years, or 10 years, not 100 years. So there's been this debate that's been going backwards and forwards that is almost irreconcilable. Neither can agree to what should be used. In the meanwhile, IPCC keeps plodding along using 100-year global warming potentials. However, now that different governments have decided, now that different governments have decided to include agriculture in their global commitment, in their national commitments, the industries are getting worried. Okay, well, how are we going to measure agriculture? And of course, methane's the big one. So there's a group of scientists who've decided that, okay, well, let's come up with another metric. DWP, global warming potentials 100 years, is not good enough for us. global warming potential of 20 years is ridiculous. Therefore, let's come up with another one. And they came up with another one called GWP star, which is equivalent to about, it means that methane is about 6 times more warming than CO2, but there's all sorts of models that they plug it in through. Okay, so some countries are saying, yes, let's take this GWP star so it takes the heat off our cattle. So now we've got this situation where this tussle is going on. Politicians, the one who make the decisions, they don't know. They don't even really care. Let's just get on with it. But the data that's now been released by the IPCC shows that all of the emissions since 1750, if you count all the carbon dioxide and then you look at how much warming it's produced, and you count all of the methane and then look at how much warming it's produced, you can actually compare the two for this point in time. It's valid. It's totally valid. I did that in the second paper, which is about to be published, and I came up with a value that methane has produced 90 times more warming than carbon dioxide. 90, not 28, which is the 100-year global warming potentials, but 90. So it's 3 times more warming than the metric that we use. So that's the debate about these metrics, and no doubt industry are going to be pressuring those politicians who don't really know what's going on to adopt this new metric. So we've got to have information out there like the information we're producing now that shows the true warming of methane, because it's the only gas, by the way, that can save us in the short term. It's the only gas. The carbon dioxide lever moves so slowly, but the methane lever moves over a period of years. In a year, we can see a difference if we can put a lid on methane. So the papers, in fact, it's really interesting. The people who advocate for this GWP star, they've done all sorts of modeling, and they've shown that a constant output of methane will not produce an increase in temperature above what we've got now. They don't say that, oh, okay, we've got more cattle, more methane, so we're going to get an increase anyway. But what they do say is that if we go down from that constant, it'll actually cool the planet. So the people who are trying to change the methane metric are actually giving us the ammunition to say the methane is the only lever we have to reduce the warming. And it is. If you look at the next few decades, methane is key to warming or cooling. We can cool the planet if we put the brakes on methane.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you for explaining that. We do have 3 or 4 questions, and so Danny, one of our other climate healers, is going to come on screen and read us those questions from the chat. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you very much for your presentation. Let me just get to, okay, so this comes from Ida. How have trees locked up 75% of CO2 released since 1750 when we have lost a few trillion trees since then? Question 1.
Yes, this is amazing. The data, we've got data now. We've got time series data, okay, both for fossil fuels and for land emissions. And what we've been doing before this has been folding up the land emissions. We say, okay, we got this much emissions, but we've also got this much drawdown. So therefore, it's only the difference that we're interested in. So they've been like the 3-card trick. It's been hiding the full emission, but it's also been hiding the full drawdown. So if you look at the data, the raw data from 1750 onward, you find that from 1750 to about 1880, I think it was, the carbon storage, the amount drawn down and locked up in the vegetation has doubled from 1750. And then from 18, I think it was 80 to 2020, it's doubled again. So what's happened is that most of it comes from carbon dioxide fertilization, believe it or not. Trees and all plants do grow much faster with a lot of carbon dioxide in the air. That's known. That's why this is interesting. Veggies grow really quick, but they don't have the same nutrients that they used to because they were slower growing. They could build up over periods of time, but now they grow really quickly. And so they big, beautiful plants, but they don't have the same nutrient value. So the same with trees. That even though we have cut down 3 trillion trees, we've got about 6 trillion on the planet. We've cut down half the trees on the planet and removed them. Even so, we've managed to quadruple the amount of drawdown through carbon dioxide fertilization. So what's happening here is that nature is coming to our rescue. Nature has, we don't make photosynthesis go better ourselves. Nature does. So nature has upped the ante, drawing down all this carbon, and you hear reports every now and then. You hear, okay, big bushfires in this area, and these forests have turned to emitters rather than sinks. That's true. In local areas, that's true. But if you look at global, the amount of carbon that's being sucked down is huge, particularly in, well, all the tropics, all the tropical forests, they're going gangbusters, but also the temperate forests. The north of Russia is sucking down enormous amounts of carbon right now. So nature has saved us, more or less, from, as we've seen, 3/4 of all the carbon dioxide emissions. Nature has sucked down 3/4 of that since 1750. And before that, it was sucking down 100% of that. But since then, 3/4. And in the last 2 decades, it's been sucking down 2/3 of all the carbon emissions. So that work, that paper that I produced, and the data that's based on, proves that nature is our huge ally in this fight against climate. And it's been doing wonderful work that we don't give it credit for. It's unbelievable to my mind. It's just, wow.
That's great. We also have Dr. Sheline in after you ask. I think, Danny, you want to ask a couple more questions, or we can get Dr. Sheline?
Yeah, I'll try to bang them out real quick. In the past, we have said, I'm sorry, yes. In the past, we have said that we're not counting opportunity costs. Where do opportunity costs fit into your 3 reasons that animal ag is the leading cause of climate change?
Yes, that's a good question. Actually, I think I might have missed one of the slides in my presentation. It showed all the different studies that showed the government line or the United Nations line on emissions from animal agriculture, and also the report since then. Salish's figure is 87%. Goodland and Hang's figure was 51%. My figure out of this paper is 52%. So what's the difference? Why is there such a difference? And the big difference is, and it might be the subject of another paper down the line, I'm not sure about that, but my work goes back to 1750 when we have data. Prior to 1750, we had an enormous amount of tree clearing and an enormous amount of drawdown, so it didn't affect climate much. But the emissions were still there from gangbusters, from previous clearing. Now, what carbon opportunity cost does is it looks at all the land doesn't look at when it was deforested. It looks at what is its potential restocking, carbon restocking level. Okay, so carbon opportunity cost in my work is partially counted because I look at the clearing, the emissions from 1750. But prior to 1750, there's a lot more carbon opportunity cost that I haven't counted. So that's why my value is 52%, and Salish is 87% plus. So, and by the way, my work is very conservative. You have to do that to get through peer review. And there are a string of reasons why my figure could be a lot more than what it is. But I've taken those values because that will get you over the line in the publications. But it's actually, it's a bit of a rubbery figure, but there's the difference. Yes, carbon opportunity costs should be counted. And in my work, I partially count it since 1750, but I don't count what happened before. So yes, if you're looking at current emissions, current sectors, if you like, current sector emissions, my work revalues current deforestation, yes, but it doesn't look at carbon opportunity costs. That is where carbon opportunity costs should come in, and several authors have written on that now. It's accepted science, is what I'm saying. But my work doesn't use that because I've looked at time series. I haven't looked at, okay, what's missing.
Thank you.
We do have a couple of more. If you'd like, allow me to proceed. Barb Noon says, I live in Decatur, Illinois, home to CO2 sequestration. It leaks. Home to corn and soy and ADM. And we will host the Farm Progress Show in June or July of this year with farmers coming from all over to watch tractors and talk about the best seeds and chemicals. Do you think a billboard saying animal ag is worse than fossil fuels for greenhouse gases would embroil them or just confuse them?
Wow. Yeah, this is a really interesting topic. And to me, it's such a topic that can be twisted however you want it to. I don't know, years ago when Bush went into Afghanistan, critics said, that's an invasion, you shouldn't do it. The supporters said, don't criticize our troops. If you criticize our troops, that's a no-go. You know, you can't criticize the American military. So anything can be twisted around. What we're saying with animal agriculture as the leading cause of climate change is not actually a criticism of farmers. It's a criticism of the way we produce our food right now. And as Jan pointed out in the last talk, we could do it way more efficiently. And we could do it and we could release way more land for rewilding. But who's going to do that rewilding? If there are farmers who are watching this, we need you, every last one of you, and more, many more, because this rewilding effort is going to be the biggest thing humanity has ever done. And most of the work will be done by nature. Yes, you just look at Chernobyl to realize that nature is relentless. It'll come back if we're out of the picture. But the big work that needs to be done is keeping the animals out. So strangely enough, rewilding will need a lot more fencing and management of that land. You know, farmers will tell you, we've got to take care of the land. The Australian Aboriginal people have been burning the landscape for tens of thousands of years. So they did it to maintain, to look after the land. Well, we've got to get that attitude. We've got to become the new conservators of planet Earth. We've got to make sure that as Earth breathes in again, as it replenishes its own native vegetation, there's no great weed problems, there's no feral problems, there's a lot of work to be done, and those farmers are best placed to do it. So yes, billboards everywhere saying animal agriculture is the leading cause of climate change. That'll get the discussion going, but we can't allow it to turn into a criticism of farmers. It's a criticism of what we eat. So we turn that criticism back on ourselves. What am I doing? Farmers are our heroes. They produce what we eat. So if I change what I eat, they'll change what they grow. It's as simple as that. They're not the enemy. They're not sort of doing this for dubious means to do us in or the planet in. They're just providing food for us. So if we change, they will change. And they'll be much happier about it, frankly.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, let's see. Can I bring Dr. Sheline up? All right, thank you, Danny. And if we have time, we'll get back to you. If you will, Jonathan, turn on your camera. All right. And we can't quite see you, but there you go.
Hi.
And yes. Go ahead.
Hi.
Welcome. Hello.
Yeah, a couple quick questions that so I guess one is, I give talks on the benefits of plant-based eating for health and for the environment. And it's been frustrating over the years, having these estimates ranging from 14% from the revised WHO or agriculture, what am I trying to say? Food and Agriculture Organization figures, to 51% in Anhang, and then to 87% with Dr. Rao, and now I'm hearing Dr. Bishop has published something closer to 52% again. And it just, I'm probably naive. I mean, I am not a climate scientist, and I don't really understand how all the modeling, and I've tried to follow, and I think I understand, the carbon opportunity cost. But so here's my question. What is there not a way to get the more agreement on so that we can come up with a number that people buy into? Now, I realize that the status quo, the animal ag folks they want a number closer to 14%, and they're gonna push that. But there is truth, and there is among scientists who can publish their work. I would think that there should be some range of estimates that's a lot tighter than 14 to 87% that we could agree on. And then the second part of my question is what's it going to take I mean, if we do get this tighter estimate out there, what's it going to take to get that out there so that politicians and leaders of countries start talking about animal agriculture much more than pretty much zero is how much it gets talked about now. So that's my two-part question.
Yeah, look, that's a really good point, and I that's what was behind me when I was at the beginning of that talk. Was it's going to take time. The science process is a slow turning wheel, and the requirements to get in peer reviewed literature are very high. There's thousands of journals out there at the moment, by the way, thousands. And it's big industry. So they're preying on academics to give them papers, more papers, because they make money out of it. But if you look at the influential journals, the top level journals, they are the ones with really critical, really rigorous review. Okay, so you can only get published in those journals if you've gone through the mill. So they're the ones that get noticed. Now, up until now, the literature saying animal agriculture is the leading cause of climate change have not gone through that mill. Unfortunately, there's discrimination in that area. This is why I committed to doing this project with Salish. I think I started 3 years ago, and it's ongoing, because we need to get that credibility. We need to get that in the top literature. Now, as for the process, it is a process because, well, for example, I'll tell you what happened when I published that paper in October. What that paper says was that since 1750, land use emissions are greater than fossil fuel emissions. Now, that in itself is, whoa, that's an incredible statement. How do you come up with that? But it's now defensible. That statement is fact based on the data. So, but however, if you talk to the scientists who are involved in climate change, they'll look at that and they'll say, maybe. So it takes time. It takes time for that discovery that deforestation has caused as much carbon emissions as fossil fuels. It takes time for that to get through to change government policies, change IPCC policies, etc. Therefore, the process involved is rather slow. However, I will say this. What I did when I published that last paper is I emailed about 300 academics. I emailed about 50 academics who've been working on the global carbon budget. This is the world's authoritative measure of carbon emissions. I emailed a bunch of them, and within 3 days, I had replies from 4 of them. These are the top guys, the top authors of the global carbon budget in this field. It's very narrow. And all of them said, yes, we agree with you. One of them said, we're going to take this to the group and we're going to propose it for inclusion in next year's carbon budget. Now, that's way quicker than I would have expected. But that is exactly what we were looking for, to get science acceptance and credibility in there. Now, even if that's true, even if the global carbon budget does publish gross land use emissions next year, even if that, because that discussion involves a lot of people, not just the 4 I talked with, but if they do, it's still going to take a while to get through to the IPCC and their inventories. Okay, so it's a process. It takes forever, and I know it's very difficult to say, well, what is correct, 14.5% or 87%? That's ridiculous. How can it be one or the other? It's just too ridiculous to consider. So most people and the environmental NGOs and most people think, well, it's above my pay grade. I don't know. Let's go with the power, with the United Nations, with the FAO figure of 14.5%. That's safe. It's still more than transport. So it's a big figure, but it's nowhere near as big as it could be, which is what we're proving now. So yeah, to answer your question, it's a process. It's going to take time, but we're doing what we can. We're targeting the top journals. The one we published in for that deforestation was the second ranked journal for climate globally. So we're going for the top ones, and hopefully it'll get through. And hopefully there'll be a figure that anyone can authoritatively say, well, it's 3 times more than fossil fuels. So I hope that answers partly your question, but it's not very satisfying yet.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Sheelan. We've got one more question, and I see you have another question there, or comment.
Yeah, the second part is, whatever the number is that gets agreed upon, it's discouraging that nobody talks about it I mean, from the movie Cowspiracy forward, that it's even environmental organizations don't talk about it much. And I'm just curious what it's going to take to get this word, whatever the number is that we can agree on. I hope it's way north of 14%, but if it's 50%, whatever it is, what's it going to take to get people to discuss it as a serious problem?
Right. Well, we have these webinars, these gatherings, and hopefully in a couple of weeks we'll have this so that it can be shared with people. We can look at it again, and show these things in small groups and discuss them. I mean, we've got lots of opportunities there. Did you want to make a comment on that before we go to the next question?
Yeah, no, just basically, I hear you, and that's what we're working on, and hopefully people will pull their heads out of the sand and listen up. But more and more people are listening up. They've been hit with the floods and the fires and everything else. So yeah, it's happening, but not as slow, not as quickly as you think. You hope. Thanks, John.
Thank you. All right, and so Dr. Ort, can you come on camera? And if you can, then we will bring you up.
I guess my question is still too long, actually, for the time there is. So I just want to compliment you, Jared, that you have so much persistence to go through for years to get it through all these reviewers who constantly say no, it's not good enough. So you have enormous persistence. So thank you so much for that. The question I want to ask maybe later to talk about is about the oceans. I'm still worried about what's happened to the ocean. Enormous heating there, which is so unbelievably high. What that has to do with your work also. Maybe for later.
Yeah. Thank you, Bram. I really do appreciate the help that you gave me in the very beginning of this, and your suggestion of separating this work into bite-sized chunks or into smaller chunks was brilliant. So thank you for that. That allowed us to get that first paper published. So bravo. Yeah, as for the oceans, no, my work doesn't address the oceans, but yes, it is a tragedy what's happening with the oceans, and totally unknown. I mean, if the currents can change with the temperatures the way they're doing, and if Antarctica's carving off all these ice shelves, it's rather perilous, I might say. It's very scary what's happening in the oceans, because the oceans have soaked up 90% of the global warming, of course. So as well as the trees being our savior, the oceans have actually taken up the heat. They've taken the heat of what we've done. So yeah, it's a very disastrous situation.
Wow. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, both of you. All right. My goodness, that was wonderful. And I think we'll be looking at it again. And we want to thank you for your time and effort and for moving forward, being persistent, as Dr. Ort said. Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thanks for having me on.
You bet. All right. I think now what I want to say is that we have listened about the oceans being rewilded with Captain Paul Watson. We've heard about bird flu, animal agriculture, and we've watched some videos about rewilding in Bolivia and in India, and we've heard so much more. It's now time for us. I want to remind you that if you want to continue the conversation, you can join us on Movement Mondays. This is a Zoom group, and we can put information for you in the chat about that. It meets twice on Mondays. And so now it's time to take a deep breath and bring on our closing person. And let's see if he is here. If he will turn on his camera. Very good. All right. Thank you so much. We'll close it out with Dakota Mathis. Okay, I think you'll be able to unmute now. You probably weren't able to earlier. Still can't unmute? Well, here, we'll do this. Okay, now you can.
There we go. Hello, beloved family. It's very, very nice to be with you today in this noble quarterly gathering started by our beloved Dr. Rao 7 odd years ago or something like that. I was drawn to a reading when thinking about closing devotions tonight from Judy Carmen in her book, Peace to All Beings. And it's about chants. There's 3 chants to say or sing to the animals as blessings. And the power of a chant is in the repetition, which helps our minds to leave all other thoughts behind and focus on one truth. And in the light of our discussions today, there's 3 that I'm going to read. They're short. And the first one I'd like to address to our Mother Earth that we love and wish to help rewild and balance. I'm going to say each of them 3 times. If you can just maybe breathe and relax and read with me with your spirit. So for Mother Earth, all I ask of you is forever to remember me as loving you. All I ask of you is forever to remember me as loving you. All I ask of you is forever to remember me as loving you. And for our animal brothers and sisters and standing up for justice for them, listen, listen, listen to my heart song. Listen, listen, listen to my heart song. I will never forget you. I will never forsake you. I will never forsake you. Listen, listen, listen to my heart song. Listen, listen, listen to my heart song. I will never forget you. I will never forsake you. I will never forsake you. Listen, listen, listen to my heart song. Listen, listen, listen to my heart song. I will never forget you. I will never forsake you. I will never forsake you. And lastly, in caring for ourselves and each other as we do our work, may the blessings of God rest upon you. May God's peace abide with you. May God's presence illuminate your heart now and forevermore. May the blessings of God rest upon you. May God's peace abide with you. May God's presence illuminate your heart. May the blessings of God rest upon you. May God's peace abide with you. May God's presence illuminate your heart, now and forevermore. Namaste, vegan love. I can only do this one-handed. Thanks, everybody.
We're getting wild, wild again. We're getting wild, rewilding in the oceans, in the seas. A healthy habitat for water beings. In the forests, planting trees for all our plants and birds and bees. We're getting wild, wild again. We're getting wild, rewilding, cleaning the air as far as we can see, for all of us to deeply breathe. We're getting wild, rewilding. We're getting wild, rewilding. We're getting wild, rewilding. We're getting wild, rewilding. We're getting wild, wild again. We're getting wild, rewilding in the oceans, in the seas. A healthy habitat for water beings. In the forests, planting trees for all our plants and birds and bees. We're getting wild, wild again. We're getting wild, rewilding, cleaning the air as far as we can see, for all of us to deeply breathe. We're getting wild, rewilding.
Thank you all. Good night.
Good night. See you tomorrow. Okay, awesome. The only feedback I got was another great climate healers. I can read it. Hmm. Another great day at VCOP 20. Great speakers, friendships, and motivation all in one place. VCOP is a gift to us all. From Julie Griffin.
Oh, that's great. That's really nice.
Good night, y'all.
All right. See you tomorrow morning, bright and early for me.
Great job. You did a great job, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Yes, you did. Rebecca, you did a great job.
Thank you. Thank
You're
you. Thank
amazing.
you. All of y'all helped me.
Yeah.
Goodness.
And you still
Hey,
seem
wait.
fresh.
Thank you.
You still seem,
well, I
you
still
could go on for another 10 hours.
Oh, goodness. All right. So it looks like we still have people here. So it looks like, oh, thank you, David. Said best ever. I appreciate that. All right. We can hang on. Let's see. No, we've already lost Danny, so we don't want to hang on without Danny. So let's say goodnight like we had planned and
We'll
close.
see you
Okay, then.
tomorrow
All right.
at 10 a.m. Same link.
Same time.
Okay.
Same bat channel.
Okay. Bye for now.
Bye for now.
Whoever's host will close the room.
Good work, everybody.
Thank you.
Great work. Yeah.
Yeah, was wonderful.
Fastest 10 hours of my life, you know. Yeah.
The great
Good night.
flow from topic to topic. I think
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
the arrangement of the schedule worked out really well. I don't know how much of it was by circumstance or by design.
Mm-hmm.
See you tomorrow morning.